Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of The Improbable Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Tales of mystery and the imagination, detailing the adventures of the world's most famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Edited by John Joseph Adams, with assistance provided by the distinguished gentleman, Mr. David Barr Kirtley. Performed by Simon Vance and Anne Flosnick.
Introduction by John Joseph Adams. Sherlock Holmes. The name is ubiquitous, familiar to everyone in the world, whether or not they've read of his exploits. Pretty impressive for a fictional character created more than 120 years ago. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle created Holmes in the late 19th century with the first adventure, A Study in Scarlet, appearing in Beeton's Christmas Annual in 1887. Conan Doyle's entire output of fiction featuring Holmes consists of only 4 novels and 56 stories, a staggeringly small body of work considering the tremendous influence Holmes has had. But something about the detective captured the reading public's imagination like no other character of his era, and he has continued to delight and captivate readers ever since. Holmes, the world's first and most famous consulting detective, was one of the first great literary action-adventure heroes whose defining qualities were his intelligence and deductive reasoning rather than bravery or brawn. Which is not to say that Holmes is a coward or a weakling. Being well-versed in the art of boxing and the martial art of bartitsu, he is capable of besting almost anyone in a fight. He'd just rather outwit you than beat you up. Holmes's devotion to evidence and observation were quite revolutionary in his day, and to Conan Doyle's Victorian readers, his methods must have seemed a bit like science fiction. To the modern reader, it's obvious that Holmes is employing rudimentary forensic science, a huge advantage in an age when many people still believed in fairies, as Conan Doyle did, and other supernatural phenomena. Although Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was keenly interested in the supernatural, Holmes eschewed such ideas and believed only in what he could prove. And while Conan Doyle did place Holmes into some situations in which a supernatural explanation seemed to be a possibility, in every instance Holmes managed to find a prosaic solution. After all, as Holmes once said, "The world is big enough for us. No ghosts need apply." Which leads us to the focus of this anthology and to another of Holmes's famous quotes. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. As a rationalist, I agree wholeheartedly with Holmes' assessment of the world. But as a science fiction and fantasy reader, I enjoy wondering, what if? So that's the question. If Holmes investigates a crime scene and has all of his deduction techniques at his disposal, but one variable has changed, Holmes can't eliminate the impossible. What then? Well, dear reader, you're about to find out. In the pages that follow, you'll find 28 different mystery scenarios, but when you investigate the crimes alongside Holmes, you will not be able to eliminate the impossible, for in some of these stories, the impossible does happen. That's the idea behind this volume, to showcase the best Holmes pastiches of the last 30 years, mixing the best straight-up mystery stories with the best of those tales tinged with the fantastic, meaning that some of the cases you'll read about have prosaic solutions, while others will have a decidedly more fantastic resolution. Whether you're already quite familiar with the great detective, or you're just now going to be reading about him for the first time, whether you're primarily a fan of mysteries or primarily a fan of fantasy and science fiction, welcome. Holmes' world is big enough for all of us. A Sherlockiana Primer by Christopher Roden. Fog swirls thickly in the streets, its gloom penetrated from time to time by the weak gleam of a gaslight. A hansom cab grinds its steady way through the murk. There are occasional shouts from vendors and street urchins, whistles as policemen go about their business. It is the London of 1895, the London that will bring a stream of unusual characters to 221B Baker Street, seeking help from the world's first and greatest consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. When Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930, first created the great detective, little did he know that he was beginning a series of stories that would still be read some 120-odd years later. But Conan Doyle was an inventive writer, and the characters that filled his stories gripped the imagination of his readers, who devoured episode after episode of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. In many ways, the characters of the Holmes stories are often more interesting than the cases themselves. So, who are the major players on the Baker Street stage? Putting Holmes himself aside, for Holmes is recognizable even to people unfamiliar with the stories themselves, Dr. John H. Watson has to be given pride of place. A veteran of the Second Afghan War, Watson, who served as a duty surgeon, had been injured by a Jezail bullet at the Battle of Maiwand, and saved from certain capture by the courage of his orderly, known to us only as Murray. Pain and illness followed, and an urgent return to England became necessary. Watson naturally gravitated to London, where, following an introduction by a former colleague, Stamford, he made the acquaintance of Sherlock Holmes. It did not take the two long to decide to share rooms in Baker Street. Throughout the adventures, Watson is the ever-faithful companion, willing to accompany Holmes at a moment's notice. He is never as smart as Holmes. Indeed, his conclusions are often considerably off the mark, and Conan Doyle cleverly does not allow Watson to appear more perceptive than his readers. But without Watson there would be no Holmes stories, for Watson chronicled Holmes's adventures and made Holmes famous by publishing them for the reading public in the Strand magazine. Although Holmes knew that he could always rely on Watson's companionship and assistance, even a detective as astute as Holmes occasionally needed the wisdom and advice of others. But whose knowledge and deductive skills would be sufficient to assist our genius hero? Obviously, someone who shared Holmes's faculties of deduction and analysis, possibly to an even greater degree. For that person, we need look no further than Holmes's older brother Mycroft. Mycroft is an unusual character indeed, a larger-than-life figure who spends his days passing between his lodgings in Pall Mall, his office in Whitehall, and the Diogenes Club, the queerest club in London. It came as something of a surprise to Dr. Watson to discover that Holmes had a brother at all, and he could never have dreamed of Mycroft's influence on national affairs. Occasionally, Holmes told Watson, he is the British government. His position is unique. He has made it for himself. There has never been anything like it before, nor will be again. He has the tidiest and most orderly brain, with the greatest capacity for storing facts of any man living. The conclusions of every department are passed to him, and he is the central exchange, the clearinghouse, which makes out the balance. Other men are specialists, but his specialism is omniscience. Again and again, his word has decided the national policy. Quite a man. It's no wonder that Holmes was able to entrust his affairs to Mycroft during the years of his hiatus, following his presumed death at the Reichenbach Falls. Our next major player is the long-suffering Mrs. Hudson, Holmes's landlady, a saint if ever there was one for her tolerance of Holmes's chemical experiments, the foul odors from his pipes, and his indoor pistol practice. Who else, we ask, would have put up with a tenant who peppered the wall of his room with boxer cartridges to carve out a patriotic VR done in bullet pocks? Smaller players, but invaluable to Holmes, are the band of a dozen or so ragged children, described as street Arabs, known as the Baker Street Irregulars, who can go everywhere, see everything, overhear everyone, and provide vital information to the great detective. Given the nature of Holmes's business, it is inevitable that Holmes should attract his fair share of enemies, and chief among his adversaries has to be Professor James Moriarty, the Napoleon of crime, the organizer of half that is evil and of nearly all that is undetected in this great city. Although Moriarty plays a major role in only one canonical story, his presence seems to pervade the canon. He is a criminal mastermind with a brain of the first order. He sits motionless like a spider in the center of its web, but that web has 1,000 radiations, and he knows well every quiver of each of them. As Holmes noted, Moriarty did little himself. He was the planner, with numerous agents, and there was little or no reason for the authorities to expect him of misdeeds. In what became the final problem, Holmes lured Moriarty and his henchman, Colonel Sebastian Moran, to Switzerland, where a final confrontation took place above the Reichenbach Falls, a struggle which Moriarty failed to survive. Moriarty's second-in-command, Colonel Sebastian Moran, once of Her Majesty's Indian Army and the best heavy game shot that Britain's Eastern Empire ever produced, attempted to wreak vengeance with an air rifle for Moriarty's death in the adventure titled The Empty House, only to be deceived by a silhouette cast by a wax bust commissioned by Holmes from the craftsman M. Oscar Mernay of Grenoble. Other villains worthy of mention are the master blackmailer Charles Augustus Milverton, the worst man in London, the evil Dr. Grimesby Roylott, whose demise was brought about by the swamp adder with which he'd planned to kill his stepdaughters, and the disgusting Baron Adelbert Gruner, murderer and author of a lust diary, which no man, even if he had come from the gutter, could have put together. While the Sherlockian canon is dominated by men, Holmes encounters strong women, too. Prominent among these are Kitty Winter, a victim of Baron Adelbert Gruner, who takes her revenge for mistreatment at Gruner's hand by throwing vitriol into his face. Nor should we overlook Rachel Howells, a very good girl, but of an excitable Welsh temperament, the jilted fiancée of the butler Brunton, who took her revenge by incarcerating her ex-lover in a cellar at Hurlstone Manor. Maud Bellamy impressed Holmes. She will always remain in my memory as a most complete and remarkable woman. But of all the women Holmes encounters during his investigations, Irene Adler, or the woman, as Holmes thinks of her, stands out. Irene appears in only one story, but her presence casts a shadow over the entire canon. In this spirited, intelligent, daring, and courageous woman, Conan Doyle created the female counterpart to Sherlock Holmes, a woman who lives by her wits, is equal to Holmes in her use of disguise, and has a splendid disregard for the mores of the time. Inevitably, Holmes's business brings him in contact with the official police force from time to time, and during the course of the adventures we encounter a number of officers, some who are capable and some who do little more than frustrate Holmes. We encounter the official force in the very first Holmes story, A Study in Scarlet, when Holmes is approached by Inspector Tobias Gregson. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, Holmes tells Watson. He and Lestrade are the pick of a bad lot. In A Study in Scarlet, Holmes also encounters Inspector Lestrade, a little sallow, rat-faced, dark-eyed fellow, according to Watson, and he becomes a regular of the Holmes adventures, appearing in 13 of the stories. Despite occasional difficulties with the official force, Holmes is always prepared to assist. But on occasion, Holmes is also prepared to stretch the law for his own ends, as instanced by the wonderfully humorous episode which shows Holmes's quiet contempt for the official force in The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton, when Lestrade visits Baker Street on the morning following Milverton's murder. "Criminals!" exclaimed Holmes. "Plural." Yes, there were 2 of them. They were, as nearly as possible, captured red-handed. We have their footmarks. We have their description. It's 10 to 1 that we trace them. The first fellow was a bit too active, but the second was caught by the under-gardener and only got away after a struggle. He was a mid-sized, strongly built man, square jaw, thick neck, mustache, a mask over his eyes. "That's rather vague," said Sherlock Holmes. "Why, it might be a description of Watson." "It's true," said the inspector with much amusement. "It might be a description of Watson." Of the remainder of the official force, special attention need only be made of Stanley Hopkins, for whose future Holmes had high hopes, who appears in 3 of the adventures, and who seems the most likely of all to have been invited to Baker Street for a pleasant evening of conversation. Despite the wealth of characters who appear in the Sherlockian canon, we lack information of a goodly number of others who are given no more than passing mention. We know that Holmes was involved in many more cases than are reported, because both Holmes and Watson tell us so. Who would not love to know more of the characters from the unreported cases? The Grace Pattersons, who had singular adventures in the island of Ufa. Mr. and Mrs. Dundas, who separated, not through any cause of infidelity, but because Mr. Dundas was in the habit of winding up every meal by taking out his false teeth and hurling them at his wife. Meridew, of abominable memory, who was recorded in Holmes's index. Ricoletti, of the club foot, and his abominable wife. Mr. James Phillimore, who stepped back into his own house to get his umbrella and was never more seen in this world. And who was not prepared to ponder what political disgrace may have ensued had the story concerning the politician, the lighthouse, and the trained cormorant been released to the public? We should marvel at Arthur Conan Doyle's creativity and the characters he gave us. Over the years, others have built upon these characters, adding more of their own, in an attempt to ensure that there is always a supply of new Holmes adventures. In the pages that follow, you will find characters new and old, and some rivals of Sherlock Holmes, making their way through the fog and the gaslight to the door of 221B Baker Street. Hark! A barrel organ is playing at the corner of the street. The light brightens in the window of Holmes's room, and the scene is set for another adventure. The game is afoot.
The Horror of the Many Faces by Tim Lebbon.
Tim Lebbon's latest novel is bar none, a novel of chilling suspense, apocalyptic beauty, and fine ales. Other recent work includes The Island, and forthcoming is an original 30 Days of Night novel, which is due out early next year, as is Tell My Sorrows to the Stones, a collaboration with Christopher Golden. Lebbon is a New York Times best-selling author and the winner of the Stoker Award and 3 British Fantasy Awards. Our next tale is the first of 3 in this volume to come to us from Shadows over Baker Street, a book of stories that blend the world of Sherlock Holmes with the Cthulhu mythos of H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft was perhaps the most influential horror writer of the 20th century. He was a scholar of weird fiction, having written a pioneering survey called Supernatural Horror in Literature, and his own groundbreaking fiction appeared mostly in the pulp magazine Weird Tales. For centuries, horror stories had been bound up with notions of eternal damnation, and Lovecraft, a committed philosophical materialist, felt that such notions had become hokey and shop-worn. Edwin Hubble's startling discovery that our galaxy was just one of billions had inspired Lovecraft to write a new kind of horror story, tales set in a vast, incomprehensible universe, where human beings were tiny and insignificant and in danger at any moment of being snuffed out by vast, uncaring forces. Holmes says, "When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." Lovecraft felt that the truth would drive us to insanity. Where these two world views collide, our next story begins.
What I saw that night defied belief, but believe it I had to, because I trusted my eyes. Seeing is believing is certainly not an axiom that my friend would have approved of, but I was a doctor, a scientist, and for me the eyes were the most honest organs in the body. I never believed that they could lie. What I laid eyes upon in the murky London twilight made me the saddest man. It stripped any faith I had in the order of things, the underlying goodness of life. How can something so wrong exist in an ordered world? How, if there is a benevolent purpose behind everything, can something so insane exist? These are the questions I asked then and still ask now, though the matter is resolved in a far different way from that which I could ever have imagined at the time. I was on my way home from the surgery. The sun was setting into the murk of the London skyline, and the city was undergoing its usual dubious transition from light to dark. As I turned a corner into a narrow cobbled street, I saw my old friend, my mentor, slaughtering a man in the gutter. He hacked and slashed with a blade that caught the red twilight, and upon seeing me he seemed to calm and perform some meticulous mutilation upon the twitching corpse. I staggered against the wall. "Holmes!" I gasped. He looked up, and in his honest eyes there was nothing, no light, no twinkle, not a hint of the staggering intelligence that lay behind them. Nothing except for a black, cold emptiness. Stunned into immobility, I could only watch as Holmes butchered the corpse. He was a man of endless talents, but still I was amazed at the dexterity with which he opened the body, extracted the heart, and wrapped it in his handkerchief. No, not butchery. Surgery. He worked with an easy medical knowledge that appeared to surpass my own. Holmes looked up at me where I stood frozen stiff. He smiled, a wicked grin that looked so alien on his face. Then he stood and shrugged his shoulders, moving on the spot as if settling comfortably into a set of new clothes. "Holmes!" I croaked again, but he turned and fled. Holmes, the thinker, the ponderer, the genius, ran faster than I had ever seen anyone run before. I could not even think to give chase, so shocked was I with what I had witnessed. In a matter of seconds my outlook on life had been irrevocably changed, brought to ground and savaged with a brutality I had never supposed possible. I felt as if I had been shot, hit by a train, mauled. I was winded and dizzy and ready to collapse at any moment. But I pinched myself hard on the back of my hand, drawing blood and bringing myself around. I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply, but when I opened them again, the corpse still lay there in the gutter. Nothing had changed. However much I desired to not see this, wished it would flee my memory, I was already realizing that this would never happen. This scene was etched on my mind. One of the worst feelings in life is betrayal. The realization that everything one held true is false, or at least fatally flawed. That look in Holmes's eyes, I would have given anything to be able to forget that. His footsteps had vanished into the distance. The victim was surely dead, but being a doctor I had to examine him to make sure. He was a young man, handsome, slightly foreign-looking, obviously well-appointed in society because of the tasteful rings on his fingers, the tailored suit. Old now, ripped and ruptured with the vicious thrusts of Holmes's blade, and dead, of course. His chest had been opened and his heart stolen away. Perhaps he was a dreadful criminal, a murderer in his own right, whom Holmes had been tracking, chasing, pursuing for days or weeks. I spent less time with Holmes now than I had in the past, and I was not involved in every case he took on, but murder? Not Holmes. Whatever crime this dead man may have been guilty of, nothing could justify what my friend had done to him. I suddenly had an intense feeling of guilt, kneeling over a corpse with fresh blood on my fingertips. If anyone rounded the corner at that moment, I would have trouble explaining things, I was sure, not only because of the initial impression they would gain, but also the shock I was in, the terror I felt at what I had witnessed. The police should have been informed. I should have found a policeman or run to the nearest station, led them to the scene of the crime. I was probably destroying valuable evidence. But then I thought of Holmes, that crazy grin, and realized that I already knew the identity of the murderer. Instead, something made me run. Loyalty to my old friend was a small part of it, but there was fear as well. I knew even then that things were not always as they seemed. Holmes had told me that countless times before, and I kept thinking, impossible, impossible, as I replayed the scene in my mind. But I trusted my eyes. I knew what I had seen. And in my mind's eye, Holmes was still grinning manically at me. With each impact of my feet upon the pavement, the fear grew. Holmes was the most brilliant man I had ever known, and even in his obvious madness, I knew that he was too far beyond and above the ordinary to ever be outsmarted, outwitted, or tracked down. If his spree is to continue, I prayed, please God, don't let him decide to visit an old friend. I need not have worried about informing the police of the murder. They knew already. The day following my terrible experience, I begged sick, remaining at home in bed, close to tears on occasion as I tried to find room in my life for what I had seen. My thoughts were very selfish, I admit that, because I had effectively lost my very best friend to a horrendous madness. I could never have him back. My mind wandered much that day, going back to the times we had spent together and forward to the barren desert of existence which I faced without him. I liked my surgery, enjoyed my life, but there was a terrible blandness about things without the promise of Holmes being a part of it. I mourned, conscious all the time of the shape of my army revolver beneath my pillow. Mixed in with this was the conviction that I should tell the police of what I had seen. But then the evening papers came, and somehow, impossibly, the terrible became even worse. There had been a further 6 murders in the London streets the previous night, all very similar in execution and level of violence. In each case, organs had been removed from the bodies, though not always the same ones. The heart from one, lungs from another, and a dead lady in Wimbledon had lost her brain to the fiend. In 4 cases, including the murder I had witnessed, the stolen organs had been found somewhere in the surrounding areas, sliced, laid out on the ground in very neat order, the sections sorted perfectly by size and thickness. Sometimes masticated gobs of the tissue were found as well, as if bitten off, chewed and spat out, tasted, tested. And there were witnesses. Not to every murder, but to enough of them to make me believe that the murderer, Holmes, I kept telling myself, Holmes, wanted to be seen. Though here lay a further mystery. Each witness saw someone different. One saw a tall, fat man, heavily furred with facial hair, dressed scruffy and grim. Another described a shorter man, with decent clothes, a light cloak, and a sword in each hand. The third witness talked of the murderous lady he had seen, The lady with great strength, for she had stood her victim against a wall and wrenched out the unfortunate's guts. A mystery, yes, but only for a moment. Only until my knowledge of Holmes's penchant for disguise crept in, instantly clothing my memory of him from the previous night in grubby clothes, light cloak, and then a lady's dress. "Oh, dear God," I muttered. "Dear God, Holmes, what is it, my old friend? The cocaine? Did the stress finally break you? The strain of having a mind that cannot rest, working with such evil and criminal matters?" The more I dwelled upon it, the worse it all became. I could not doubt what I had seen, even though all logic, all good sense forbade it. I tried reason and deduction, as Holmes would have, attempting to ignore the horrors of the case, to pare it down to its bare bone, setting out the facts and trying to fill in the missing pieces. But memory was disruptive. I could not help visualizing my friend hunkered down over the body, hacking at first, and then moving instantly into a caring, careful slicing of the dead man's chest. The blood, the strange smell in the air, like sweet honey, and a clue there, perhaps, though I could do nothing with it. Holmes's terrible, awful smile when he saw me. Perhaps that was the worst. The fact that he seemed to be gloating. I may well have remained that way for days, my feigned sickness becoming something real as my soul was torn to shreds by the truth. But on the evening of that first day following the crimes, I received a visit that spurred me to tell the truth. Detective Inspector Jones of Scotland Yard came to my door looking for Holmes. "It is a dreadful case," he said to me. "I've never seen anything like it." His face was pale with the memory of the corpses he must have been viewing that day. "Different witnesses saw different people, all across the south end of London. One man told me the murderer was his brother, and a woman, witness to another murder, was definitely withholding something personal to her. The murders themselves are so similar as to be almost identical in execution. The killing, then the extraction of an organ." "It sounds terrible," I said lamely, because the truth was pressing to be spoken. "It was," Jones nodded. Then he looked at me intently. "The papers did not say that at least 3 of the victims were alive when the organs were removed, and that was the method of their death." "What times?" I asked. "There was maybe an hour between the killings, from what we can work out, and yet different murderers in each case, and murderers who, I'm sure it will be revealed eventually, were all known to those bearing witness. Strange. Strange. Dr. Watson, we've worked together before, you know of my determination, but this fills me with dread. I fear the sun's setting tonight in case we have another slew of killings, maybe worse. How many nights of this will it take until London is in a panic? 1 more? 2? And I haven't a clue as to what it's all about. A sect, I suspect, made up of many members and needing these organs for some nefarious purpose of their own. But how to find them? I haven't a clue. Not a clue. And I'm certain that your friend Sherlock Holmes will be fascinated with such a case." Jones shook his head and slumped back in the armchair. He looked defeated already, I thought. I wondered what the truth would do to him. And yet I had to bear it myself, so I thought it only right to share. To tell. "Holmes, my old friend," I thought fondly. And then I told Jones what I had seen. He did not talk for several minutes. The shock on his face hid his thoughts. He stared into the fire as if seeking some alternative truth in there, but my words hung heavy, and my demeanour must have been proof enough to him that I did not lie. "The different descriptions," he said quietly, but I could sense that he had already worked that out. "Disguises? Holmes is a master." "Should I hunt Holmes? Seek him through the London he knows so well?" "I do not see how," I said, because truly I thought ourselves totally out of control. Holmes would play whatever game he chose until its closure, and the resolution would be of his choosing. He knows every street, every alley, shop to shop and door to door. In many cases he knows of who lives where they work, and who they associate with. He can walk along a street and tell me stories of every house if he so chooses. He carries his card index in his brain, as well as boxed away at Baker Street. His mind, you know his mind, Mr. Jones. It is endless. And you're sure, Dr. Watson, your illness has not blinded you? You haven't had hallucinations? I am merely sick to the soul with what I have witnessed, I said. I was fit and well yesterday evening. Then I must search him out, Jones said, but the desperation, the hopelessness in his voice told me that he had already given up. He stared into the fire some more, and then stood, brushed himself down, a man of business again. I wish you luck, I said. Can you help? Jones asked. You know him better than anyone. You're his best friend. Have you any ideas, any reasoning as to why he would be doing these crimes? Where he'll strike next? None, I said. It is madness for sure. I wanted Jones gone then, out of my house and into the night. Here was the man who would hunt my friend, stalk him in the dark, send his men out armed and ready to shoot to kill if needs must. And whatever I had seen Holmes doing, that memory, horrible. I could not entertain the idea of his death. Jones left and I jumped to my feet. He was right. I knew Holmes better than anyone, and after many years accompanying him as he had solved the most baffling of cases, I would hope that some of his intuition had rubbed off on me. It was almost dark, red twilight kissing my window like diluted blood, and if tonight was to be like last night, then my old friend was already stalking his first victim. I would go to Baker Street. Perhaps there I would find evidence of this madness, and maybe even something that could bring hope of a cure. The streets were very different that night. There were few strollers, for a start. Many people had heard of the previous night's murders and chosen to stay at home. It was raining, too, a fine mist that settled on one's clothes and soaked them instantly. Street lamps provided oases of half-light in the dark, and it was these I aimed for, darting as quickly as I could between them. Even then, passing beneath the lights and seeing my shadow change direction, I felt more vulnerable than ever. I could not see beyond the lamp's meagre influence, and it lit me up for anyone to see, any stranger lurking in the night, any friend with a knife. I could have found my way to Baker Street in the dark. I walked quickly and surely, listening out for any hint of pursuit. I tried to see into the shadows, but they retained their secrets well. Everything felt changed. It was not only my new-found fear of the dark, but the perception that nothing is ever exactly as it seems. Holmes had always known that truth is in the detail, but could even he have ever guessed at the destructive parts in him, the corrupt stew of experience and knowledge and exhaustion that had led to this madness? It was a crueler London I walked through that night. Right and wrong had merged and blurred in my mind, for as sure as I was that what Holmes had done was wrong, it could never be right to hunt and kill him for it. I had my revolver in my pocket, but I prayed with every step that I would not be forced to use it. Shadows jumped from alleys and skirted around rooftops, but it was my imagination twisting the twilight. By the time I reached Baker Street it was fully dark, the moon a pale ghost behind London's smog. I stood outside for a while, staring up at Holmes's window. There was no light there, of course, and no signs of habitation, but still I waited for a few minutes, safe in the refuge of memory. He would surely never attack here, not in the shadow of his long-time home. No, I feared that he had gone to ground, hidden himself away in some unknown, unknowable corner of London, or perhaps even taken his madness elsewhere in the country. There was a sound behind me, and I spun around, fumbling in my pocket for my revolver. It had been a shallow pop, as of someone opening their mouth in preparation to speak. I held my breath and aimed the revolver from my waist. There was nothing. The silence, the darkness felt loaded, brimming with secrets and something more terrible, something— "Holmes," I said. But he would not be there. He was not foolish, not so stupid to return here when he was wanted for some of the most terrible murders. "My friend," I started, tried to gauge where the voice had come from. I tightened my grip on the pistol and swung it slowly left and right, ready to shoot should anything move. I was panicked, terrified beyond belief. My stomach knotted and cramped with the idea of a knife parting its skin and delving deeper. "Is that you, Holmes?" More silence for a while, so that I began to think I was hearing things. It grew darker for a moment, as if something had passed in front of the moon. I even glanced up, but there was nothing in the sky, and the moon was its usual wan self. "You feel it too," the voice said. "Holmes, please show yourself." "Go to my rooms. Mrs. Hudson hasn't heard of things yet. She will let you in, and I will find my own way up there." He did not sound mad. He sounded different, true, but not mad. "Holmes, you have to know—" "I am aware of what you saw, Watson, and you would do well to keep your revolver drawn and aimed ahead of you. Go to my rooms. Back into a corner. Hold your gun. For your sanity, your peace of mind, it has to remain between us for a time." "I saw. Holmes, I saw—" "My rooms." And then he was gone. I did not hear him leave, caught sight of nothing moving away in the dark, but I knew that my old friend had departed. I wished for a torch to track him, but Holmes would have evaded the light, and in that thought I found my continuing belief in Holmes's abilities, his genius, his disregard for the normal levels of reasoning and measures of intelligence. The madness he still had, but I could not help but trust him. From the distance, far, far away, I heard what may have been a scream. There were foxes in London, and thousands of wild dogs, and some said that wolves still roamed the forgotten byways of this sprawling city, but it has sounded like a human cry. He could not possibly have run that far in such short a time. Could he? Mrs. Hudson greeted me and was kind enough to ignore my preoccupation as I climbed the stairs to Holmes's rooms. There was another scream in the night before Holmes appeared. I had opened the window and was standing there in the dark, looking out over London and listening to the sounds. The city was so much quieter during the night, which ironically made every sound that much louder. The barking of a dog swept across the neighbourhood. The crashing of a door echoed from walls and back again. The scream, this time it was human, I could have no doubt of that, and although even further away than the one I had heard earlier, I could still make out its agony. It was followed seconds later by another cry, this one cut short. There was nothing else. "Go to my rooms, back into a corner, hold your gun," Holmes had said. I remained by the window. Here was escape, at least, if I needed it. I would probably break my neck in the fall, but at least I was giving myself a chance. "I've come to his rooms," I thought. "Fly to a spider, chicken to a fox's den." But even though his voice had been very different from usual, more strained, I could not believe that the Holmes who had spoken to me minutes before was out there now causing those screams. I thought briefly of Detective Inspector Jones and hoped that he was well. "I am sure that he is still alive," Holmes said from behind me. "He is too stupid to not be." I spun around and brought up the revolver. Holmes was standing just inside the door. He had entered the room and closed the door behind him without me hearing. He was breathing heavily as if he had just been running, and I stepped aside to let in the moonlight, terrified that I would see the black stain of blood on his hands and sleeves. "How did you know I was thinking of Jones?" I asked, astounded yet again by my friend's reasoning. "Mrs. Hudson told me that he had been here looking for me. I knew then that you would be his next port of call in his search, and that you would inevitably have been forced by your high morals to relay what you have so obviously seen. You know he is out there now, hunting me down." And the scream. It sounded very much like a man, did it not? "Turn on the light, Holmes," I said. I think he shook his head in the dark. "No, it will attract attention. Not that they do not know where we are. They must. Fear. Fear smells so sweet. To bees." "Holmes, turn on the light or I will shoot you." And right then, standing in the room where my friend and I had spent years of our lives in pleasurable and business discourse, I was telling the truth. I was frightened enough to pull the trigger, because Holmes's intellect would bypass my archaic revolver, however mad he sounded. He would beat me, if he chose to. If he had lured me here to be his next victim, he would kill me. "Very well," my friend said. "But prepare yourself, Watson. It has been a somewhat eventful 24 hours. The lamp flickered a light. I gasped. He looked like a man who should be dead. "Do not lower that revolver," he shouted suddenly. "Keep it on me now, Watson. After what you think you saw me doing, lower your guard and you are likely to shoot me at the slightest sound or movement. That's right. Here. Aim it here." He thumped his chest and I pointed the gun that way, weak and shocked though I was. "Holmes, you look terrible." "I feel worse." From Holmes that was a joke, but I could not even raise a smile. Indeed, I could barely draw a breath. Never had Holmes looked so unkempt, exhausted and bedraggled. His normally immaculate clothing was torn, muddied and wet, and his hair was sticking wildly away from his scalp. His hands were blooded. I saw cuts there, so at least for the moment I could believe that it was his own blood. His cheek was badly scratched in several places, and there was something about his eyes. Wide and wild, they belied the calm his voice conveyed. "You're mad," I said, unable to prevent the words from slipping out. Holmes smiled, and it was far removed from that maniacal grin he had offered me as he crouched over the dying man. "Do not jump to conclusions, Watson. Have you not learned anything in our years together?" My hand holding the gun was starting to shake, but I kept it pointing at my friend across the room. "I have to take you in, you know that. I will have to take you to the station. I cannot. "Believe?" I nodded. He was already playing his games, I knew. He would talk me around, offer explanations, convince me that the victims deserved to die, or that he had been attacked, or that there was something far, far simpler eluding me. He would talk until he won me over, and then his attack would come. "I cannot believe, but I must," I said, a new-found determination in my voice. "Because you saw it? Because you saw me killing someone, you must believe that I did, in fact, kill?" "Of course." Holmes shook his head. He frowned, and for an instant he seemed distant, concentrating on something far removed from Baker Street. Then he glanced back at me, looked to the shelf above the fire, and sighed. "I will smoke my pipe, if you don't mind, Watson. It will put my mind at rest, and I will explain what I know. Afterwards, if you still wish to take me in, do so, but you will thereby be condemning countless more to their deaths." "Smoke," I said, "and tell me." He was playing his games, playing them every second. Holmes lit a pipe and sat in his armchair, legs drawn up so that the pipe almost rested on his knees. He looked at the far wall, not at me, where I remained standing by the window. I lowered the revolver slightly, and this time Holmes did not object. I could see no knives, no mess on his hands other than his own smeared blood, no mess on his chin from the masticated flesh of the folks he had killed. But that proved nothing. "Have you ever looked into a mirror and really concentrated on the person you see there? Try it, Watson. It is an interesting exercise. After an hour of looking, you see someone else. You see, eventually, what a stranger sees, not the composite picture of facial components with which you are so familiar, but individual parts of the face, the big nose, the close-together eyes. You see yourself as a person, not as you." "So what are you trying to say?" "I am saying that perception is not definite, nor is it faultless." Holmes puffed at his pipe, then drew it slowly away from his mouth. His eyes went wide and his brow furrowed. He had had some thought, and habit made me silent for a minute or two. He glanced back up at me then, but said nothing. He looked more troubled than ever. "I saw you killing a man, Holmes," I said. You killed him, and you laughed at me, and then you tore him open and stole his heart." "The heart, yes," he said, looking away and disregarding me again. "The heart, the brain, parts, all part of the one, constituents of the same place." He muttered on until his voice had all but vanished, though his lips still moved. "Holmes! It has gone quiet outside. They are coming." He said it very quietly, looked up at me from sad, terrified eyes, and I felt a cool finger run down my spine. They're coming. He did not mean Jones or the police. He did not mean anyone. No man scared Holmes as much as he was then. "Who?" I asked. But he darted from his seat and ran at me, shoving me aside so that we stood on either side of the window. "Listen to me, Watson. If you are my friend, if you have faith and loyalty, and if you love me, you have to believe two things in the next few seconds if we are to survive. The first is that I am not a murderer. The second is that you must not trust your eyes, not for however long this may take. Instinct and faith, that is what you can believe in, because they cannot change that. It is too inbuilt, perhaps, too ingrained. I don't know." He was mumbling again, drifting in and out of coherence, and I knew that he could have killed me. He had come at me so quickly, my surprise was so complete that I had plain forgotten the gun in my hand. And now the denial. A doubt sprouted in my mind and grew rapidly as I saw the look on Holmes's face. I had seen it before, many times. It was the thrill of the chase, the excitement of discovery, the passion of experience, the knowledge that his reasoning had won out again. But underlying it all was a fear so profound that it sent me weak at the knees. "Holmes, what are they?" "You ask what, Watson, not who. Already you're halfway to believing. Quiet, look, they're in the street." I looked. Running along the road, heading straight for the front door of Holmes's building, came Sherlock Holmes himself. "I think they will come straight for me," Holmes whispered. "I am a threat." "Holmes!" I could say little. The recent shocks had numbed me and seemed now to be pulling me apart, hauling reality down a long, dark tunnel. I felt distanced from my surroundings, even though at that moment I knew that I needed to be as alert and conscious of events as possible. "Don't trust your eyes," he hissed at me. That man, he had been running like Holmes, the same loping stride, the same flick of the hair with each impact of foot upon pavement, the same look of determination on his face. "Faith, Watson," Holmes said. "Faith in God if you must, but you must have faith in me, us, our friendship and history together, for there, I feel, will lie the answer." There came the sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs. "I will get them, the thing, on the floor," Holmes said, "and you shoot it in the head. Empty your revolver. One shot may not be enough. Do not balk, my friend. This thing here tonight is far bigger than just the two of us. It is London we're fighting for. Maybe more." I could not speak. I wished Jones were there with us, someone else to make decisions and take blame. Faith, I told myself. Faith in Holmes. I had seen him kill a man. Don't trust your eyes. He was blooded and dirted from the chase, hiding from the crimes he had committed. I am not a murderer. And then the door burst open, and Sherlock Holmes stood in the doorway, lit by the lamp. Tall, imposing, his clothes tattered and muddied, his face scratched, hands cut and blooded, and I had no more time. The room suddenly smelled of sweet honey, and turning my head slightly to look at the Holmes standing with me at the window, I caught sight of something from the corner of my eye. The Holmes in the doorway seemed to have some things buzzing about his head. I looked straight at him, and they were no more. Then he gave me the same smile I had seen as he murdered that man. "Watson," Holmes said, reaching across the window to grasp my arms. "Faith!" And then the new visitor smashed the lamp with a kick and leapt at us. I backed away. The room was dark now, lit only by pale moonlight and the paler starlight filtering through London's constant atmosphere. I heard a grunt, a growl, the smashing of furniture and something cracking as the two Holmes tumbled into the centre of the room. I quickly became confused as to which was which. "Away!" I heard one of them shout. "Get away! Get away!" He sounded utterly terrified. "Oh God! Oh sanity! Why us?" I aimed my revolver, but the shapes rolled and twisted, hands at each other's necks, eyes bulging as first one and then the other Holmes presented his face for me to shoot. I stepped forward nonetheless, still smelling that peculiar honey stench, and something stung my ankle, a tickling shape struggling inside my trousers. I slapped at it and felt the offender crushed against my leg. Bees. "Watson!" Holmes shouted. I pulled down the curtains to let in as much moonlight as I could. One Holmes had the other pinned to the floor, hands about his neck. "Watson, shoot it!" the uppermost Holmes commanded. His face was twisted with fear, the scratches on his cheek opened again and leaking blood. The Holmes on the floor thrashed and gurgled, choking, and as I looked down he caught my eye. Something there commanded me to watch, held my attention even as the Holmes on top exhorted me to shoot. Shoot! Shoot it in the face! The vanquished Holmes calmed suddenly and brought up a hand holding a handkerchief. He wiped at the scratches on his face. They disappeared. The blood smudged a little, but with a second wipe it too had gone. The scratches were false. The blood fake. The Holmes on top stared for a couple of seconds and then looked back at me. A bee crawled out of his ear and up over his forehead, and then the scratches on his own cheek faded and disappeared before my eyes. He shimmered. I saw something beneath the flesh-toned veneer, something crawling and writhing and separate, yet combined in a whole to present an image of solidness. Bees left this hole and buzzed around the impostor's head. Holmes was still struggling on the floor, trying to prise away hands that were surely not hands. The image pulsed and flickered in my vision, and I remembered Holmes's words. "You cannot trust your eyes. Instinct and faith, that is what you can believe in." I stepped forward, pressed the revolver against the uppermost Holmes's head, and pulled the trigger. Something splashed out across the floor and walls, but it was not blood. Blood does not try to crawl away, take flight, buzz at the light. My pulling the trigger, that act bridging doubt and faith, changed everything. The thing that had been trying to kill Holmes shimmered in the moonlight. It was as if I was seeing two images being quickly flickered back and forth, so fast that my eyes almost merged them into one surreal picture. Holmes, the thing. Holmes, the thing. And the thing, whatever it is, was monstrous. "Again!" Holmes shouted. "Again and again!" I knelt so that my aim did not stray towards my friend and fired again at that horrible shape. Each impact twisted it, slowing down the alternating of images as if the bullets were blasting free truth itself. What I did not know then, but would realize later, was that the bullets were defining the truth. Each squeeze of the trigger dealt that thing another blow, not only physically but also in the nature of my beliefs. I knew it to be a false Holmes now, and that made it weak. The sixth bullet hit only air. It is difficult to describe what I saw in that room. I had only a few seconds to view its ambiguous self before it came apart, but even now I cannot find words to convey the very unreality of what I saw, heard, and smelled. There was a honey tang on the air, but it was almost alien, like someone else's memory. The noise that briefly filled the room could have been a voice. If so, it was speaking in an alien tongue, and I had no wish to understand what it was saying. A noise like that could only be mad. All I know is that a few seconds after firing the last bullet, Holmes and I were alone. I was hurriedly reloading, and Holmes was already up, lighting the oil lamp and giving us light. I need not have panicked so, because we were truly alone. Save for the bees. Dead or dying, there were maybe 100 bees, spotting the fine carpet, huddled on the windowsill or crawling behind chairs or objects on the mantelpiece to die. I had been stung only once. Holmes seemed to have escaped entirely. but the bees were expiring even as we watched. "Dear God!" I gasped. I went to my knees on the floor, shaking, my shooting hand no longer able to bear the revolver's weight. "Do you feel faint, my friend?" Holmes asked. "Faint? No," I said. "I feel belittled. Does that make sense, Holmes? I feel like a child who has been made aware of everything he will ever learn all at once." "There are indeed more things in heaven and earth, Watson," Holmes said, "and I believe we have just had a brush with one of them." He too had to sit, nursing his bruised throat with one hand while the other wiped his face with a handkerchief, removing any remaining makeup. He then cleaned the blood from both hands and washed away the false cuts there as well. He seemed distracted as he cleansed, his eyes distant, and more than once I wondered just where they were looking, what they were truly seeing. "Can you tell me, Holmes?" I asked. I looked about the room, still trying to imagine where that other being had gone, but knowing, in my heart of hearts, that its nature was too obscure for my meagre understanding. "Holmes? Holmes?" But he was gone, his mind away as was its wont, searching the byways of his imagination, his intellect steering him along routes I could barely imagine as he tried to fathom the truth in what we had seen. I stood and fetched his pipe, loaded it with tobacco, lit it and placed it in his hand. He held on it, but did not take a draw. He remained like that until Jones of Scotland Yard thundered through the door. "And you've been with him for how long?" Jones asked again. "Hours, maybe 3. "And the murderer? You shot him, yet where is he?" "Yes, I shot him." "It? I shot it?" I had told Jones the outline of the story 3 times, and his disbelief seemed to be growing with each telling. Holmes's silence was not helping his case. "Another 5 murders," Jones had told me. 3 witnessed, and each of the witnesses identified a close friend or family member as the murderer. I could only offer my own mutterings of disbelief, even though I had an inkling now. However unreal, however unbelievable, Holmes's insistence that the improbable must follow the impossible stuck with me. I could not voice the details. The truth was too crazy. Luckily, Holmes told it for me. He stirred and stood suddenly, staring blankly at me for a time as if he had forgotten I was there. "Mr. Holmes," Jones said, "your friend Dr. Watson here, after telling me that you were a murderer, is now protesting your innocence. His reasoning I find curious to say the least, so it would benefit me greatly if I could hear your take on the matter. There were gunshots here, and I have no body, and across London there are many more grieving folks this evening." "And many more there will be yet," Holmes said quietly, "but not, I think, for a while." He relit his pipe and closed his eyes as he puffed. I could see that he was gathering his wits to expound his theories, but even then there was a paleness about him, a frown that did not belong on his face. It spoke of incomplete ideas, truths still hidden from his brilliant mind. It did not comfort me one bit. "It was fortunate for London, and perhaps for mankind itself, that I bore witness to one of the first murders. I had taken an evening stroll after spending a day performing some minor biological experiments on dead rodents, when I heard something rustling in the bushes of a front garden. It sounded larger than a dog, and when I heard what can only have been a cry, I felt it prudent to investigate. What I saw was impossible. I knew that it could not be. I pushed aside a heavy branch and witnessed an old man being operated on. He was dead by the time my gaze fell upon him, that was for sure, because the murderer had opened his guts and was busy extracting kidneys and liver. And the murderer, in my eyes, was the woman Irene Adler. "No!" I gasped. "Holmes, what are you saying?" "If you would let me continue, Doctor, all will become clear. Clearer, at least, because there are many facets to this mystery still most clouded in my mind. It will come, gentlemen, I am sure, but I shall tell you. I shall talk it through, tell you, and the truth will mould itself tonight." And so, Adler, the woman herself, working on this old man in the garden of an upmarket London house. Plainly, patently impossible and unreal. And being the logically minded person I am, and believing that proof defines truth rather than simply belief, I totally denied the truth of what I was seeing. I knew it could not be, because Adler was a woman unfamiliar with, and incapable of, murder. And indeed she had not been in the country for quite some years now. My total disregard for what I was seeing meant that I was not viewing the truth, that something abnormal was occurring. And strange as it seemed at the time, but how clear it is now, the woman had been heavily on my mind as I had been strolling down that street. "Well, to hear you actually admit that, Holmes, means that it is a great part of this mystery." "Indeed," Holmes said to me, somewhat shortly. "My readiness to believe that something, shall we say, out of this world was occurring enabled me to see it. I saw the truth behind the murderer, the scene of devastation. I saw... He trailed off, staring from the window at the ghostly night. Both Jones and I remained silent, seeing the pain Holmes was going through as he tried to continue. "Terrible," he said at last. "Terrible." "And what I saw," I said, trying to take up from where Holmes had left off, "was an impersonator, creating Holmes in his own image." "No," Holmes said. "No, it created me in your image, Watson. What you saw was your version of me. This thing delved into your mind and cloaked itself in the strongest identity it found in there, namely me. As it is with the other murders, Mr. Jones, whose witnesses no doubt saw brothers and wives and sons slaughtering complete strangers with neither rhyme nor reason." "But the murderer," Jones said. "Who was it? Where is he? I need a corpse, Holmes. Watson tells me that he shot the murderer, and I need a corpse." "Don't you have enough already?" Holmes asked quietly. I saw the stare he aimed at Jones. I had never been the subject of that look, never in our friendship, but I had seen it used more than a few times. Its intent was born of a simmering anger, its effect withering. Jones faltered. He went to say something else, stammered, and then backed away towards the door. "Will you come to the yard tomorrow?" he asked. "I need help, and—" "I will come," Holmes said. "For now I imagine you have quite some work to do across London this evening. 5 murders, you say? I guess at least that many yet to be discovered. And there must be something of a panic in the populace that needs calming." Jones left. I turned to Holmes, and what I saw shocked me almost as much as any event from the previous 24 hours. My friend was crying. "We can never know everything," Holmes said, "but I fear that everything knows us." We were sitting on either side of the fire. Holmes was puffing on his 4th pipe since Jones had left. The tear tracks were still unashamedly glittering on his cheeks, and my own eyes were wet in sympathy. "What did it want?" I asked. "What motive?" "Motive? Something so unearthly, so alien to our way of thinking and understanding. Perhaps no motive is required, but I would suggest that examination was its prime concern. It was slaughtering and slicing and examining the victims just as casually as I have these last few days been poisoning and dissecting mice. The removed organs displayed that in their careful dismantling." "But why? What reason can a thing like that have to know our make-up, our build?" Holmes stared into the fire, and the flames lit up his eyes. I was glad. I could still remember the utter vacancy of the eyes I had seen on his likeness as it hunkered over the bloody body. "Invasion," he muttered, and then he said it again. Or perhaps it was merely a sigh. "Isn't it a major fault of our condition that the more we wish to forget something, the less likely it is that we can?" I said. Holmes smiled and nodded, and I felt a childish sense of pride from saying something of which he seemed to approve. "Outside," said Holmes, "beyond what we know or strive to know, there is a whole different place. Somewhere which, perhaps, our minds could never know. Like fitting a square block into a round hole we were not built to understand." "Even you?" "Even me, my friend." He tapped his pipe out and refilled it. He looked ill. I had never seen Holmes so pale, so melancholy after a case, as if something vast had eluded him, and I think I realized what it was even then. Understanding. Holmes had an idea of what had happened, and it seemed to fit neatly around the event, but he did not understand. And that, more than anything, must have done much to depress him. "You recall our time in Cornwall, our nightmare experience with the burning of the Devil's Foot powder?" I nodded. "How could I forget?" "Not hallucinations," he said quietly. "I believe we were offered a drug-induced glimpse beyond. Not hallucinations, Watson. Not hallucinations at all." We sat silently for a few minutes. As dawn started to dull the sharp edges of the darkness outside, Holmes suddenly stood and sent me away. "I need to think on things," he said urgently. "There's much to consider, and I have to be more prepared for the next time. Have to be." I left the building tired, cold, and feeling smaller and more insignificant than I had ever thought possible. I walked the streets for a long time that morning. I smelled fear on the air, and one time I heard a bee buzzing from flower to flower on some honeysuckle. At that I decided to return home. My revolver, still fully loaded, was warm where my hand grasped it in my coat pocket. I walked along Baker Street every day for the next 2 weeks. Holmes was always in his rooms, I could sense that, but he never came out, nor made any attempt to contact me. Once or twice I saw his light burning and his shadow drifting to and fro inside, slightly stooped, as if something weighed heavy on his shoulders. The only time I saw my brilliant friend in that time I wished I had not. He was standing at the window staring out into the twilight, and although I stopped and waved, he did not notice me. He seemed to be looking intently across the rooftops as if searching for some elusive truth, and standing there watching him, I felt sure that his eyes, glittering dark and so sad, must have been seeing nothing of this world. The Case of the Bloodless Sock by Anne Perry.
Anne Perry is the best-selling Edgar Award-winning author of many novels and 2 long-running Victorian-era mystery series. The first of these, which began with the Cater Street Hangman, chronicles the cases of Police Inspector Thomas Pitt, while the other, beginning with The Face of a Stranger, recounts the adventures of the amnesiac detective William Monk. Perry is also the author of a historical fiction series set during World War I, No Graves as Yet et Sequens, and 2 fantasy novels, Tathea and Come Armageddon. Her latest novels are Buckingham Palace Gardens and Execution Dock, with A Christmas Promise due in October. Everyone knows Professor Moriarty as the arch-nemesis of Sherlock Holmes, but most people would probably be surprised to learn that Moriarty appeared in person in only one of Conan Doyle's Holmes stories, The Final Problem. The author was ready to bring his Sherlock Holmes tales to a suitably dramatic conclusion, and Professor Moriarty, the Napoleon of crime who pulls the strings of a vast criminal conspiracy, was invented to be a suitably imposing adversary, a match for the great detective whose downfall would allow Sherlock Holmes to go out in a blaze of glory. The character Moriarty was partially based on Adam Worth, a cultured master criminal who once stole a valuable Thomas Gainsborough painting, only to discover that he liked the painting too much to sell it.
This is the end of disc number 1. Please continue listening on disc number 2. This is disc number 2.
The character Moriarty was partially based on Adam Worth, a cultured master criminal who once stole a valuable Thomas Gainsborough painting, only to discover that he liked the painting too much to sell it, which angered the men who had helped him steal it. Interestingly, Worth also, unlike Moriarty, ordered his men not to use violence in the course of their robberies. Of course, the audience wanted more Holmes and more Moriarty, too. So Moriarty has subsequently enjoyed a long and notorious career in books, film, and TV. Moriarty returns again in this next tale with a characteristically diabolical scheme.
There had been no cases of any interest for some weeks, and my friend Sherlock Holmes was bored by the trivia that came his way. His temper showed it to the degree where I was happy to accept an invitation from an old friend, Robert Hunt, a widower who lived in the country not far from the handsome city of Durham. "By all means go, Watson," Holmes encouraged, "except that is far too joyful and heartening a word for the expression on his face that accompanied it. Take the afternoon train," he added, scowling at the papers in front of him. "At this time of the year you will be in your village, wherever it is, before dark. Goodbye." Thus was I dismissed, and I admit I left without the pleasure I would have felt at a more sanguine farewell. However, the late summer journey northward from London toward the ever-widening countryside of Yorkshire, and then the climb to the dales and the great bare moors of County Durham, improved my spirits greatly. By the time I had taken the short local journey to the village where Robert Hunt had his very fine house, I was smiling to myself and fully sensitive to the peculiar beauty of that part of the world. There is nothing of the comfortable home counties about it, but rather a width, a great clarity of light, and rolling moorland where hill upon hill disappears into the distance, fading in subtle shades of blues and purples until the horizon melts into the sky. As I came over the high crest and looked down toward the village, it was as if I were on the roof of the world. I had almost a giddy feeling. I had wired ahead to inform Hunt of my arrival. Imagine then my dismay at finding no one to meet me at the deserted station, and being obliged to set out in the darkening air, chillier than I am accustomed to, being so much further north and at a considerable altitude, carrying my suitcase in my hand. I had walked some 4 miles, and was worn out both from exertion and from temper, when an elderly man in a pony trap finally offered me a lift, which I accepted, and then arrived at Morton Grange, tired, dusty, and in far from my best humour. I had barely set my feet upon the ground when a man I took to be a groom came running around the corner of the house, a wild hope lighting his face. "Have you found her?" he cried to me. From my bewilderment he understood immediately that I had not, and despair overtook him, the greater after his momentary surge of belief. I was concerned for him and his obviously deep distress. "I regret I have not," I said. "Who is lost? Can I assist in your search?" "Jenny," he gasped. "Jenny Hunt, the master's daughter. She's only 5 years old. God knows where she is. She's been gone since 4 this afternoon, and it's near 10 now. Whoever you are, sir, in pity's name, help me look, although where else there is to search I can't think." I was appalled. How could a 5-year-old child, and a girl at that, have wandered off and been gone for such a long time? The light was fading rapidly, and even if no harm had come to her already, soon she would be in danger from the cold, and surely terrified. "Of course," I said, dropping my case on the front step and starting toward him. "Where shall I begin?" There followed one of the most dreadful hours I can remember. My friend, Robert Hunt, acknowledged my presence, but was too distraught with fear for his only child to do more than thank me for my help, and then start once more to look again and again in every place we could think of. Servants had already gone to ask all the neighbours, even though the closest was 1/4 of a mile away. In the dark, lanterns were visible in every direction as more and more people joined in the search. We would not have given up had it taken all night. Not a man of us, nor a woman, for the female staff was all out too, even gave our comfort, our hunger, or our weariness a thought. Then at some time just after midnight there went up a great shout, and even at the distance I was, and unable to hear the words, the joy in it told me the child was found, and they believed her unhurt. I confess the overwhelming relief after such fear brought momentary tears to my eyes, and I was glad of the wind and the darkness to conceal them. I ran toward the noise, and moments later I saw Hunt clasping in his arms a pale and frightened child who clung on to him frantically, but seemed in no way injured. A great cheer went up from all those who had turned out to search for her, and we all tramped back to the house, where the cook poured out wine and spices into a great bowl, and the butler plunged a hot poker into it. "Thanks be to God," Hunt said, his voice shaking with emotion, "and to all of you, my dear friends." He looked around at us, shivering with cold still, hands numb, but face shining with happiness. We needed 2 hands each to hold the cups that were passed around, and the hot wine was like fire in our throats. We quickly parted as relaxation took over, and the nursemaid, chattering with laughter and relief, took the child up to put her to bed. It was not until the following morning, all of us having slept a trifle late, as Hunt and I were sitting over breakfast, that he looked at me earnestly and spoke of the mystery that still lay unaddressed. "I am very exercised in my mind, Watson, as to how to deal with the matter for the best. Jenny is devoted to Josephine, the nursemaid. Yet how can I keep in my employ a servant who could allow a child of 5 to wander off and become lost? And yet if I dismiss her, Jenny will be desolated. The girl is all but a mother to her, and since her own mother died—" His voice broke for a moment, and he required some effort to regain his composure. "Advise me, Watson," he begged. "What can I do that will bring about the least harm, and yet be just, and not place Jenny in danger again?" It was a problem that had already occurred to me, but I had not thought he would ask my counsel. I had observed for myself on the previous evening the nursemaid's care for the child, and the child's deep affection for her. Indeed, after the first relief of being found, it was to her that she turned, even when her father still clung to her. It might well do her more hurt to part her from the only female companionship and care that she knew than even the fear of being lost. She had already been bereaved once in her short life. In spite of last night's events, I thought it a certain cruelty to dismiss the maid. Perhaps she would now be even more careful than any new employee would, and I was in the process of saying so when the butler came in with a note for Hunt. "This was just delivered, sir," he said grimly. We had already received the post, and this had no stamp upon it, so obviously it had come by hand. Hunt tore it open, and as he read it I saw his face lose all its colour, and his hand shook as if he had a fever. "What is it?" I cried, although it might well have been none of my affair. Wordlessly he passed it across to me. "Dear Mr. Hunt, yesterday you lost your daughter, and last night, at exactly 12 of the clock, you received her back again. You may take any precautions you care to, but they will not prevent me from taking her again any time I choose, and returning her when and if I choose. And if it is my mind not to, then you will never see her again. M." I confess my own hand was shaking as I laid the piece of paper down. Suddenly everything was not the happy ending to a wretched mischance. It had become the beginning of a nightmare. Who was M? But far more pressing than that, what did he want? He made no demand. It was simply a terrible threat, leaving us helpless to do anything about it, even to comply with his wishes, had that been possible. I looked across at my friend and saw such fear in his face as I have only ever seen before when men faced death and had not the inner resolve prepared for it. But then a good man is always more vulnerable for those he loves than he is for himself. Hunt rose from the table. "I must warn the servants," he said, gaining some control as he thought of action. "I have shotguns sufficient for all the outdoor staff, and we shall keep the doors locked and admit no one unknown to us. The windows have locks, and I myself shall make the rounds every night to see that all is secure." He went to the door. "Excuse me, Watson, but I am sure you understand I must be about this matter with the utmost urgency." "Of course," I agreed, rising also. My mind was racing. What would Sherlock Holmes do were he here? He would do more than defend. He would attack. He would discover all he could about the nature and identity of this creature who called himself M. Hunt's mind was instantly concerned in doing all he could to protect the child, but I was free to apply my intelligence to the problem. My medical experience has been with military men and the diseases and injuries of war. Nevertheless, I believe I may have a manner toward those who are frightened or ill which would set them at as much ease as possible. Therefore, I determined to seek permission of the nursemaid and see if I might speak with Jenny herself and learn what she could tell me of her experience. The maid was naturally deeply reluctant to pursue anything which might distress the child, of whom she was extraordinarily fond. I judged her to be an honest and good-hearted young woman, such as anyone might choose to care for an infant who had lost her own mother. However, the fact that I was a guest in the house, and above all that I was a doctor, convinced her that my intentions and my skill were both acceptable. I found Jenny sitting at her breakfast of bread and butter cut into fingers, and a soft boiled egg. I waited until she had finished eating before addressing her. She seemed to be a little worse for the kidnap. And then, of course, she had no idea that the threat of that, again, and worse, awaited her. She looked at me guardedly, but without alarm, as long as her nursemaid stayed close to her. "Good morning, Dr. Watson," she replied when I had introduced myself. I sat down on one of the small nursery chairs so as not to tower over her. She was a beautiful child with very fair hair and wide eyes of an unusually dark blue. "Are you all right after your adventure yesterday night?" I asked her. "Yes, I don't need any medicine," she said quickly. It seemed that her last taste of medicine was not one she wished to repeat. "Good," I agreed. "Did you sleep well?" The question did not appear to have much meaning for her. I had forgotten, in the face of her solemn composure, just how very young she was. "You did not have bad dreams?" I asked. She shook her head. "I'm glad. Can you tell me what happened?" "I was in the garden," she said, her eyes downcast. "What were you doing there?" I pressed her. It was important that I learn all I could. "Picking flowers," she whispered, then looked up at me to see how I took that. I gathered that was something she was not supposed to do. "I see." I dismissed the subject, and she looked relieved. "And someone came and spoke to you? Someone you did not know?" She nodded. "What did he look like? Do you remember?" "Yes. He was old. He had no hair at the front." She indicated her brow. "His face was white. He is very big but thin, and he talked a funny way." "Was his hair white?" What was her idea of old? She shook her head. "What did you call him?" That might give some clue. "Fessa," she replied. "Fessa? What an odd name." "No," she said impatiently. "Professor." This time she emphasized the little noise at the beginning. "Professor?" I said, aghast. She nodded. A ridiculous and horrible thought began to form in my mind. "He was thin and pale with a high forehead. Did he have unusual eyes?" I asked. She shivered. Suddenly the remembered fear returned to her. The nursemaid took a step closer and put her arms around the child, giving me a glare, warning me to go no further. In that moment I became convinced, within myself, that it was indeed Professor Moriarty that we were dealing with, and why he had kidnapped a child and returned her with a fearful warning would in time become only too apparent. "Where did he take you?" I asked, with more urgency in my tone than I had intended. She looked at me with anxiety. "A house," she said very quietly. "A big room." How could I get her to describe it for me without suggesting her answers, so they would be of no value? "Did you ride in a carriage to get there?" I began. She looked uncertain, as if she could have said yes, and then no. "In something else?" I guessed. "Yes. A little kind of carriage. Not like ours. It was cold." "Did you go very far?" "No." I realized after I had said it that it was a foolish question. What was far in a child's mind? Holmes would chastise me for such a pointless waste of time. "Was it warm in the room? Was there a fire?" "No." "Who was there, besides the professor? Did they give you anything to eat?" "Yes. I had tea cakes with lots of butter." She smiled as she said that. Apparently the memory was not unpleasant. But how could I get her to tell me something that would help find the place where she had been taken, or anything whatever which would be of use in preventing Moriarty from succeeding in his vile plan? "Did you go upstairs?" I tried. She nodded. "Lots," she answered, looking at me solemnly. "I could see for miles and miles and miles out of the window." "Oh?" I had no need to feign my interest. "What did you see?" She described an entire scene for me with such vividness. I had no doubt as to at least the general area in which she had been held. It was a tall house, from the stairs she climbed, at least 3 stories, and situated a little to the west of the nearby village of Hampton. I thanked her profoundly, told her she was very clever, which seemed to please her, and hastened away to tell my friend Hunt of our advance in information. However, I did not mention that I believed our enemy to be the infamous Moriarty. "I have reason to think that the matter is of great gravity," I said as we sat in his study. He still ashen-faced, and so beset with anxiety he was unable to keep from fidgeting, first with a paper knife, then with a quill, scribbling as if he had ink in it, but merely damaging the nib. "What does he want?" he burst out in desperation. "I cannot even comply. He asks for nothing." "I would like your permission to go into the village and send a wire to my friend Sherlock Holmes," I replied. "I think he would involve himself in this matter willingly, and I know of no better chance in the world to detect any matter than to have his help." His face lit with hope. "Would he? So simple a thing as a child who has been taken and returned with no ransom asked? It is hardly a great crime." "It is a great crime to cause such distress," I said quite genuinely, "and the fact that he has asked no price, and yet threatened to do it again, is a mystery which I believe will intrigue him." "Then call him, Watson, I beg you. I will have the trap sent around to the front to take you immediately. Ask him to come as soon as he may. I will reward him any and every way in my power if there is any reward he will accept." But I knew, of course, that the name of Moriarty would be sufficient to bring him, and so it turned out. I received a return wire within a few hours, saying that he would be there by the late train that evening, if someone would be good enough to meet him at the station. I spent the rest of the afternoon searching in the village of Hampden until I was sure that I had found the house Jenny had described, but I was careful to appear merely to be passing by on my way somewhere else, so if any watcher saw me it would cause no alarm. In the evening I went to meet the train, and the moment it drew in and stopped amid clouds of steam, one door flew open, and I saw Holmes's lean figure striding along the platform toward me. He looked a different man from the miserable figure I had left behind me in Baker Street. He reached me and said the one word, as if it were some magic incantation, his eyes alight. "Moriarty!" I was suddenly afraid that I had miscalculated the situation, perhaps been too quick to leap to a conclusion. He so often charged me with precisely that fault. "I believe so," I said somewhat cautiously. He gave me a quick glance. "You are uncertain. What makes you doubt, Watson? What has happened since you wired me?" "Nothing," I said hastily. "Nothing whatever. It is simply a deduction, not a known fact, that it was he who took the child." "Has any demand been received yet?" There was still interest in his voice, but I thought I detected a note of disappointment all the same. "Not yet," I answered as we reached the gate to the lane where the trap was waiting. He climbed in, and I drove it in silence through the winding, steep-banked roads already shadowed in the sinking sun. I told him of my conversation with Jenny and all I had learned from it, also my location of the house, all of which he listened to without comment. I was certainly not going to apologize to him for having called him out on a matter which may not, after all, involve his arch-enemy. It involved the abduction of a child, which, as far as I can see, is as important as any single case could be. We were within a quarter of a mile of the Grange when I saw, in the dusk, the gardener come running toward me, arms waving frantically. I pulled up in case he should startle the pony and cause it to bolt. "Steady, man!" I shouted. "Whatever has happened?" "She's gone again!" he cried, while still some yards from me. He caught his breath in a sob. "She's gone!" Instantly Holmes was all attention. He leaped out of the trap and strode to the wretched man. "I am Sherlock Holmes. Tell me precisely what has occurred. Omit no detail, but tell me only what you have observed for yourself, or if someone has told you, give me their words as exactly as you can recall them." The man made a mighty effort to regain control of himself, but his distress was palpable all the time he gasped out his story. "The maid, Josephine, was with Jenny upstairs in the nursery. Jenny had been running around and had stubbed her toe quite badly. It was bleeding, so Josephine went to the cupboard in the dressing room where she keeps bandages and the like, and when she returned, Jenny was gone. At first she was not concerned because she had heard the hokey-pokey man outside the gates and Jenny loves ice cream, so she thought that she had run down for the kitchen maid to find him." He was so distraught he was gasping between his words. "But she wasn't there, and the kitchen maid said she hadn't seen her at all. We searched everywhere, upstairs and down." "But you did not find the child?" Holmes finished for him, his own face grim. "That's right. Please, sir, in the name of heaven, if you can help us, do it. Find her for us. I know the master'll give that devil anything he wants, just so we get Jenny back again, and not hurt." "Where is the hokey-pokey man now?" Holmes asked. "Percy? Why, he's right there with us, helping to look for her," the gardener replied. "Is he local?" "Yes, known him most of my life. You're never thinking he would harm her." "He wouldn't, but he couldn't either because he's been here all the time." "Then the answer lies elsewhere." Holmes climbed back into the trap. "Watson may know where she was taken the first time, and we shall go there immediately. Tell your master what we have done, and continue your search in all other places. If it is indeed who we think, he will not be so obvious as to show us the place again. But we must look." We drove with all speed to Hampden, and I took Holmes to the street parallel with the one on which was the house. We searched it and found it empty. We had no time to lose in examining it closely, and only the carriage lantern with which to do it. "She has not been here tonight," Holmes said bitterly, although he had not truly dared believe she would be. "We shall return in the morning to learn what we may." We left to go back to the Grange to continue with any assistance we could. It was in turmoil as on the evening before, and as then we joined the others, seeking desperately for the child. Holmes questioned every one of the staff, both indoor and outdoor, and by nearly 11 o'clock we were exhausted and frantic with fear for her. I found Holmes in the kitchen garden, having looked once again through the sheds and glass houses, holding a lantern up to see what the damp ground might tell him. "This is a miserable business, Watson," he said, knowing my step and not bothering to raise the light to see. "There is something peculiarly vile about using a child to accomplish one's purposes. If it is in fact Moriarty, he has sunk very low indeed. But he must want something." He stared at me earnestly, the lamplight picking out the lines of his face, harsh with the anger inside him. I have never observed him show any special fondness for children, but the anguish caused to a parent had been only too clear for all to see, and Holmes despised a coward even more than he did a fool. Foolishness was more often than not an affliction of nature. Cowardice was a vice sprung from placing one's own safety before the love of truth, known as the safety and welfare of others. It is the essential selfishness, and as such he saw it as lying at the core of so much other sin. "But he wants something, Watson. Moriarty never does anything simply because he has the power to do it. You say the child was returned last night, and this morning a note was delivered. There will be another note. He may choose to torture his victim by lengthening the process until the poor man is so weak with the exhaustion of swinging from hope to despair and back, but sooner or later he will name his price. And you may be sure, the longer he waits, the higher the stakes he is playing for." I tried to concentrate on what he was saying, but I was longing to take up my lantern again and renew my effort to find Jenny. After my conversation with her this morning, she was no longer merely a lost child. She was a person for whom I had already grown a fondness, and I admit the thought of Moriarty, using her in his plot, nearly robbed me of sensible judgment. If I could have laid hands on him at that moment, I might have beaten him to within an inch of his life, or closer even than that. I walked what seemed to be miles, calling her name, stumbling over tussock and ploughed field, scrambling through hedgerows and frightening birds and beasts in the little coppice of woodland. But I still returned to the house, wretched and with no word of hope at all. We were all gathered together in the kitchen, the indoor staff, the outdoor, Hunt, Holmes, and myself. It was all but midnight. The cook brewed a hot, fresh pot of tea, and the butler fetched the best brandy to strengthen it a little, when there was a faint sound in the passage beyond, and the door swung open. As one person we turned to face it, and saw Jenny, standing white-faced, one shoe off and her foot smeared with blood. "Papa!" she started. Hunt strode across the floor and picked her up. He held her so tightly she cried out with momentary pain, then buried her head on his shoulder and started to cry. She was not alone. Every female servant in the place wept with her, and not a few of the men found a sudden need to blow their noses uncommonly fiercely, or to turn away for a moment and regain their composure. Holmes was up before 6, and I found him in the hall pacing back and forth when I came down for breakfast just after 7:30. He swung around to face me. "Ah, at last," he said critically. "Go and question the child again," he commanded. "Learn anything you can, and pay particular attention to who took her and who brought her back." "Surely you don't think one of the household staff is involved?" I dreaded the idea, and yet it had been done with such speed and efficiency I was obliged to entertain the possibility myself. "I don't know, Watson. There is something about this that eludes me, something beyond the ordinary. It is Moriarty at his most fiendish, because it is at heart very simple." "Simple?" I burst out. "The child has twice been taken, the second time in spite of all our attempts to safeguard her. If he has caused one of these people to betray their master in such a way, it is the work of the devil himself." Holmes shook his head. "If so, then it is coincidental. It is very much his own work he is about. While you were asleep, I buried myself learning something of Hunt's affairs. Apparently he is the main stockholder in the local mine, as well as owner of a large amount of land in the area, but he has no political aspirations or any apparent enemies. I cannot yet see why he interests Moriarty." "Money," I said bitterly. "Surely any man with wealth and a family, or friends he loves, can be threatened, and, ultimately, by someone clever and ruthless enough, money may be extorted from him." "It is clumsy, Watson, and the police would pursue him for the rest of his life. Money can be traced if the plans are carefully laid. No, such a kidnap has not the stamp of Moriarty upon it. It gives no satisfaction." "I hope you are right," I said with little conviction. "The amount Hunt would pay to have his child safe from being taken again would be satisfaction to most thieves." Holmes gave me a withering look, but perhaps he sensed my deep fear and anger in the matter, and instead of arguing with me, he again bade me go and question Jenny. However, I was obliged to wait until 9, and after much persuasion of the nursemaid, I found Jenny in the nursery, pale-faced but very composed for one who had had such a fearful experience not only once, but twice. Perhaps she was too innocent to appreciate the danger in which she had been. "Hello, Dr. Watson," she said, as if quite pleased to see me. "I haven't had breakfast yet. Have you?" "No," I admitted. "I felt it more important to see how you were after last night's adventure. How do you feel, Jenny?" "I don't like it," she replied. "I don't want to go there again." My heart ached that I was obliged to have her tell me of it, and I was terribly aware that a whole house full of men seemed unable to protect her. "I'm sorry. We are doing all we can to see that you never do," I told her. "But you must help me. I need to know all about it. Was it the same man again? The professor?" She nodded. "And to the same place?" "No." She shook her head. "It was a stable, I think. There was a lot of straw and a yellow horse. The straw prickled and there was nothing to do." "How did the professor take you from the nursery here?" She thought for several minutes, and I waited as patiently as I could. "I don't remember," she said at last. "Did he carry you, or did you walk?" I tried to suggest something that might shake her memory. "Don't remember. I walked. Down the back stairs where the servants go." Why had no one seen her? Why had Moriarty dared such a brazen thing? Surely it had to be one of the servants in his pay. There was no other sane answer. It did not need Holmes to deduce that. "Don't remember," she said again. Could she have been asleep? Could they have administered some drug to her? I looked at the face of the nursemaid and wondered if anything else lay behind her expression of love for the child. I questioned Jenny about her return, but again to no avail. She said she did not remember, and Josephine would not allow me to press her any further, which might have been fear I would discover something, but might equally easily have been concern that I not distress the child any more. In her place I would have forbidden it also. I went down the stairs again, expecting Holmes to be disappointed in my efforts, and I felt fully deserving of his criticism. Instead he met me waving a note which had apparently just been delivered.
"This is the reason, Watson," he said, "and in true Moriarty style. You were correct in your deduction."
And he offered me the paper.
"My dear Hunt, I see that you have called in Sherlock Holmes. How predictable Watson is. But it will avail you nothing. I can still take the child any time I choose, and you will be helpless to do anything about it. However, if you should choose to sell 90% of your shares in the Morton mine, at whatever the current market price is, I believe you will find it to be £1 3 shillings and sixpence, more or less, then I shall trouble you no further. Moriarty."
I looked up at Holmes. "Why on earth should he wish Hunt to sell his shares?" I asked. "What good would that do Moriarty?"
"It would start a panic and plunge the value of the entire mine," Holmes replied. "Very probably of other mines in the area, in the fear that Hunt knew something damaging about his own mine which was likely to be true of all the others. Any denial he might make would only fuel speculation."
Yes, of course. And then Moriarty, or whoever he is acting for, would be able to buy them all at rock-bottom price.
"Exactly," Holmes agreed. "And not only that, but appear as a local hero as well, saving everyone's livelihood. This is the true Moriarty, Watson. This has his stamp upon it."
There was a fire within him as he said it that I confess angered me. The thrill of the chase was nothing compared with the cost to Hunt, and above all to Jenny.
"Now," he continued, "what have you learned from the child of how she left here?"
"Very little," I replied. "I fear she may somehow have been drugged." I repeated what little she had been able to tell me, and also a description of the stable as far as she had been able to give one.
"We shall borrow the pony and trap and go back to the house in Hampden in daylight," he replied. "There may be something to learn from a fuller examination, and then seek the stable, although I have no doubt Moriarty has long left it now. But first I shall speak to Hunt, and persuade him to do nothing regarding the shares."
I was appalled. "You cannot ask that of him. We have already proved that we are unable to protect Jenny. On 2 successive nights she has been taken from the house and returned to it, and we have never seen her go nor seen her come back, and are helpless to prevent it happening again."
"It is not yet time to despair," Holmes said grimly. "I believe we have some hours."
He pulled out his watch and looked at it.
"It is only 6 minutes past 10. Let us give ourselves until 2 of the clock. That will still allow Hunt sufficient time to inform his stockbroker before close of business today, if that should be necessary, and Moriarty may be given proof of it, if the worst should befall."
"Do you see an end to it?" I asked, struggling to find some hope in the affair. It galled me bitterly to have to give in to any villain, but to Moriarty of all men. But we were too vulnerable. I had no strength to fight or to withstand any threat where the life of a child was concerned, and I know Hunt would sacrifice anything at all to save Jenny, and I said as much.
"Except his honour, Watson," Holmes replied very quickly. "It may tear at his very soul, but he will not plunge 1,000 families into destitution with their own children to feed and to care for, in order to save one, even though it is his own. But we have no time to stand here debating. Have the trap ready for us, and as soon as I have spoken with Hunt I shall join you at the front door."
"What use is it going to Hampden or the stable if Moriarty has long left them?" I said miserably.
"Men leave traces of their acts, Watson," he replied.
But I feared he was going only because we were desperate, and had no better idea.
"It might be to our advantage when we have so little time if you were to bring a gardener, or some other person who knows the area well," he continued, already striding away from me. It was barely 30 minutes later that he returned, just as the gardener drew the trap around, with me in the back, ready to set out for the village. I had also questioned the gardener as to any local farms which might be vacant, and answer such a slight description as Jenny had given me, or where the owner might either be unaware of such use of his stables or be a willing accomplice. "Did you persuade Hunt to delay action?" I asked as Holmes climbed in beside me and we set off at a brisk trot. "Only until 2,
he said, tight-lipped. I know that he had had some agreement to achieve even that much time from the fact that he stepped forward in the seat and immediately engaged the gardener in conversation about every aspect of the nearby farms, their owners and any past relationship with Hunt, good or ill. What he was told only served to make matters worse. Either the gardener, a pleasant chap of some 50-odd years named Hodgkins, was more loyal than candid, or Hunt was generally liked in the region, and had incurred a certain mild envy among one or two, but it was without malice. The death of his wife, while Jenny was still an infant, had brought great sympathy. Hunt was wealthy in real possessions, the house and land, and the mine itself, but he had no great amount of ready money, and he lived well, but quite modestly for his station in life. He was generous to his staff, his tenants, and to charity in general. Naturally he had faults, but they were such as are common to all people, a sometimes hasty tongue, a rash judgment here or there, too quick a loyalty to friends, and a certain blindness when it suited him. Holmes grew more and more withdrawn as he listened to the catalogue of praise. It told him nothing helpful, only added to the urgency that we not only find where Jenny had been taken, but far more challenging, we learn from it something of use. We found the tall house again easily, and a few questions from neighbours elicited an excellent description of Moriarty. We went inside and up again to the room that in the daylight answered Jenny's description in a way which startled me. It was indeed bright and airy. There was a red couch, but the grate was clean and cold, as if no fire had been lit in it recently. I saw a few crumbs on the floor, which I mentioned to Holmes as coming from the tea-cakes Jenny had been given.
"I do not doubt it," Holmes said with no satisfaction. "There is also a fine yellow hair on the cushion."
He waved absently at the red couch while staring out of one of the many windows.
"Come," he said suddenly. "There is nothing else to be learned here. This is where he kept her, and he intended us to know it. He even left crumbs for us to find. Now why was that, do you suppose?"
"Carelessness," I replied, following him out of the door and down the stairs again, Hodgkins on his heels. "And arrogance."
"No, Watson, no. Moriarty is never careless. He has left them here for a reason. Let us find this stable. There is something, some clue, something done or left undone which will give me the key."
But I feared he was speaking more in hope than knowledge. He would not ever admit it, but there is a streak of kindness in him which does not always sit well with reason. Of course, I have never said so to him. We got into the trap again, and Hodgkins asked Holmes which direction he should drive. For several moments Holmes did not reply. I was about to repeat the question for fear that he had not heard, when he sat very upright.
"Which is the most obvious farm, from here?" he demanded. "That meets our requirements, that is?"
"Miller's," Hodgkins replied.
"How far?"
"Just under 2 miles. Shall I take you there?"
"No. Which is the second most obvious?"
Hodgkins thought for a moment or two. "I reckon the old Adams place, sir."
"Good. Then take us there as fast as you may."
"Yes, sir." It proved to be some distance further than the first farm mentioned, and I admit I became anxious as the minutes passed and the time grew closer and closer to 2. Holmes frequently kept me in the dark regarding his ideas, but I was very much afraid that in this instance he had no better notion of how to foil Moriarty than I did myself. Even if we found the farm, how was it going to help us? There was no reason to suppose he would be there now, or indeed ever again. I forbore from saying so, perhaps out of cowardice. I did not want to hear that he had no solution, that he was as fallible and as frightened as I. We reached the Adams farm and the disused stable. Holmes opened the door wide to let in all the light he could, and examined the place as if he might read in the straw and dust some answers to all our needs. I thought it pointless. How could anyone find here a footprint of meaning, a child's hair, or indeed crumbs of anything? I watched him and fidgeted from one foot to the other, feeling helpless, and as if we were wasting precious moments. "Holmes," I burst out at last, I got no further. Triumphantly he held up a very small, grubby, white sock, such as might fit a child. He examined it quickly and with growing amazement and delight. "What?" I said angrily. "So it is Jenny's sock. She was here. How does that help us? He will still take her tonight, and you may be sure it will not be to this place." Holmes pulled his pocket watch out.
"It is after 1 already," he said with desperate urgency. "We have no time to lose at all. Hodgkins, take me back to the Grange as fast as the pony can go." It was a hectic journey. Hodgkins had more faith than I that there was some good reason for it, and he drove the animal as hard as he could, short of cruelty, and I must say it gave of its best. It was a brave little creature, and he was lathered and blowing hard when we finally pulled in the drive at the front door, and Holmes leaped out, waving the sock in his hand. "All will be well," he shouted to Hodgkins. "Care for that excellent animal, Watson!" And he plunged into the hall, calling out for Hunt at the top of his voice. I saw with dread that the long case clock by the foot of the stairs already said 3 minutes past 2. Hunt threw open his study door, his face pale, eyes wide with fear. Holmes held up the sock. "Bloodless," he said triumphantly. "Tell me, what time does the hokey-pokey man play?" Hunt looked at him as if he had taken leave of his wits, and I admit the same thought had occurred to me. He stammered a blasphemy and turned on his heel, too overcome with emotion to form any answer. Holmes strode after him, catching him by the shoulder, and Hunt swung around, his eyes blazing, his fist raised as if to strike. "Believe me, sir, I am deadly earnest," Holmes said grimly. "Your daughter will be perfectly safe until the ice-cream man comes." "The ice-cream man?" Hunt exploded. "You are mad, sir. I have known Percy Bradford all my life. He would know more." "With no intent," Holmes agreed, still clasping Hunt by the arm. "It is the tune he plays. Look." He held up the small grubby sock again. "You see, it has no blood on it. This was left where Moriarty wishes us to believe he held her last night, and that this sock, somehow, was left behind. But it is not so. It is no doubt her sock, but taken from the first kidnap when you were not guarding her, having no reason for concern." "What difference does that make?" Hunt demanded, the raw edge of fear in his voice only too apparent. "Send for the hokey-pokey man and I will show you," Holmes replied. "Have him come to the gates as is his custom, but immediately, now in daylight, and play his tunes." "Do it, my dear fellow," I urged. I had seen this look of triumph in Holmes before, and now all my faith in him flooded back, although I still had no idea what he intended or indeed what it was that he suddenly understood. Hunt hesitated only moments, then like a man plunging into ice-cold water he obeyed. His body clenched, his jaw so tight I was afraid he might break his teeth. "Come," Holmes ordered me. "I might need you, Watson. Your medical skill may be stretched to the limits." And without any explanation whatever of this extraordinary remark he started up the stairs. "Take me to the nursery," he called over his shoulder. "Quickly, man!" As it turned out, we had some half-hour or more to wait while the ice-cream vendor was sent for and brought from his position at this hour in the village. Holmes paced the floor, every now and then going to the window and staring out, until at last he saw what he wanted, and within moments we heard the happy, lilting sound of the barrel organ playing. Holmes swiveled from the window to stare at the child. He held up one hand in command of silence, while in the same fashion forbidding me from moving. Jenny sat perfectly still. The small woolen gollywog she had been holding fell from her fingers, and, staring straight ahead of her, she rose to her feet and walked to the nursery door. Josephine started up after her. "No!" Holmes ordered with such fierceness that the poor girl froze. "But—" she began in anguish as the girl opened the door and walked through. "No!" Holmes repeated. "Follow, but don't touch her. You may harm her if you do. Come!" And he set off after her himself, moving on tiptoe so that no noise should alarm her or let her know she was being followed, though indeed she seemed oblivious of everything around her. In single file behind we pursued the child, who seemed to be walking as if in her sleep, along the corridor and up the attic stairs, narrow and winding, until she came to a stop beside a small cupboard in an angle of the coombe. She opened it and crept inside, pulling a blanket over herself, and then closed the door. Holmes turned to the maid. "When the nursery clock chimes 11, I believe she will awaken and return to normal, confused, but not physically injured. She will believe what she has been mesmerized to believe, that she was again taken by Professor Moriarty, as she was in truth the first time. No doubt he took her to at least 3 different places, and she will recall them in successive order, as he has told her. You will wait here so you can comfort her when she awakens and comes out, no doubt confused and frightened. Do not disturb her before that. Do you understand me?"
"Yes, sir. I'll not move or speak, I swear," Josephine promised, her eyes wide with admiration and, I think, not a little relief.
"Good. Now we must find Hunt and assure him of Jenny's welfare. He must issue a statement denying any rumour that he might sell his holdings in the mine. In fact, if he can raise the funds, a small purchase of more stock might be advantageous. We must not allow Moriarty to imagine that he has won anything. Don't you agree?"
"I do," I said vehemently. "Are you sure she will be all right, Holmes?"
"Of course, my dear Watson,"
he said, allowing himself to smile at last.
"She will have the most excellent medical attention possible, and a friend to assure her that she is well and strong, and that this will not occur again. Possibly eat as much ice cream as she wishes, provided it is not accompanied by that particular tune."
"And a new pair of socks," I agreed, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. "You are brilliant, Holmes. Quite brilliant. No resolution to a case has given me more pleasure."
"It was my good fortune she stubbed her toe," he said modestly, "and that you were wise enough to send immediately for me, of course."
The Adventure of the Other Detective by Bradley H. Sinor.
Bradley H. Sinor's latest short story collection, Echoes from the Darkness, which he describes as urban noir fantasy, is just out from Arctic Wolf Publishing. He has new stories forthcoming in the anthologies Shelter of Daylight, Grantville Gazette 5, and Space Grunts, co-written with his wife Sue. In all, he has published more than 70 short stories in the science fiction, fantasy, horror, and mystery fields. He is also the author of more than 250 articles appearing in magazines, newspapers, and essay anthologies. "There but for the grace of God go I," said John Bradford in humble acknowledgment of the role of chance and circumstance in human affairs. We can't help thinking about how things could have been different. If you hadn't gone to that party, you wouldn't have met your spouse. If you hadn't left your house at that exact moment, you wouldn't have been in that accident. It can get pretty mind-boggling to consider how many things had to happen exactly the way they did since the beginning of the universe in order for you to have been born at all. Science fiction has a long tradition of exploring the notion of alternate worlds, especially since the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics suggested that any universe that can exist does exist somewhere. If we were to shuffle through our possible lives as we shuffle the cards of a deck, we would see lovers become strangers, strangers become lovers, children vanish and other children take their place. We would see houses, apartments, cars, pets flicker by in endless permutations. We would see good men turned vile and wicked men become heroes. There, but for the grace of God, go I.
The weeks following the return of Sherlock Holmes, 3 years after his supposed death at the hands of Professor James Moriarty, the so-called Napoleon of crime, were busy ones for my old friend. There was, as might be expected, a steady stream of visitors who found their way to Baker Street, everyone from the dirtiest pickpocket to a messenger who took Holmes to a private meeting at Buckingham Palace. I had also returned to Baker Street. Not 24 hours after Colonel Sebastian Moran had been led away in chains by Inspector Lestrade, Holmes asked if I would agree to return to Baker Street.
"It would be the best medicine in the world for you, Watson," he said over one of Mrs. Hudson's excellent dinners.
As I look back on that night, I must admit that I was not all that difficult to convince. My darling Mary had been gone for nearly a year. Her weak heart had taken her only 3 days after our 5th wedding anniversary. The end had come so swiftly that there had been nothing that all of my medical skill could have done to save her. Even after so many months, there were moments when I caught myself turning to ask her something, or I would look up at a sound expecting to see her stepping around a corner. So Holmes's invitation was a most welcome one for me. Of cases, there were many. The Adventure of the Black Katana, The Quest for Pendragon's Son, and The Theft of Alharazad's Manuscript, to name just a few. By the middle of October things had returned to as much of a semblance of normality as was anything around Sherlock Holmes. The evening of the 13th I was alone in Baker Street. Holmes was dining with his brother, Mycroft, and I did not expect his return for many hours. I had declined the invitation to join them. I had no doubt that I would hear the details from Holmes, especially of the favour that he would no doubt be asked to perform by the man whom he had once described as, at times, being the British government. Beside my favourite chair that evening stood a stack of medical journals, a stack that I had to admit was far too high. This past year I had sadly neglected to keep up on the literature of my profession, and it was something that I meant to correct. The mantel clock had just tolled 10 when I heard a furious pounding on the downstairs door. Moments later the familiar footsteps of Mrs. Hudson could be heard rushing to answer the summons. The young man behind Mrs. Hudson looked vaguely familiar, in that way that so many people resemble others. He was bundled tightly against the night's chill. "Sir, I'm sorry to disturb you, but the young man says that it's an emergency," Mrs. Hudson said. "I am afraid that Holmes has not returned, but if there is anything that I can do—" Before I could say more, the young man cut me off with a wave. "Sir, it wasn't Mr. Holmes that I come to fetch, but yourself. There's been an accident." "Accident? Where?" I said, sitting bolt up. 3 streets over," he said. "Mr. Delvecchio's warehouse. It was himself, Mr. Hobbs, who came falling off that old balcony. I couldn't tell if he was breathing or not." Mrs. Hudson already had my bag ready. The fog that had rolled in at sunset was heavier than I had seen it in years, enshrouding the streets like a thick blanket. A half-dozen steps from the door and Baker Street was gone from sight. "Colder than I thought it would be," I said, pausing to pull up the collar on my coat. "Aye, sir." "What's your name, son?" "Arthur, sir. Arthur Pym. I'm the new accounting clerk for Mr. Delvecchio. Only been there about a half-year." It was scarcely 5 minutes before Pym was leading me to a side door marked Delvecchio and Sons, Importers. He had to pound for several minutes before anyone came to admit us. "We got no time for—" The door was opened by a massive man with small, square-shaped glasses hanging on the end of his nose. "Oh, it's you." "Hi, Mr. Harris. I done brought the doctor. Watson's his name." "Don't matter what his name is. Could have saved yourself a trip. If that fall didn't kill him, he'd be dead soon after doing a header into that part of Italian mirrors." Not since the battlefields of Afghanistan had I seen a body covered with that much blood. Around me were hundreds, if not thousands, of shards of glass. In each one there seemed to be another me, angled and bent and torn into a million different shapes. The unfortunate Mr. Hobbs lay in the centre of this display. Any hope that he might still be alive ended when I found the shard of glass embedded in his jugular. Once the police had arrived and taken statements confirming the story of Hobbs's fall, I volunteered to remain until the body was removed. The constable said it would not be necessary, but that I should come to the local station house tomorrow to make a statement. "Are you certain you don't want me to come with you, Dr. Watson?" "Thank you, Arthur, but it is only a few blocks. Even in this mist I can find my way to 221B with no problem." "You have a good night then, sir," said the constable as he opened the door. I picked my way through the fog carefully. The occasional glow of a street lamp gave a safe haven of scant few feet in the mist. I had to stop several times, unsure of my direction. Standing there in the mist, a feeling of nausea came crashing over me, and I had to fight for each breath. My head seemed about to burst with wave after wave of pain. I had to struggle to keep from losing myself in the pain. For that instant, I could have been anywhere. Delvecchio's warehouse, darkest Africa, or the cold wastes of the South Pole. Then, just as quickly as it came, the feeling passed, leaving only a dull ache in the pit of my stomach in its wake. I pulled myself together and began to pick my way once again toward Baker Street. When I finally reached that familiar door, I felt as if I had just run 10 miles, with full military field pack, uphill. A good stiff shot of whiskey and my own bed were the best prescriptions I could think of right then. I had some difficulty making my key work. It fit, but did not seem to want to turn at first. Finally, by twisting it hard and pushing, the door came open. I reminded myself to mention something to Mrs. Hudson in the morning concerning it. Under the door to our rooms I could see a light. Obviously Holmes had returned in my absence. Just inside, I spied the familiar silhouette of Sherlock Holmes, sitting scrunched in his chair in front of the fireplace. I was just about to say something when I heard a voice behind me. "Say now, who might you be?" Standing in the door to my bedroom was a figure with a revolver in his hand. When he stepped into the light, I saw a face that I had not seen since I had left Afghanistan. "Murray?" I said. "I said, who are you? And why are you bursting into our quarters without so much as a—" His face went ashen as I stepped into the light. "God help me! It can't be! Colonel? Colonel Watson, sir? But you're dead!" At that, my former army aide fainted dead away. Holmes was out of his chair and across the room in an instant, kneeling beside Murray.
"If I am not mistaken, I believe that you, sir, are a doctor," he proclaimed.
"I am."
"Then I believe you have a patient."
It was then that I realized the man was not Sherlock Holmes, but none other than Professor James Moriarty. One of the best restoratives available in a physician's pharmacopoeia is nothing less than good old-fashioned brandy. I've kept a small metal flask of the stuff in my case since I first took medical degree. As I expected, it brought Murray around almost immediately, gasping for breath, but awake. I felt every bit as confused as Alice, having stumbled through the looking-glass. If this were a dream, it was the most realistic one I had ever experienced. I felt entitled to a long swallow of brandy myself. For that moment I had a chance to look around the room. Things were familiar, but subtly different. I recognized the familiar chemical apparatus in the corner, the violin in its case by the fireplace, and the old battered coat tree near the door. Only the Persian slipper and its tobacco was missing from its accustomed place. Where there should have been several rows of carefully indexed scrapbooks, I found neat, matching journals, many dealing with mathematics and astronomy, bearing dates that went back some 8 years, and in the far corner of the room stood a small telescope.
"Excellent work, Doctor. Excellent," said Moriarty.
"Thank you," I said, looking at the man who up until a few minutes before I had been convinced lay dead at the bottom of the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland. Only this was not exactly the man that Holmes had described. He was younger by at least 10 years, if not more so, than I had expected. There was an ease and confidence about him that reminded me of Holmes. "Would somebody mind telling me just what in the hell has happened to me?" I said finally.
"A very good question, Doctor. Watson, isn't it?"
he asked as he helped Murray to his feet. My former army aide stared at me for a moment without saying a word, and then allowed me to lead him over to the couch.
"Now, Doctor, tell me how long you have lived at 221B Baker Street?"
asked Moriarty, sitting down in the chair facing the yellow leather one I had taken. "How—" Moriarty grinned and gestured with one finger toward my medical bag, still sitting open on the floor.
"Rather revealing, I must admit," he said.
There, in neat gold letters, was my name and the address, 221B, Baker Street, London. The day I had moved back into Baker Street, I had retrieved my old bag from the back of the closet. In spite of all that Holmes had told me regarding this man, I found myself warming to the fellow. I began to describe the events of the evening. Moriarty stopped me only occasionally, to ask for further details, sometimes on the oddest things. The type of doorway that had fronted Del Vecchio's, the uniform the constable had worn, and the location of the local police station. I wanted to know why, but for the moment thought it best to keep my own counsel. Moriarty was especially interested in my impression of the fog itself.
"A most fantastic tale that you have entertained us with this evening," said Moriarty. "You have to admit it is a bit hard to accept, especially considering that Murray and I have been sharing these quarters since the spring of 1885.
His eyes were unblinking as he stared at me, waiting for my reaction. "Professor, I am a doctor, a man of science. If I were hearing this tale from anyone but myself, I would be convinced that the speaker had far too much good Scotch whisky and had been reading one of the scientific romances of Mr. H.G. Wells. Yet as sure as I sit here, every word that I have told you is the God's own truth." Moriarty steepled his fingers in front of his face.
deep in thought. "Doctor, I believe you." "Professor, how can you believe him?" objected Murray. "The last time I saw Colonel Watson he was dead, an Afghan spear through his chest. I supervised the burial party myself, and that was nearly 10 years ago." "Dead? Me?" A cold chill ran down my spine. This had to be a nightmare, but there seemed no way to escape it. I defy anyone to hear the news that he was not only dead, but a number of years buried, and not have at least some reaction. "What would it take to convince you that this man is John H. Watson?" asked Moriarty. Murray thought for a moment before he answered. "Look on his left forearm." I hesitated for a moment before taking off my jacket. I rolled up my sleeve and held out my arm for Moriarty to inspect. "There should be a scar there, 3 to 4 inches in length," said Murray. "It is there," confirmed Moriarty. "How did you get it?" I smiled, remembering well the hunting trip with my father and brother that had been the last time all 3 of us had been together as a family. I had brought down a boar, but not without the beast nearly ripping my arm to shreds. Murray just shook his head. "Colonel, I don't know how you managed it, but I'm bloody glad that you did," he said finally. "Just a minute there, Murray. That's the second time you called me Colonel." "Aye, sir. After all, that is your rank." Colonel Dr. John H. Watson. That did have a nice sound to it. The only trouble was that I had never risen above the rank of captain when I had served with the 5th Northumberland Fusiliers, and had been discharged after being wounded at the Second Battle of Maiwand. "But, Colonel, at Maiwand you weren't injured." "I was." This difference in history seemed to please Moriarty when I mentioned it. "Unless you are one of the most convincing madmen to come along in a long time, you, sir, are telling the complete and utter truth. The facts concerning your rank only serve to help prove my theory. Ever since the incident of a man who walked around his carriage out of the view of a dozen people and utterly vanished, I have developed a theory regarding the existence of other worlds," he said. "Like Mars and Venus?" I asked. "I said other worlds, not other planets," he corrected. "More precisely, worlds exactly like our own, only with differences. The result of other decisions, for instance, where the American Confederate States lost their war for independence. Mathematically, it makes perfect sense. These worlds would on occasion touch and allow people to pass from one world to another, usually by accident, but under the right circumstances, deliberately. Tonight it seems that the fabric of space and time was stretched so thin that it allowed Dr. Watson to walk from his London to ours." "All in the space of a few blocks," I said. Looking out the window into the fog, I knew in the pit of my stomach his theory was right. I took a long swallow out of my brandy flask and laid it on the nearby table. It was hard to fathom that everything I had known was gone, especially when I could see so much of it around me. As it had so many times before, the conversation in Baker Street was interrupted by the arrival of none other than Inspector Herbert Lestrade. The little rat-faced Scotland Yard man had been one of the first of Holmes's professional associates who had made his way to Baker Street. Naturally, he did not know me from Adam. "Lestrade, it is always good to see you," said Moriarty, extending his hand. "Thank you, Professor. I'm sorry if I've interrupted anything. However, my news could not wait." He paused for a moment, looking in my direction. "May I speak freely?" "Forgive me, Inspector, I'm forgetting my manners. This is an old army friend of Murray's, Dr. John H. Watson. They served together in Afghanistan. Dr. Watson is privy to anything said here." "Very well, then," he said, sitting down in a red leather chair opposite Moriarty. "Less than an hour ago, I received a telegram notifying us that Colonel Sebastian Moran has escaped from Dartmoor prison." "Do they know just when it happened?" asked Moriarty. "Sometime in the last 3 to 4 days. He got into a fight with some of the other prisoners. They all ended up in solitary confinement," said Lestrade. "And current penal theory calls for prisoners so incarcerated to see and be seen by no one except a single guard," said Moriarty. "Even at mealtimes?" I asked. "A small metal grate on the bottom of each door allows the trays to be injected and later extracted. Moran has pulled more than one hunger strike in the past. They could see a figure wrapped up in his blanket, so even though he wasn't eating, they didn't much bother with him," said Lestrade.
How did they penetrate the ruse?" Lestrade laughed, leaning back in the red leather chair.
"One of the other prisoners, Vollmer by name, suffered a stroke. He was dying, and his last request was to see Morin. Apparently they had become friends." "Do you think that Morin will be making for sanctuary with his old comrades here in London?" asked Murray. "Old friend, I know he will. I'm also certain that Morin's employer had a hand in this. It's just his style." With that, Moriarty was out of his chair. From behind the bust of Caesar he extracted 3 perfectly round metal balls. He rolled them over in his hands several times and then deposited them in his vest pocket. "How much longer did Morin have left on his term in solitary confinement?" 3 dice. "Then whatever is going to happen will happen within the next 72 hours. For a time Moriarty stared at the wall calendar. "Good Lord," he said. "What is it, Professor?" asked Murray. "If I am right, we have little time to lose." "I'll come with you," volunteered Lestrade. "Thank you, but no. For the moment there are things that must be done that you cannot be a part of." "I don't like it, Professor. This is police business. I am aware of that. However, there is no place for you in our party this evening." Lestrade didn't say another word. His face reflected the irritation that he was feeling. Instead, he turned and walked out the door without a word. Murray disappeared into the bedroom that had once belonged to me, emerging moments later, overcoat draped across his arm, a twin pair of army service revolvers in his hand. "Colonel, if you would take charge of one of these," he said. The familiar weight in my hand was another reassurance of the reality around me. It fit perfectly into my jacket pocket. "I am to accompany you then, Professor?" "Of course, old chap. Murray and I wouldn't have it any other way." "Professor, I am at your disposal." In spite of the fog, we were able to flag down a cab in only moments. I didn't hear the address that Moriarty gave the driver, but moments later we were shooting down the street. After a few turns I lost my way completely. "Professor, may I ask who Colonel Morin's employer is?" "Do you know of Morin in your London?" "Somewhat. Ex-Indian Army, number 2 man in a criminal organisation that stretched its tentacles into every bit of bad business through the length of London, and even England itself. Prefers to kill with a custom-made air rifle," I said. "Air rifles? Nice to know old Morin is predictable," said Murray. "And who was the head of this criminal cabal?" asked Moriarty. I hesitated for a moment before answering, "You, Professor." Moriarty laughed. It was the eeriest sound that I had ever heard. "Well, why not?" he said at last. "It sort of balances things out." "Then who is the leader of the organisation here?" I asked. "Why, none other than Mr. Sherlock Holmes." That announcement put a damper on conversation, at least on my part, so we rode in silence. The concept of Holmes as a criminal did not seem as shocking now as it might have a few hours before. In the back of my mind, I suppose I still harboured the faint hope that this was all some strange dream that I would at any moment be roused from. Our cab pulled to a stop in front of number 10 Cadogan Square, a 3-storey private home. Its windows were dark and a single gaslight burned at its front door. "On your toes, gentlemen," said Moriarty. "Our luck is with us. They are meeting tonight." A liveried butler answered the door. The Professor spoke a single word to the man. "Valhalla. Down the Horsa, second door to the right." As we walked along the hallway, I had the distinct feeling that we were being watched, which I told Moriarty. "I would be worried if we weren't," replied the Professor. "The security of those we are about to meet is of paramount importance." Any interest I might have had in who we were going to meet vanished the moment I saw who had opened the door. The dark brunette hair fell loose around her shoulders, hazel green eyes in a familiar oval face. It couldn't be. But it was. Mary, my own dear wife, dead these many months. But there she stood. It took all the strength I could muster to keep from grabbing her up. "This way, gentlemen," she said. "Easy, Colonel," said Murray, his hand on my shoulder. My former aide had always been aware of my moods, many times almost before I was. 3 men sat at the heavy oaken table that dominated the room. 2 of them I knew by sight.
One was none other than Edward, Prince of Wales, and heir apparent to the throne. Next to him was a much older man. It took me a moment or two to recognise him, considering Albert of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, Prince Consort to Her Royal Highness Victoria, Queen of England, had died 33 years earlier in the world I knew. The third man was unknown to me, though he did look vaguely familiar. His thin, cadaverous face suggested someone who might be found on the streets of the East End rather than in this company. Seeing this, and most of all Mary alive, made me pray that it was not all some nightmare.
"Professor, this is a most unexpected surprise. We haven't had the honour of your company for far too long,"
said Prince Albert.
"Thank you, Your Royal Highness," said Moriarty. "I believe you know Murray. This other gentleman is Dr. John H. Watson, whom I have asked to lend his aid to tonight's enterprise. I will vouch for him completely." "That he travels in your company is proof enough of his trustworthiness," said Prince Edward, as he extracted a large cigar from his silver case. "Watson? Watson. Would you be related to the late Colonel Watson? I met him some years ago on a tour of India."
"A cousin, sir." I could hear every bit of uncertainty in my voice as I spoke. Our parents always claimed that he and I could have passed as twins.
"Indeed, if memory serves me, you readily could have."
He laughed as he lit the big cigar.
"He was a good man, of whom your family can be justly proud. He was a true hero of the Empire."
"Thank you."
"Now, Professor,"
said the Prince Consort,
"what is this errand that has brought you here tonight?"
"It is a matter of gravest importance. By your own statement, even the Queen does not know just how involved you and your son are in these meetings. If it had not been for your sure hand behind the scenes, I would not care to speculate what state our country would be in now. However, tonight matters have reached a point where I can no longer act alone. For some years you three have known of my ongoing feud with Sherlock Holmes. More times than I care to remember, this Napoleon of crime has managed to elude the net that I have cast for him. Tonight he made a move in a plan that will involve the escape of Jack the Ripper."
The silence that fell over the room with his words was a familiar one to me. I had known it on those occasions when it had been necessary to break the news to a patient's family that they had lost a loved one.
"You are certain of this?"
said Prince Albert. At that moment he seemed 20 years older than when I had come into the room.
"Yes, and moreover, I believe that events will come to a head within the next several days. In 3 days' time it will be the anniversary of the first of the Ripper murders. It would suit Holmes's sense of humour to see the man walking free again on that day."
The silent man picked up his pen and began to write. A moment later the sheet was passed to Prince Edward. The younger man's cigar sat untouched in the ashtray in front of him, a grey pile of ash below it.
"You have guaranteed the silence of your companions, Professor. Very well. Let both men understand that what they are about to hear may be the most dangerous secret in the entirety of the British Empire. What do you gentlemen know concerning the Ripper murders?"
asked the heir apparent.
This is the end of disc number 2. Please continue listening on disc number 3. This is disc number 3.
"You have guaranteed the silence of your companions, Professor. Very well. Let both men understand that what they are about to hear may be the most dangerous secret in the entirety of the British Empire. What do you gentlemen know concerning the Ripper murders?"
asked the heir apparent.
"Only what was in the newspapers,"
Murray said. Holmes had, in fact, been called into the case, but had never confided any of the details, saying that it was a tale better left untold. I recalled the multitude of rumours that had echoed from every pub and street corner regarding the Ripper during those dark days.
6 years ago Murray was in America handling the matter of the May surveillance for me. Dr. Watson was also out of the country. Very well. As you gentlemen know, for some 6 months in 1888, London was frightened to its core by the series of murders committed in the Whitechapel district by the person who came to be known as Jack the Ripper. So far as the public knows, the Ripper was never brought to book for the crime, Some of the far more speculative journals have hinted that he may still be prowling the streets of London to this day. That has not been true for more than 6 years. Thanks to the untiring efforts of Professor Moriarty, Scotland Yard, and the late Inspector Allard, in early July of that year, the Ripper was captured, said Prince Edward.
Then why was the public never told of this? Asked Murray. Because of the identity of the Ripper. I still remember the night I was summoned to Scotland Yard. When I learned who the Ripper actually was, I knew that it would be impossible for that knowledge to be made public, said Prince Albert, his voice shaky.
Impossible,
said his son, picking up the narrative.
Because Jack the Ripper was none other than the Duke of Clarence, third in line to the throne of England, Albert Victor, my own flesh and blood, my son.
There had been rumours, of course, regarding the Queen's grandson. Like many others, I had heard them and just credited them to a frightened, overactive public's imagination.
He was insane, of course, a mental disorder combined with syphilis. You both will understand the dilemma that we faced, said Moriarty. My grandson had to be cut out of the line of succession. The very idea that the heir to the throne was a murderer would have shaken the very foundations of this monarchy and our empire. So, like a mad dog, he was, in a manner of speaking, put down. With the cooperation of certain highly placed officials, we faked his death. For the last few years, Albert Victor, under the name Victor Wednesday, has been a patient at Druid's Hill Asylum. Not even my beloved Victoria knows the truth in this matter, said Prince Albert. You may rest assured, Your Royal Highness, that no one shall hear of this from either Murray or myself, I said. Thank you, Doctor. This was no monarch who spoke now, but a grieving grandfather. The third man again took pen in hand. This time the paper went directly to Prince Albert. The old man read it and nodded. I cannot agree with you more. Professor, I am going to place the entire matter into your hands. You will have at your disposal all the resources of the government if you need them. The Prince Consort scribbled a few lines on a sheet of paper, added hot wax to the bottom and his signet ring into it. His son looked at the result, signed it, and added his own signet's impression to the wax. This will not only gain you admittance to the asylum, but gives you full authority to act as you see fit concerning the inmate known as Victor Wednesday, said Prince Edward. Full authority? I arched an eyebrow at those words. To me that meant the power of life and death. I suspected it meant the same to Moriarty. Full authority, the heir apparent repeated. I understand. I will attempt to exercise it with extreme discretion. I didn't doubt that for 1 minute, said the older man quietly. Moriarty had decided that it would be best for Murray to remain in London while the Professor and I would pay a visit to Druid's Hill. We, however, did not travel alone. At the insistence of Prince Edward, we were accompanied by Mary Morstan. I think that she would be a very great help to you in this enterprise, Prince Edward had said. I was the first to raise objection, fearing for her safety. I also found myself wondering if in this world Mary were one of the many close friends that Bertie was known to have in mind. Before you object, Doctor, she said, let me enlighten you to a few things. I am also a physician, fully board-certified and a graduate of Queen's College. I have been a practising doctor for some time. My specialty these last several years has been the study of criminal insanity. Mary had always exhibited a healthy interest in my work, but I had never considered that it had gone that far. To say I was astonished was to put the situation mildly. I had heard of women doctors, but had never encountered one before. What is the Prince's condition? I asked. Slowly deteriorating. He has periods of lucidity, but they don't last long any more. Like many patients suffering from syphilis, his thoughts are confused and at times make little or no sense. There are moments when he can fly into a total murderous rage at the mention of certain subjects. In the case of the Prince, it is mention of the Queen, his grandmother. Only 3 weeks ago he nearly killed one of the other doctors who made an off-hand remark, she said.
"You understand the danger that you are placing yourself in tonight?" I asked, realizing as I did that I was speaking to the woman who had spent considerable time in the company of Jack the Ripper these past few years, and lived to tell about it. "Yes, Dr. Watson," she said, "but thank you for taking time to worry." "If I may ask a question, Professor," I said.
"Certainly. Given the current set of circumstances, I would imagine that you have quite a few of them."
"That rather thin gentleman back there at Cadogan Square, the one who never spoke, who was he? He certainly seemed to have the Prince's ear."
"Indeed he does. His name is Holmes."
"Holmes? Mycroft Holmes?"
"That is exactly who he is, Watson. I take it you know him?"
"Yes. What does he do for the Prince?"
"I'm not sure, but I think that he is the head of the Secret Service."
"You think?"
"That's how secret it is."
At least some things were the same in this world as the one I had come from. I shook my head and turned toward Mary. We departed Victoria Station the next morning. During the trip I found it remarkably easy to speak with Mary. She was so like the woman I had fallen in love with, and yet as different as night and day. Druid's Hill Asylum. The name suggested a far more sinister-appearing place than the rather palatial-looking country estate we found ourselves approaching that evening. The house itself was more than 300 years old. Its basements had been built deep into solid bedrock. A fence, hidden in places by carefully placed hedges and trees, surrounded the grounds. The ornamental grating on the windows was actually reinforced iron. "Definitely a fortress," I said. "It will be difficult for Holmes to penetrate these grounds," Mary observed.
"Dr. Morstan, I appreciate the fact that you did not claim it impossible. Nothing is impossible," Moriarty said. "In just the journey here I have conceived of some 5 methods that would work. It is the sort of challenge that Holmes has always accepted in the past."
The director of Druid's Hill was a burly man with mutton-chop side whiskers, named Throckmorton, Dr. R.A. Throckmorton. He seemed a self-important fellow who had found his niche and intended to protect it.
"See here, I will not have you interrupting the routine of this establishment. Barging in here in the middle of the night is the sort of thing that could destroy months and months of work with these patients. We walk a delicate balance with some of them, Dr. Morstan. I'm totally astonished that you would associate yourself with these common adventurers."
Moriarty rose in his chair at those words, but settled back. His face was washed of emotion, his eyes two cutting grey lights staring at Dr. Throckmorton. I heard a tiny click, click, click sound of metal hitting metal, and noticed Moriarty had the 3 metal balls in his hand and was rolling them back and forth.
"You have seen our authorization?"
"Indeed I have. That piece of paper leads me to suspect that the dementia that afflicts Victor Wednesday may be only partially caused by the disease that he suffers from, and more from his ancestry," Throckmorton said.
"That statement borders on treason, Doctor," I said.
"It borders on the rights of a free-born Englishman to speak his mind, sir," replied Throckmorton. "A right that we all possess, Republican and Royalist alike."
"Dr. Throckmorton, this is not Hyde Park. You know my authority, where it comes from, and the range of it. You know my personal credentials. My companions are physicians who will certainly see to the health of the patient. Will you permit me access to him?" said Moriarty.
"Yes," he said finally. Albert Victor, Duke of Clarence, 3rd in line for the throne of Great Britain, a.k.a. Victor Wednesday, was awake. He was sitting on his bed staring at a small painting of a landscape hanging on the opposite wall. The cell that they kept him in was on the lowest level of Druid's Hill, nearly 30 feet underground. According to Mary, he was allowed out only under the most strictly controlled conditions. This section of the asylum was reserved for the most dangerous and psychotic cases. As we had made our way through the halls, I heard screams of pain and anger that cut into the very stones of the building. I've seen him sit for days just like that, not sleeping, just staring at it, absorbing every little nuance of it. Perhaps for him it is an escape, Mary said. Other times he raves on every subject imaginable, making little or no sense. On rarer and rarer occasions he is coherent and seemingly aware of what he has done and what is happening to him. We had been there an hour, and never once in that time had the prince responded to any questions, or even so much as acknowledged our presence. He just sat on the edge of his bed and stared at the painting. I could see enough of his face to recognize the family features, echoes of those two faces that I had seen only a few hours before. He had lost weight, but no matter what name he officially bore at Druid's Hill, there was no mistaking that face. "I wonder if he knows of the plan to free him?" I asked.
"I would not put it past Holmes to have contacted him. Whether he did, it is questionable whether Victor would even remember it," said Moriarty. "At this stage of the disease, a syphilitic's memory is not reliable."
In the meantime, the prince had risen and walked across his cell to make a slight adjustment to the picture. Then he began to pace back and forth in slow, measured steps along the length of the cell, holding himself with the dignified carriage and air that one would expect of a member of the royal family. He stopped for a moment, looking toward us, gave a slight nod in Mary's direction, and continued pacing. "I do not expect the attack to be direct," I told Moriarty.
"Perhaps," he said.
"Sometimes a frontal assault is exactly the sort of strategy that works the best,"
someone said from behind us. We turned to find Director Throckmorton standing in the door that led to the upper levels of the asylum. The voice belonged to a big bear of a man standing directly behind him, his arm around Throckmorton's neck, a pistol pressed to the doctor's temple.
"If you gentlemen and the lady would be so good as to step back against the far wall, it would make things a great deal easier for the lot of us."
"Please do as he says. He's already shot 2 of my orderlies, and who knows how many other people," pleaded the director in a whiny, high-pitched voice. "Colonel Moran, I presume," I said.
"Indeed I am, and who might you be, sir? I know Moriarty and this girl, but you are a stranger to me."
"I am Colonel Dr. John Watson, late of the 5th Northumberland Fusiliers. You may be more than a bit familiar with my old regiment." I elected to use the unaccustomed rank, hoping that it just might give me a tiny bit of equality in Moran's mind.
"A fine outfit. Now, Colonel, if you don't get yourself up against that wall, I will shoot you, and then Director Throckmorton in that order," he said.
So much for the idea of impressing him.
"Oh, really, Mr. Holmes," said Moriarty, shaking his head, "I do think that it would be a bit more comfortable for you if Colonel Moran would take the gun out of your ear."
For the briefest moment I wondered what kind of game he was playing. Then I saw a change come over the asylum director. Moran did indeed free him, stepping back several paces. An obviously padded jacket slipped off Throckmorton's shoulder, followed by a shirt pillow, and the shock of unruly red hair and mutton chop sideburns. Sherlock Holmes stood stretching himself to his full height. The face was the same as that of my friend, but the lines around his eyes were harder and crueler.
"There, that is much better. The disguise was not all that difficult a thing to do, but the man has such an insufferable attitude I wonder how anyone can stand to be around him for any length of time. Tell me, Professor, when did you know it was I?"
"Not immediately.
Only when I noticed that one of your sideburns was not quite glued down completely did I suspect that I was not talking to the genuine Dr. Throckmorton. Your acting was excellent. I have no doubt you would have done well treading the boards," said Moriarty. "My thanks, Professor. Like many, I have always harboured dreams of theatre, perhaps if my life had gone down a different path. That, however, is neither here nor there. Your sudden arrival has forced me to accelerate my plans."
Holmes's slim fingers reached into his vest pocket and produced a long grey key. He fitted it into the lock, swinging open the cell door with a flourish.
"Your Highness, if you would come with me?"
Victor Wednesday continued to walk back and forth, ignoring Holmes's action. When he did stop, he didn't look at Sherlock Holmes or even the open cell door, but stared at the painting. "Is this real, or but another of these endless nightmares given form?" he whispered.
"Oh, very real, Your Highness, very real. The only nightmare invoked this night will be for those who locked you away," said Holmes.
"Good," he said. For the first time Victor Wednesday seemed to pass away, and Prince Albert Victor took his place. As he headed for the door, he casually said,
"It would please us greatly if you would accompany us on our journey, Dr. Morstan."
The thought of Mary in the hands of Holmes and this man who was Jack the Ripper was more than I could stand. Without a thought as to consequences, I charged at Holmes, screaming at the top of my lungs. Unfortunately, I did not get close enough to my old friend's double because a mountain stepped between us. Moran grabbed me by the lapels and slammed me hard against the cell bars. The last thing that I recalled before I blacked out was Mary calling my name. It was at least several eternities before the darkness opened up for me. I struggled to say something, but lost the words echoing through the pounding in my head, which could very easily have been the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. I tried to rise up, but a wave of dizziness sent me rolling back onto the floor.
"Easy, Doctor. Besides having the wind knocked out of you, you slammed your head solidly into those bars. You don't appear to have a concussion, but I think you should just lie still for a moment until your head clears," said Moriarty. We were in the Prince's cell. That much was quickly obvious. I didn't have to ask to know that the door was securely locked. How long was I unconscious? 10 minutes, no more.
Seemingly satisfied as to my condition, Moriarty turned away from me to examine the cell door. "I really don't mean to belabor the obvious," I said, "but if we don't get out of here, Mary may well become the 6th victim of Jack the Ripper."
8th. There were 2 that the public never found out about. However, I think you may well be right," he said.
Just then the door swung open. He turned to me and displayed a thin wire he reattached to his pocket-watch chain.
"Shall we, Doctor?"
Before I could get to my feet, Moriarty crossed to the wall and reached into a trash container near a guard post. He rummaged around for a moment and then produced the Army Service revolver that Murray had given me the night before.
"Moran searched us both for weapons after knocking you out. While he found your gun, his ego wouldn't let him keep a common army-issue weapon. I doubt he expected us to be putting it to use quite this quickly."
Moriarty passed the gun to me. The main entrance hall of Druid's Hill was almost empty. I could hear a grandfather clock chiming 10 o'clock.
"They're probably making for the carriage house," said Moriarty.
I was already a dozen steps ahead of him toward the door. Unfortunately, we were not fast enough. I had barely cleared the doorway before an open carriage came ripping past the front of the house, horses at full gallop. Whoever had the reins, and it looked to be Moran, was struggling to keep control while defending himself from an attacker who seemed to be trying to push him out of the carriage. It looked like the Prince.
"We'll never catch them!" yelled the Professor. "Shoot, Watson, shoot!"
I fired 3 times. Whatever control Moran had was lost when the animals began to charge headlong into the sharp curve of the drive. The carriage whipped sharply from one side to the other several times, before tilting too far in one direction and sending its passengers and the frightened horses sprawling across the grass. I found Mary a few feet from the wreckage. She tried to rise up on one arm to free herself from the bushes that had cushioned her fall. However, the moment she leaned any weight on her arm, her face contorted in pain. "I can't be sure," she said, "but I think it may be broken." It was a clean break, thankfully. Her only other injuries appeared to be cuts and bruises. "A fair enough trade for my life," she smiled. We found Moran sprawled on the ground unconscious. The Prince was dead. We found him beneath the overturned wagon, his neck broken. Death had been almost instantaneous. I did not envy Moriarty the task ahead of him. Informing a father and grandfather that the fiction they had invented many years before had now become fact.
"What happened in the carriage to make the Prince attack Moran?"
Moriarty asked Mary. "I can't be sure. Moran said something to the Prince just as we left the barn. He screamed bloody murder and went for Moran's throat. I'm just glad that Moran said whatever he did," Mary replied.
"Whatever the reason, it looks like Jack the Ripper probably saved your life," observed Moriarty.
That was when it occurred to me that I had seen no sign of Holmes since the carriage had overturned.
"His footprints lead off away from the asylum," said Moriarty. "There was some blood, but I lost the trail about 1/4 of a mile to the east. I have no doubt that we will be hearing from Mr. Sherlock Holmes again."
"The train is late," I said, snapping the cover on my watch closed. Mary reached out, took my hand, and smiled. Her left arm hung in a sling, a reminder of our encounter with the other Holmes. All right, I admit that I was more than a bit nervous. Frankly, considering what had happened to me over the last few days, I would say that I had every right to be. This wasn't Victoria Station by any means, but rather a country train depot. In fact, it could have been a waiting room in any depot from Liverpool to Glasgow. There were a few people lingering around the waiting area. Professor Moriarty sat with a notebook on his lap, eyes half closed, every so often jotting down a few words or numerical notations. Occasionally I heard the now familiar sounds of the small metal balls clicking together as he rolled them across his palm. Mary and I had talked for some time, but in the last few minutes both of us had lapsed into a silence, broken only by an occasional reassuring smile. "I believe that the train is arriving," Mary said. The familiar sounds of steam locomotive filled the station. From the west I could see its lights, hear the metal-on-metal sound of its brakes, and moments later watch the steam cloud cut across the platform as it slid to a stop. Moriarty extracted his watch from a vest pocket. 9.5 minutes late, mathematically insignificant, especially considering the distance that it had to travel. A number of people emerged from the train. Most went right to the baggage compartment, while a few lingered around looking slightly confused. A familiar figure in frock coat and top hat, carrying a walking cane, cut his way through the crowd. "Holmes, over here!" I called out. I must confess that until that moment I had harboured the slightest fear that all of my memories of the other world had been one long dream.
"Watson, old fellow, it is good to see you," Holmes said, grasping my hand. "I have had the most remarkable journey, and have seen things that even surprised me."
"They must have been a remarkable sight, then," I said.
"They were. I am sure the return journey will present even more astounding sights," he said.
I glanced at Mary. Her eyes had that remarkable wisdom that I had always looked to for strength and support. "Holmes, where are my manners?" I said. "Let me introduce you to—"
"It is my pleasure, Dr. Morstan."
"I am honoured, Mr. Holmes. You seem as remarkable as John has described you. Since John has explained how you both came to know my other self, I would be most interested in how you reasoned that I am a doctor." Holmes flashed a familiar grin.
"Simplicity in itself. A number of signs gave your profession away. I shall mention only 2. The slight stain of silver nitrate on your uninjured hand, plus I noticed the earpiece of a stethoscope protruding from your sleeve. Since I see Watson is still carrying his in his hat, I reasoned that it most likely belonged to another doctor. You, in this case," he said.
"Remarkable," Mary laughed.
"Elementary," said Holmes. "Wouldn't you agree, Professor?" "Indeed I would, Holmes. I note you did not fail to make use of the station's wall mirror to note my approach. A simple precaution, given our history, one I am sure you would have taken had the positions been reversed. Indeed, you prove once again why your doppelganger has proved so elusive for these many years," chuckled Moriarty. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes." "The pleasure is mine, Professor Moriarty,"
Holmes said. I then saw something I never in my life had expected to see. Sherlock Holmes shaking hands with Professor Moriarty.
"The note that you sent was fascinating in its implications," said Holmes. "You had no trouble with the formulas that I suggested?"
"None.
It was simply a matter of reorienting one's perceptions of the world around us to direct the train to this particular station and your world," said Holmes. "I doubt the other passengers ever noticed the difference. Then there shall be no problem in allowing you and Watson to return by the next train to your world."
Moriarty pulled a timetable from his pocket.
"Which should depart in just a bit over 10 minutes, if this schedule is correct."
It was time. I squeezed Mary's hand once more before speaking. "Unfortunately, I will not be returning with Holmes."
"Indeed. And would I be wrong in assuming that at least part of your reason for remaining is Dr. Morstan?"
asked Holmes. I noticed he had a very large grin on his face as he spoke. "You would be exactly on the mark. In our world, the path for a female physician is especially difficult. Here, though not common, they are accepted more easily. As a general surgeon, I can practice anywhere. Save for a few distant cousins, I have no family left. Beyond yourself and a few other friends, none will miss me. The professor has offered to help establish my credentials in this world," I said.
"There is then marriage in the offing?"
asked Moriarty. "Perhaps," I said. They both knew there was, as did Mary and I. True, I had not formally proposed, but that was a matter I fully intended to correct very soon. For now we are definitely going into medical partnership."
"Well, Professor, it seems a good thing that I did not accept your wager," said Holmes.
"Wager?" I asked. At that moment both Holmes and Moriarty had the same sort of twinkle in their eyes.
"Oh, yes. Did I forget to mention the wager that the Professor offered me? It seems that he appended a note to his missive containing the formulas for travelling here. He suggested that you might have decided to remain here, even offered to bet me £10 that you would. I did not accept that wager because, though you have been steady as a river throughout our friendship, you have at times surprised even me. From the things told me, I had the feeling that this might just be one of those times."
A porter appeared, carrying 2 large carpet-bags.
"I also took the precaution of bringing some of your things I thought you might wish to retain in your new home."
"My thanks. Will my disappearance cause you any problems?"
"None that cannot be handled. I think with the aid of your friend, Dr. Doyle, we should be able to maintain the fiction that you are still writing your chronicles of my minor adventures."
Doyle was a good man, a decent physician and an excellent writer of historical tales. He had recommended me to the editors of the Strand magazine when I had first begun to seek publication for my work. Doyle's only problem was he had an annoying habit of forgetting my name and calling me James. "Then this is goodbye?"
"Let us simply say, Auf Wiedersehen, Watson. I would not rule out the possibility that we will see each other again."
I watched as Holmes strode across the platform. He had only just stepped inside one of the first-class compartments when I noticed a conductor with a worried expression on his face approaching him. As the train pulled away, I saw Holmes nod and follow the man deep into the train.
"Do you think that there is a problem on the train, John?"
Mary asked. "Problems always seem to find their way to Holmes. Perhaps this one will not be without points of interest for him."
"Then, for Mr. Holmes, it appears that the game is once more afoot," she said.
A Scandal in Montreal by Edward D. Hoke.
Edward D. Hoke's work has been named a winner of both the Edgar Award and the Anthony Award, and he was named a Grand Master by the Mystery Writers of America. He was known for his prodigious short story output, which, at the time of his death in 2008, numbered more than 900, many of which chronicled the adventures of Dr. Sam Hawthorne, Captain Leopold, or Nick Velvet. In addition to this story, which appeared in one of Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine's annual Sherlock Holmes tribute issues, he has also written about a dozen other Holmes stories. Once readers fall in love with a character, they can't help wanting to know what happens to that character next. Conan Doyle twice attempted to retire Sherlock Holmes, once dramatically at Reichenbach Falls, and then again in a more sedate fashion, when he imagined Holmes easing into a well-deserved retirement as a beekeeper in Sussex. Readers famously rebelled against the first retirement, and many still aren't satisfied with the second. Could a man as single-minded and dynamic as Sherlock Holmes ever really retire? Surely a case must come his way every now and then. And what about Irene Adler, the woman who outwitted Holmes, the only woman he regards as his equal, the woman, as he calls her? Surely their paths must cross again. What happens next? We always want to know. In this next tale, we see some familiar characters many years later when they're older, and their troubles are those particular to the more mature crowd: errant offspring, nostalgia, regret. It's always strange when you haven't seen someone in many years and then you meet them again. Sometimes you've both changed completely, and other times you find that you're both just the same as you've always been.
1. The Crime.
My old companion Sherlock Holmes had been in retirement for some years, when I had reason to visit him at his little Sussex villa with its breathtaking view of the English Channel. It was August of 1911, and the air was so still I could make out a familiar humming. "Are the bees enough to keep you busy?" I asked as we settled down at a little table in his garden. "More than enough, Watson," he assured me, pouring us a little wine, "and it is peaceful here. I see you have walked from the station.
How so, Holmes? You know my methods. Your face is red from the sun, and there is dust from the road on your shoes. You never change, I marvelled. Are you alone here, or do you see your neighbours? As little as possible. They are some distance away, but I know they look out their windows each morning for signs of a German invasion. I fear they have been taking Erskine Childers too seriously. It was 8 years since publication of The Riddle of the Sands, but people still read it. Do you fear war too? Not for a few years. Then we shall see what happens. But tell me what brings you here on a lovely summer's day. It has been some time since you spent a weekend with me. A telegram was sent to you at our old Baker Street lodgings, all the way from Canada. Mrs. Hudson couldn't find your address, so she brought it to me. How is she these days? Infirm, but in good spirits. I have a housekeeper here who tends to my needs, but she is off today. If you wish to stay for dinner, I can offer you only a slice of beef and bread. There is no need, Holmes. I came only to deliver this telegram, which could have been delivered more easily by the postal service. It seemed important, I told him, and I have little enough to do in my own retirement, not even bees. Well then, let us see about this urgent message. He opened the envelope and we read it together. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, 221B Baker Street, London. Dear Mr. Holmes, excuse intrusion on your time, but am in urgent need of help. My son Ralph Norton gone from McGill University. Police suspect him of murder. Please come, I beg you. It was signed simply Irene. What is this, Holmes? I asked. Do you know the meaning of it? All too well, he answered with a sigh. What Irene is this? Certainly not Irene Adler. She has been dead some 20 years. She was reported to have died, but I always doubted it. Irene was born in New Jersey, and after her marriage here to Godfrey Norton, I suspected they might have fled to America to escape questions about the Bohemian affair. If this was truly from her, she would be 53 now, 4 years younger than me, and not an old woman by any means. She might well have a son of university age. But what can you do from here, Holmes? From here, nothing. He pondered the problem for several minutes, staring at her address at the bottom of the telegram. I must respond to her at once, he decided. This telegram was sent 4 days ago, on the 12th. What will you tell her? She begs my help, Watson. How can I refuse her? You mean you would travel to Canada? I asked in astonishment. I would, and I shall be immensely grateful if you are able to accompany me. Within a week's time we were at sea, approaching the mouth of the St. Lawrence River. I wondered how Holmes ever persuaded me to accompany him on such a lengthy journey, and yet I knew the answer. I had to be present when he met Irene Adler one more time. I had to see her for myself after all these years. Our ship docked at one of the quays adjacent to the centre of Montreal, and we took a carriage to our hotel. I was surprised at the number of motor cars in the streets, and astounded at the sumptuous mansions in the city's centre, the sort of homes that would be far removed from London back home. Our driver informed us that these were the homes of the city's financial and industrial magnates, an area known as the Golden Square Mile. We checked into a small hotel across the street from the site of a new Ritz-Carlton hotel under construction. It was on Rue Sherbrooke West, close to the university, and after a telephone call to her, Irene said she would join us at the hotel. I could see that Holmes was a bit fidgety at the prospect of the meeting. I trust I will be able to help the woman with her problem, he confided. I have never forgotten her, over all these years. Presently the desk clerk telephoned to say that Mrs. Irene Norton was downstairs. Holmes and I went down to find her waiting in a secluded corner of the lobby, seated alone on a sofa wearing a long skirt and flowered blouse and hat. I recognized her at once from the photograph Holmes kept of her. She was still as slim and dainty as she had been on the opera stage, with a face as lovely as ever. Only a few grey hairs hinted at the passing years. "Good day, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," she said by way of greeting, almost duplicating her words when once she had followed him disguised as a boy. "And Dr. Watson. I must say both of you have changed very little since our London days." "You are most kind, madam," Holmes said with a little bow. "I am sorry we cannot be meeting under more pleasant circumstances."
She bid us be seated with her on the sofa. "These have been terrible weeks for me. I was at my wit's end when I telegraphed you, not even knowing if you were still available as a private consultant."
"I am retired," he told her, "but always available if you need me."
She smiled slightly. "I am honored that you should travel across an ocean for me."
"Have you lived in Montreal long?"
She nodded. "After our wedding, Godfrey felt we should leave England. Following a brief time on the continent, he established quite a successful law practice here, and we had a wonderful son, Ralph."
"I remember Godfrey as a remarkably handsome man,"
Holmes said. "Sadly, he passed away 3 years ago. If he was with me now, perhaps I would not have summoned you across an ocean."
"But what of your son? In the telegram you said he had disappeared following a murder."
"That is so. I must tell you the entire story from the beginning. I believe it was his father's death that set Ralph off. He was never the same after that. He took to carousing at night and neglecting his schoolwork."
"What is his age?"
"He is 19, about to enter his second year at McGill. He met a young woman during his first year, a pretty red-haired classmate named Monica Starr. She seemed like a nice girl, and I had no objection to their friendship. I thought it might get him back on track. But this summer he discovered there was a rival for her affections, a German student named Franz Faber, who was entering his final year at McGill. I know the two boys had a fight, and Ralph came home a few weeks ago with a bloody nose, but it wasn't anything more than that. Ralph couldn't have—"
Her voice broke then. "What happened, Irene?"
Holmes asked her softly. 2 weeks ago, on a Thursday night, Franz Faber was stabbed to death outside a pub frequented by McGill students. It has caused a great scandal here. Things like this don't happen at McGill."
"The university was in session during August?"
"They offer some summer courses each year. Apparently Faber was taking a language course. He was a German student with only a basic knowledge of English and French. My son was seen in the pub earlier, and the police came to our house to question him. He'd come home about an hour before they arrived and went to his room without speaking to me."
"Was that unusual?"
"He's been moody lately. I thought nothing of it, but when I went to his room to summon him for the police, he wasn't there. Apparently he'd gone out the back door. The next morning I discovered that Monica Starr was missing too. The police are convinced he killed Faber, but I can't believe it. He was moody, yes, just like his father, but he'd never kill anyone."
Holmes tried to calm her. "I will do whatever I can for you, Irene. You must know that. Tell me, is there any place in the city or near here where they might have gone?"
"I'm not even convinced they're together."
"I think we can assume they are, whether or not he committed the crime. Was he friendly with any of his professors or instructors at McGill?"
She considered that for a moment. "There's Professor Stephen Leacock. He's a lecturer at McGill, and he's published some economics books along with collections of humorous stories. Ralph was quite friendly with him."
"What about fellow students?"
"Only Monica, so far as I know."
"I'll speak to Leacock,"
Holmes said.
"What about you? Are you still singing?"
She gave him a wan smile. "Very little. Occasionally in local productions."
"That's too bad, Irene. You have a lovely voice."
"Find him for me, Mr. Holmes," she said. "You're the only one who can help me now."
"I'll do everything possible."
We walked the short distance to the university, a series of stone buildings reached by a tree-lined carriageway from the street. A monument to James McGill, whose legacy helped found the institution 90 years earlier, stood in front of the central pavilion. Only a few students and faculty members were about, preparing for the upcoming autumn term. We asked directions to Professor Leacock's office, and were directed to the Political Economy Department in an adjoining building. Holmes led the way, moving with an intensity that surprised me.
"We have no time to lose, Watson. If the young man has indeed fled the scene, it is important that we find him and convince him to return for his own good."
"Do you believe him to be guilty, Holmes?"
"It is much too soon to form an opinion."
When we located Leacock's tiny office, it was occupied by a slender young man who introduced himself as Rob Gentry. He'd been studying a map on the professor's desk, and he told us,
"Professor Leacock is out right now, but he should be returning shortly. There's an election coming up, you know. Please take a seat, gentlemen." "Is he active in politics?"
Holmes asked.
Very much so, on the Conservative side. He's campaigning against our Liberal Prime Minister.
Almost at once a handsome, broad-shouldered man with a thick moustache appeared in the doorway.
"What's this? Visitors? We will need an additional chair, Rob."
"Yes, sir."
"I am Professor Leacock,"
he said, extending his hand. I guessed him to be in his early 40s, with just a hint of grey in his hair.
"What can I do for you?"
"We have travelled here from London. This is my companion, Dr. Watson, and I am Mr. Holmes."
"Holmes? Holmes?"
Leacock seemed astounded.
"Surely not the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes?"
"The same," I replied, speaking for Holmes.
"I have published some humorous pieces about your great detective work, Mr. Holmes. At least I trust you will find them humorous."
Holmes ignored his words.
"We have come on an urgent matter, Professor Leacock. Irene Norton has asked my help in finding her son Ralph, who is suspected of murder."
Leacock seemed to pale at his words.
"A terrible tragedy," he murmured.
"His mother says you were a friend of his."
"I still am. This entire business is beyond my comprehension."
He shifted some papers on his desk.
"If you know his whereabouts, it would be best for the lad if we found him before the police."
"I know nothing," he insisted.
"Perhaps. But your assistant was studying a map on your desk when we entered, and now you have covered it up."
Leacock was silent for a moment, perhaps weighing his choices. Finally he said,
"You are quite the detective, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I know where the boy is."
2. The Chase.
Professor Leacock explained that he did his writing during summer vacations at a family cottage north of Lake Simcoe in the town of Orillia. It was some distance away from Montreal, actually north of Toronto.
"It's on Old Brewery Bay on Lake Couchiching, but that's really an extension of Lake Simcoe."
"How do you get there?"
Holmes asked.
"By train. The Canadian National Railway runs a line from Toronto through Orillia. It passes quite close to my cottage. I came back here with my family in early August, as I always do, to prepare for the new term. It was just a few days before Franz Faber was killed."
"Did you know Faber?"
"Not personally. Rob here knew him."
Gentry nodded.
"I used to see him in the pub on weekends. If he was between girlfriends, we might have a few beers together."
Holmes looked thoughtful.
"Did you see him the night he was stabbed?"
He shook his head.
"I was at a picnic with some friends."
Holmes turned back to Leacock.
"You said you knew where young Norton is."
"He came to see me just after I returned to Montreal with my family. He wanted to get away for a few weeks until the new term began. He wondered if I might know a place where he could go."
"And you suggested your cottage in Orillia?"
"I did."
"When was this?"
He consulted his desk calendar.
"It would have been Wednesday the 9th.
"Was he accompanied by the missing young woman, Monica Starr?"
"So far as I know, he went alone."
"And is still there now?"
"I believe so, yes. He planned to return the second week in September."
"Do you have a telephone at the cottage?"
"No. I like to spend the summers there with my wife and son without needless interruptions."
"Then tell me how to get there by train."
"It is a full day's journey from here, well over 300 miles.
Watson and I are used to riding trains in England."
Leacock smiled.
"I am British myself, you know. My parents migrated to Canada when I was 7, and I decided to go with them."
"A wise decision,"
Holmes said with a smile.
"Now, about your cottage."
"I don't know what is happening with Ralph, but I seem to be responsible in part, since I allowed him to use my place. If you insist on going, I will journey with you. I don't want two strangers accosting him by surprise."
I sensed something unspoken, as if he feared Irene's son was indeed capable of violence.
"Very well,"
Holmes agreed.
"Let us take the first available train."
Professor Leacock turned to his assistant.
"Can you handle things here for a few days, Rob?"
"Certainly, sir."
Leacock telephoned his wife to tell her of our plans. Then he said to Holmes,
"There is an early morning train tomorrow. We can be at the cottage before nightfall."
"Very well."
"Windsor Station is several blocks south of here. Go down Rue Peel, past Dominion Square, and it will be on your right. You can't miss it. I will meet you there at 8 in the morning."
As we were leaving, he thrust a book of his writings into my hand.
"Please read this tonight, Dr. Watson, especially my little story, Maddened by Mystery. I trust you and Mr. Holmes will find it all in good fun."
Once outside, Holmes stared up at the sky.
"An odd sort of chap, but friendly enough. Before we travel to the cottage, though, I wish to speak with the local police."
Dealing with the Sûreté du Québec proved to be both better and worse than our frequent encounters with Scotland Yard. Better because they tended to treat Holmes with a bit more respect than some of their British counterparts, but worse because it was difficult finding the detectives investigating the murder of Franz Faber. We finally were shown to a squad-room where a detective named Jean Leblanc greeted Holmes with a degree of respect.
"You are certainly well known to us here," he said. "Is this your first journey to Canada, Mr. Holmes?"
"It is."
"I trust you will find our country to your liking. Now what can I help you with?"
"I have been asked to look into the murder of a McGill University student named Franz Faber. I believe he was stabbed to death outside a pub a fortnight ago."
Leblanc flipped through the files on his desk.
"Exactly a fortnight, on Thursday the 10th. He lived only a few minutes after the attack."
"Were there any witnesses?"
Holmes asked.
"No."
"Then why are you attempting to arrest Ralph Norton for this crime?"
"The two had fought over a woman. A police officer on patrol was the first to see Faber lying in the road. He'd been stabbed in the chest and was bleeding badly but still alive. The officer asked who stabbed him, and he said Norton."
I could see that this dying statement had caught Holmes by surprise.
"He's sure of that?"
The detective nodded.
"He said Norton. The officer was certain. Add to that the fact that Ralph Norton fled when we came to question him, and it makes a strong circumstantial case."
"Who was the woman they fought over?"
"Name is Monica Starr. She's disappeared too."
"Have you talked to her family?"
"They have a home up north in Gaspe. She's been living on campus. They know nothing about her disappearance and claim they haven't seen her all summer. She'd remained at the university for some extra courses."
"Something of a coincidence, all these extra summer courses,"
Holmes mused.
"Was Ralph Norton at the pub that night?"
"The bartender saw him earlier, but he wasn't there with Faber."
"Was the murder weapon recovered?"
"Not yet. We've searched the area without any luck."
When we left the Sûreté du Québec, I asked Holmes what he thought.
"It seems that Ralph is the prime suspect,"
he answered.
"We should call on Irene today before we leave in the morning."
We called at her home, a smaller version of those mansions we'd seen on our way to the hotel. It was obvious that her husband's law practice had been profitable. Over tea, Holmes explained about Leacock's cottage and told her we'd be travelling there in the morning.
"You must prepare yourself, Irene. The police evidence is strong, even if not conclusive. If he's at the Leacock cottage, he might not be alone."
"That girl?" Holmes nodded.
"Monica Starr. She was here all summer with him. Something happened with the other boy, Franz Faber. They fought once, and they may have fought again outside the pub a fortnight ago. He spoke Ralph's name as he was dying."
"No." She shook her head. "I can't believe my son would harm anyone."
"If I find him, I will have to bring him back."
She turned away, not wanting to meet his quick eyes. "He's my only child, all that I have. You must be able to help him somehow." Holmes sighed and told her,
"I will do whatever I can."
That evening, as we prepared to retire to our rooms, I took the time to read the little story Stephen Leacock had given me earlier.
"Holmes,"
I exclaimed before I'd finished the first few pages,
"this thing of Leacock's actually makes sport of you and your methods. He refers to you as the great detective, and describes you wearing foolish disguises as you attempt to help the Prime Minister and the Archbishop of Canterbury."
"Am I mentioned by name?"
"No."
"Then I view it as a compliment, if readers like you immediately identify me as the great detective."
But that did little to calm my outrage. As I finished my reading, I gasped.
"At the end he has you disguised as a dog, and destroyed by the dog-catchers. The man is a scoundrel and a slanderer."
Holmes smiled just a bit.
"Or a humorist."
"Do we really want to travel with such a person?"
"I am doing it for Irene and her son, not for Leacock."
And in the morning we met him at the station as planned. His teaching assistant, Rob Gentry, had come with him, which was something of a surprise.
"I have some papers at the cottage," Leacock explained. "Since we'll be there at least overnight, Rob can sort through them for me and decide what I need to bring back here."
As it turned out, Gentry's presence was a good thing. It gave me someone to converse with on the long journey, and an excuse for addressing none of my remarks to the blackguard Leacock. The journey across eastern Canada was a picturesque one, and Leacock explained to Holmes why he'd chosen a summer home so far removed from Montreal.
"I grew up in this area, after we came here from England. We had a place in Egypt, not far from the south shore of Lake Simcoe, a colourful country, especially in summer. The winters in Montreal are often brutal."
"It is a large country," Holmes remarked.
"Indeed it is. One can travel hundreds of miles in western Canada and see nothing but wheat fields. I believe the Lord said, 'Let there be wheat,' and Saskatchewan was born."
It was late afternoon when we left the train at Aurelia and took a carriage the few short blocks to Leacock's cottage. Since there was no telephone, he'd been unable to announce our arrival in advance. A handsome young man with sandy hair and a few freckles was seated on the porch as we left the carriage. He immediately put down the Rider Haggard novel he was reading and stood up.
"Professor Leacock, what brings you here?"
"I have bad news for you, lad. Franz Faber was murdered the night before you left Montreal. The police want to question you about it."
At his words, the screen door behind him opened, and a lovely red-haired girl in a blue shift appeared. She had a dimple in her chin, and a smile to charm any man. "Ralph was with me all the time," she told us. "He couldn't have killed anyone." Holmes inserted himself into the conversation.
"Would this be the missing Miss Starr?"
he asked.
"Who are you?"
Norton demanded.
"Sherlock Holmes. I am an old friend of your mother who summoned me from England to find you."
He shook his head.
"I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not going back to see the police. We're staying right here."
His glance shifted to me.
"Who is this man?"
"My associate, Dr. Watson," Holmes responded. He studied me more closely.
"A medical doctor?"
"Of course," I told him.
"And you know Rob, my assistant?"
Leacock said. Ralph smiled slightly.
"We see each other at the pub."
Leacock glanced around.
"We have only 3 bedrooms. Is there room for us all overnight?"
"Sure,"
Ralph conceded.
"Follow me, Mr. Holmes. We'll get everyone settled and have a bit of supper. You must be hungry after that long train ride."
Holmes and I drew a small bedroom at the rear of the cottage. When we were alone, I asked, why was he so interested that I was a doctor?
"You must try to be more observant, Watson. We now know why she didn't spend the summer at home with her parents. Even wearing that large shift, I could detect a bit of a bulge. I believe Monica Starr to be at least 6 months pregnant." 3. The Capture.
Seeing her seated at the dinner table later that evening, I had to agree with Holmes's diagnosis. The girl was certainly pregnant, probably entering her 3rd trimester. It appeared that Ralph was planning to remain here with her rather than return to McGill. I wondered if Leacock and Gentry were aware of her condition. After we ate, there was still enough light for us to walk along Old Brewery Bay. It was a small arm of the lake with Leacock's house at the innermost part. I could see that Irene's son and Monica Starr were supremely happy, even with these unexpected guests. They played catch with a red rubber ball, occasionally tossing it to Leacock or Gentry as well. At one point Ralph ran ahead and shouted to her, "North! Catch!"
"North?"
Holmes questioned after she'd caught the ball and tossed it on to Gentry.
"I'm from up north, so naturally the guys started calling me North Star, or just North." "Do you like it at McGill?" "Sure. What's not to like? That's where I met Ralph. We'll be getting married soon, after we break the news to our folks."
"I wish you all the happiness you deserve," Holmes said. Leacock had been standing close enough to overhear the conversation, and he commented to me,
"Many a man in love with a dimple makes the mistake of marrying the whole girl."
"You do not approve?" I asked, addressing him for the first time since our journey began.
"It is not for me to say. Life, as we often learn too late, is in the living."
As the evening wore on, I found myself forced into further conversation with Leacock.
"Did you have an opportunity to read my little piece on the defective detective, Dr. Watson?"
"I did, sir. It seems to me you could devote your talents to more important matters."
"Ah, but you see, I would sooner have written Alice in Wonderland than the whole of the Encyclopaedia Britannica."
I had no answer for that. Holmes and I both slept well that night. The water was still and a big change from our Atlantic crossing. In the morning, over breakfast, the talk turned serious. It was Leacock who brought matters to a head.
"You have to come back with us, Ralph. If you don't, I must tell the police where you are."
But it was Monica who rose to his defence.
"Why do you have to tell them? He's done nothing wrong."
Leacock turned appealingly toward Holmes, who said quietly,
"Franz Faber named Ralph as he was dying. He told a police officer it was Norton."
"But that's impossible. I was with him all that night."
"No, you weren't, Monica,"
Ralph told her.
"This was Thursday, the night before we left. Remember, I had to pick up some things from home? I was gone for over an hour."
"You couldn't kill anyone, Ralph,"
she said with a sigh.
"Franz might not have seen his killer. You two'd had a fight, so your name was the one he spoke."
"He was stabbed in the chest,"
Holmes told her.
"It's most likely he did see his killer."
Then he turned back to Ralph.
"What had you and Faber fought about?"
He gave a snort.
"We fought over Monica. It felt like I was still a kid in high school." "Is that true?"
he asked her.
"I guess so. I went out with Franz for a while, and he didn't want to give me up."
If we were to be back in Montreal that night, we had to be leaving soon. Rob Gentry had gathered up the material Leacock wanted to bring back, but there was still no agreement from Ralph.
"I'm not going to ride all day on the train just to tell some ignorant detective I'm innocent."
"I can stay here alone for one night,"
Monica told him.
"Or you can come back with him,"
Professor Leacock suggested.
"That might be best."
She shook her head.
"No. I came here to get away from people."
Holmes spoke softly.
"Dr. Watson could examine you if you are concerned about your condition."
"It's not that. I just don't want to go back there."
"And neither do I,"
Ralph decided. Leacock tried to reason with him.
"Sooner or later the Montreal police will learn where you are, Ralph. You'll be arrested and taken back there in handcuffs. That's hardly something you'd want your mother to see."
"There's no evidence that I killed him."
"You fought, and he named you as his killer,"
Holmes said.
"Our fight was several days earlier. There was no reason to renew it or stab him. Monica was coming with me. I asked you about this cottage, and you gave me the key a full day before Faber was killed."
"You make a good case for your innocence,"
Holmes agreed.
"but the police want a killer, and you're the only suspect they have."
It was then that Monica Starr spoke.
"They have another,"
she said quietly.
"I killed Franz Faber."
"Monica!"
Ralph shouted.
"Don't ever say that again. Somebody might believe it."
I stared at Leacock and Gentry, seeing the disbelief in their faces. But then I glanced at Holmes and saw something quite different. Something like satisfaction.
"Of course she killed him. I've known it since last night, but I had to hear it from her own lips."
"How could you have known?"
Ralph asked.
"What happened last night?"
"You called her by a nickname, North. When Franz Faber lay dying, he reverted to his native language. The officer asked who stabbed him, and he didn't say Norton, but Norden, the German word for north. He was saying you stabbed him, Monica. You want to tell us why you did it?"
She stared down at the floor, unable to look any of us in the eye. Finally she answered.
"I love Ralph. I love him so much. My brief time with Franz was a big mistake, but when I became pregnant, he threatened to tell Ralph the baby was his, and not Ralph's. I couldn't let him do that. I begged him not to, but he wouldn't listen. I brought a knife along to threaten him, but when he saw it, he just laughed. That was when I stabbed him."
"Monica!" It was almost a sob from Ralph Norton's lips. The six of us took the long train ride back to Montreal together. Holmes telephoned Detective Leblanc from a stop along the route, and he was waiting for us at the station. Holmes and I took a carriage to Irene Norton's home. He insisted on giving her the news in person.
"Your son will be home soon,"
he told her.
"He's gone to the Sûreté with Monica Starr."
"Have you solved the case?" she wanted to know. "Is my son innocent?"
"Innocent of all but a youthful love. Only time can cure him of that."
He told her of Monica's confession. "And the baby?" she asked. "Who is the father?"
"We didn't ask, but it seems Faber had reason to believe it was his. It may take Ralph some time to get over that."
She dipped her eyes and may have shed a tear. A scandal in Montreal. Who would have thought it? First me all those years ago in Bohemia, and now my son.
"No one is blaming you, or your son."
She lifted her head to gaze at Holmes. "How can I ever thank you? Will you be going back now?" He nodded.
"I am retired and keep bees at my villa in Sussex. If you are ever in the vicinity, it would be my pleasure to show it to you."
"I'll keep that in mind," she said, and held out her hand to him.
The Adventure of the Field Theorems by Vonda N. McIntyre.
Vonda N. McIntyre is the author of the Hugo, Nebula, and Locus award-winning novel Dream Snake. She is also the author of The Moon and the Sun, which also won the Nebula Award, and several other novels, including a Star Wars novel and several Star Trek novels. Other original novels include The Starfarer's Quartet, Barbary, a book for younger readers, Superluminal, and The Exile Waiting. Much of her short fiction has been collected in Fire Flood and other stories. Readers have a tendency to identify authors with their characters, and this was certainly the case for Arthur Conan Doyle. He received piles of letters from readers asking for his help in solving actual crimes, to which he could only throw up his hands. Not only did Conan Doyle lack the rigorous, logical, machine-like Holmesian ability to penetrate subterfuge, but the author was also famously gullible. He repeatedly put his reputation on the line, championing any hokey spiritualist who waved some ectoplasm at him. In fact, the stage magician Houdini, who knew all the tricks of the spiritualists and who dedicated himself to unmasking them, displayed more Holmes-like behavior than the author ever did. Perhaps the most embarrassing example of Conan Doyle's credulity was his publicizing the case of the Cottingley fairies. Amazingly, the creator of Sherlock Holmes showed no skepticism when some mischievous teenage girls took photographs of themselves standing beside cardboard cutouts of gnomes and fairies and then presented the images as real. This next tale shows us this side of Conan Doyle. Of course, in the wilds of an author's imagination, you can never be too sure what's real and what isn't.
Holmes laughed like a bedlam escapee. Considerably startled by his outburst, I lowered my Times, where I had been engrossed in an article about a new geometrical pattern discovered in the fields of Surrey. I had not yet decided whether to bring it to Holmes's attention. "What amuses you so, Holmes?" No interesting case had challenged Holmes of late, and I wondered fearfully if boredom had led him to take up, once again, the habit of cocaine. Holmes's laughter died, and an expression of thoughtful distress replaced the levity. His eyes revealed none of the languorous excitement of the drug. "I am amused by the delusions of our species, Watson," Holmes said. "Amusing on the surface, but, on reflection, distressing." I waited for his explanation. "Can you not discern the reason for my amusement, Watson, and my distress? I should think it perfectly obvious." I considered. Should he encounter an article written particularly for its humorous content, he would pass straight over it, finding it as useless to him as the orbits of the planets. The description of some brutal crime surely would not amuse him. A trace of Moriarty would raise him to anger, or plunge him into despair. "Ah," I said, certain I had divined the truth, "you have read an account of a crime. I beg your pardon, the resolution of a crime, and you have seen the failings in the analysis. But," I pointed out, somewhat disturbed by my friend's indifference to the deeper ramifications, That would indicate the arrest of an innocent victim, Holmes. Surely you should have some other reaction than laughter."
"Surely I should,"
Holmes said.
"if that were the explanation. It is not."
He shook the paper.
"Here is a comment by Conan Doyle on Houdini's recent performance."
"Quite impressive it was, too," I said. "Thrilling, I would say. Did Sir Arthur find the performance compelling?"
"Conan Doyle," Holmes said with saturnine animosity, "attributes Houdini's achievements to,"
Holmes sneered,
"mediumistic powers."
"His achievements do strain credulity," I said mildly.
"Pah!"
Holmes said.
"That is the point, Watson. The entire and complete point. Would you pay good money to see him fail to escape from a sealed coffin?"
"I suppose that I would not," I admitted.
"Were Houdini to tell you his methods, you would reply, 'But that is so simple, anyone could achieve the same effect, using your methods.'"
As Holmes often heard the same remark after explaining his methods, I began to understand his outburst. "I would say nothing of the sort," I said mildly. "I should say instead that he had brought the technique of stage magicianship to as near an exact science as it ever will be brought in this world." Holmes recognized my comment with a brief smile, for I had often said as much to him about his practice of detection.
"But it is true, Watson,"
Holmes said, serious once more.
"Anyone could achieve the same effect. Were they willing to dedicate their lives to developing the methods, to studying the methods, to perfecting the methods. Then it is so simple."
When Holmes deigned to lead an amazed observer through his deductive reasoning, the observer's reaction was invariably the same. His methods were perfectly obvious. Anyone, including the observer, could duplicate them with ease.
"Conan Doyle claims friendship with Houdini,"
Holmes said in disgust,
"and yet he insults his friend. He dismisses Houdini's hard work and ingenuity. Despite Houdini's denials, Conan Doyle attributes Houdini's success to the supernatural, as if Houdini himself had very little to do with it. What a great fool, this Conan Doyle."
"Easy on," I said. "Sir Arthur is an intelligent man, a brave man, an inspired man. His imagination is every bit as exalted as that of Wells. His Professor Challenger stories compare favourably to War of the Worlds."
"I never read fiction,"
Holmes said,
"a failing for which you berate me continually. If I did read fiction, I would not doubly waste my time with the scientific romances you find so compelling. Nor am I interested in the mad fantasies of a spiritualist."
Holmes scowled through a dense cloud of pipe smoke.
"The man photographs fairies in his garden."
"You are too much the materialist, Holmes," I said. "With my own eyes I saw amazing things, unbelievable things, in Afghanistan."
"Ancient sleight of hand, snake charming, the rope trick."
He laughed again, though without the hysterical overtones of his previous outburst.
"Ah, Watson, I envy you your innocence."
I was about to object to his implications when he stayed my comment by holding up one hand.
"Mrs. Hudson?"
"With our tea," I said. Hardly deserves the word deduction, as her footsteps are plainly audible, and it is, after all, tea-time.
"To announce a client."
Mrs. Hudson, our landlady, knocked and opened the door.
"Gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes," she said. "Shall I set an extra cup?"
The figure of a man loomed behind her in the shadows.
"Thank you, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said. "That would be most kind."
Mrs. Hudson placed a calling card on the tray by the doorway. Holmes rose to his feet, but did not trouble to read the card. As our visitor entered, I rose as well and made to greet him, but Holmes spoke first.
"I observe, Dr. Conan Doyle,"
Holmes said coolly,
"that you were called abruptly into the fields, and have spent the morning investigating the mystery of the damaged crops. Investigating without success, I might add. Has a new field theorem appeared?"
Conan Doyle laughed heartily, his voice booming from his powerful chest.
"So you've introduced me already, John," he said to me. "You were looking out the window when my carriage arrived, I've no doubt."
He smiled at Holmes.
"Not such a clever deduction, Mr. Holmes."
He wrinkled his noble brow and said to me,
"But how did you know I've just come to town? And how did you know of my involvement with the field theorems?"
"I'm afraid I had no idea you were our visitor, Sir Arthur," I said. "I did not even know we had a visitor until Holmes surmised your approach." Sir Arthur chuckled. "I understand," he said. "Bad manners revealing the tricks of the trade, even those as simple as prior knowledge." Holmes concealed his annoyance. I doubt anyone who knew him less well than I would have noticed it. He gazed steadily at Sir Arthur. We seldom had visitors taller than Holmes, but Sir Arthur Conan Doyle exceeds 6 feet by 4 inches. Unlike my friend Holmes, who remained slender, indeed gaunt, even during his occasional periods of slothful depression, Sir Arthur dominated the room with his hearty presence. "How did you know about our visitor, Holmes?" I asked, trying to salvage the introductions.
"I heard Sir Arthur's carriage arrive," he said dismissively, "as you would have done had you been paying attention."
Though somewhat put off by his attitude, I continued. "And Sir Arthur's outing? His identity?" "My face is hardly unknown," Sir Arthur said. "Why, my likeness was in the Times only last week, accompanying a review—"
"I never read the literary section of the Times," Holmes said, "as Watson will attest." He pointed the stem of his pipe at Sir Arthur's pants cuffs. "You are a fastidious man, Sir Arthur. You dress well and carefully. Your shave this morning was leisurely and complete. Your moustache is freshly trimmed. Had you planned your excursion, you would surely have worn suitable clothing. Therefore your presence was required on short notice. You have wiped the mud of the fields from your boots, but you have left a smear on the polish. You have confronted a puzzle that has distracted you from your customary appearance, which I can easily see, anyone could easily see, is impeccable. As to the nature of the puzzle, unripe seed heads of Triticum aestivum have attached themselves to your trousers' cuffs. I am in no doubt that you investigated the vandalism plaguing fields in Surrey."
"Amazing," Conan Doyle whispered, his ruddy face paling. "Absolutely amazing." I could see that Holmes was both pleased by Conan Doyle's reaction and surprised that Sir Arthur did not laugh again and announce that his methods were simplicity itself. Holmes finished his recitation.
"That you have failed to solve the mystery is self-evident. Else, why come to me?"
Sir Arthur staggered. Leaping forward to support him, I helped him to a chair. I was astonished to perceive any weakness in a man of his constitution. He was quite in shock. Fortunately, Mrs. Hudson chose that moment to arrive with the tea. A good hot cup, fortified with brandy from the sideboard, revived Sir Arthur considerably.
This is the end of disc number 3. Please continue listening on disc number 4. This is disc number 4.
Sir Arthur staggered. Leaping forward to support him, I helped him to a chair. I was astonished to perceive any weakness in a man of his constitution. He was quite in shock. Fortunately, Mrs. Hudson chose that moment to arrive with the tea. A good hot cup, fortified with brandy from the sideboard, revived Sir Arthur considerably.
"I do apologize," he said. "I've spent the morning in the presence of strangeness beyond any I've ever before witnessed. As you divined, Mr. Holmes, the experience has distracted me. To perceive your supernatural talents so soon thereafter—" He took a deep draught of his tea. I refilled his cup, including rather more brandy. Sir Arthur sipped his tea and let warm, pungent steam rise around his face. His colour improved.
"Supernatural?"
Holmes mused.
"Well honed, certainly. Extraordinary, even. But not in the least supernatural."
Sir Arthur replied,
"If John did not tell you who I am, and you did not recognize my face, then you could only have discovered my name by reading my mind."
"I read your name," Holmes said dryly, "from the head of your walking stick, where it is quite clearly engraved."
Since the end of spring, the newspapers had been full of articles about mysterious damage to growing crops. Wheat stalks were crushed in great circles, intersected by lines and angles, as if a cyclone had touched down to give mere humans a lesson in celestial geometry. Though the phenomena were often accompanied by strange lights in the sky, the weather was invariably fair. If the lights were lightning, it was lightning unaccompanied by thunder. No wind or rain occurred to cause any damage, much less damage in perfect geometrical form. Many suggestions had been put forth as to the cause of the unexplained diagrams, from hailstorms to electromagnetic disturbances, but blame had not yet been fixed. The patterns were the mystery of the year. The press, in a misinterpretation of modern physics in general and the theory of Maxwell in particular, had taken to calling the devices field theorems. Holmes had clipped and filed the articles and painstakingly redrawn the figures. He suspected that if the patterns were the consequence of a natural force, some common element could be derived from a comparison of the designs. One morning I had come into the sitting-room to find him surrounded by crumpled paper. The acrid bite of smoke thickened the air, and the Persian slipper in which Holmes kept his shag lay overturned on the mantel among the last few scattered shreds of tobacco.
"I have it, Watson."
Holmes had waved a drawing, annotated in his hand.
"I believe this to be the basic pattern from which all other field theorems are derived."
His brother, Mycroft, speedily dismantled his proof and took him to task for failing to complete several lemmas associated with the problem. Holmes, chagrined to have made such an elementary, to Holmes, and uncharacteristic mistake, appeared to lose interest in the field theorems. But it was clear from his comments to Sir Arthur that they had never completely vanished from his attention. After packing quickly, Holmes and I accompanied Sir Arthur to the station, where we boarded the train to Undershaw, his estate in Hindhead, Surrey.
"Tell me, Sir Arthur,"
Holmes said, as our train moved swiftly across the green and gold late-summer countryside,
"how came you to be involved in this investigation?"
I wondered if Holmes were put out. The mystery had begun in early summer. Here it was nearly harvest time before anyone called for the world's only consulting detective.
"It is my tenants who have been most troubled by the phenomena," said Sir Arthur, recovered from his earlier shock. "Fascinating as the field theorems may be, they do damage the crops, and I feel responsible for what has happened. I cannot have my tenants lose their livelihoods because of my actions."
"So you feel the vandalism is directed at you?" said I. Sir Arthur had involved himself in several criminal cases, generally on the side of a suspect he felt to be innocent. His efforts differed from those of Holmes in that Holmes never ended his cases with ill-advised legal wrangles. No doubt one of Sir Arthur's less grateful supplicants was venting his rage against some imagined slight.
"Vandalism?" Sir Arthur said. "No, this is far more important, more complex than vandalism. It's obvious that someone is trying to contact me from the other side."
"The other side?" I asked. "Of Surrey? Surely it would be easier to use the post." Sir Arthur leaned toward me, serious and intense.
"Not the other side of the country. The other side of life and death."
Holmes barked with laughter. I sighed quietly. Intelligent and accomplished as my friend is, he occasionally overlooks proprieties. Holmes will always choose truth over politeness.
"You believe,"
Holmes said to Sir Arthur,
"that a séance brought about these field theorems? The crushed crops are the country equivalent of ectoplasm and levitating silver trumpets?"
The scorn in Holmes's voice was plain, but Sir Arthur replied calmly. He has, of course, faced disbelief innumerable times since his conversion to spiritualism.
"Exactly so,"
he said, his eyes shining with hope.
"Our loved ones on the other side desire to communicate with us. What better way to attract our attention than to offer us knowledge beyond our reach? Knowledge that cannot be confined within an ordinary séance cabinet. We might commune with the genius of Newton."
"I did not realize," Holmes said, "that your family has a connection to that of Sir Isaac Newton."
"I did not intend to claim such a connection,"
Sir Arthur said, drawing himself stiffly upright. Holmes could make light of his spiritual beliefs, of his perceptions, but an insult to the familial dignity fell beyond the pale.
"Of course not," I said hurriedly. "No one could imagine that you did."
I hoped that for once Holmes would not comment on the contradiction inherent in my statement. Holmes gazed with hooded eyes at Sir Arthur, and held his silence. "It's well known that entities from diverse places and times, not only relatives, communicate from the other side," I said. "How extraordinary it would be were Isaac Newton to return, after nearly 2 centuries of pure thought."
"Extraordinary," Holmes muttered, "would hardly be the word for it." He fastened his gaze upon Sir Arthur. "Dr. Conan Doyle," he said, "if you believe spirits are the cause of this odd phenomenon, why did you engage me to investigate?"
"Because, Mr. Holmes, if you cannot lay the cause to any worldly agent, then the only possible explanation is a spiritual one. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. You will help me prove my case."
"I see," Holmes said. "You have engaged me to eliminate causes more impossible than the visitations of spirits. You have engaged me to fail."
"I would not have put it so," Sir Arthur said.
The trip continued in rather strained silence. Sir Arthur fell into a restless doze. Holmes stared at the passing landscape, his long limbs taut with unspent energy. After an eternity we reached the Hindhead station. I roused Sir Arthur, who awoke with a great gasp of breath.
"Ma'am!"
he cried, then came to himself and apologized most sincerely.
"I was dreaming," he said. "My dear late mother came to me. She encourages us to proceed."
Holmes made no reply. Sir Arthur's carriage, drawn by a pair of fine bays, awaited us.
"The automobile can't be started, sir,"
the driver said.
"We've sent to London for the mechanic." "Very well, James,"
Sir Arthur said. He shook his head as we climbed into the carriage.
"The motor was quite astonishingly reliable when first I bought it, but recently it has broken down more often than it has run."
The comment drew Holmes's attention.
"When, exactly, did it begin to fail?"
8 weeks past," Sir Arthur said.
"At the same time the field theorems began to appear,"
Holmes said thoughtfully. Sir Arthur chuckled.
"Why, Mr. Holmes, surely you don't believe the spirits would try to communicate by breaking my auto car?"
"No, Sir Arthur, you are quite correct. I do not believe the spirits would try to communicate by breaking your auto car."
"Merely a coincidence?"
"I do not believe in coincidences."
Holmes was anxious to inspect the field theorems as soon as we arrived at Undershaw, but by then it was full dark. Sir Arthur showed the strain of a long and taxing day. He promised that we should leap out of bed before dawn and be at his tenant's field as the first rays of the morning sun touched the dewdrops of night. And so we did, and so we were. The descriptions and newspaper engravings of the field theorems did not do justice to the magnitude of the patterns. We stood on a hillside above the field to gain an overview of the damage. 3 wide paths, perfectly circular and perfectly concentric, cut through the waving stalks of grain. A tangent, 2 radii, and a chord decorated the circles. I had to admit that the pattern resembled nothing so much as the proof of some otherworldly geometric proposition.
"The theorems appear only in wheat fields," Sir Arthur said. "Only in our most important crop. Never in fields of oats, nor in Indian corn."
Holmes made an inarticulate sound of acknowledgment. We descended the hill, and Holmes entered the field. Sir Arthur looked after him.
"John," he said to me, "will your friend admit it if he can find no natural explanation?"
"His allegiance is to the truth, Sir Arthur," I said. "He does not enjoy failure, but he would fail before he would propose a solution for which there were no proof."
"Then I have nothing to worry about."
He smiled a bluff English smile. Holmes strode into the swath of flattened green wheat, quartering the scene, inspecting both upright and crushed stalks, searching the hedgerows. He muttered to himself, laughed, and snarled. The sound crossed the field like a voice passing over the sea. He measured the path, the width of the stalks left standing, and the angles between the lines and curves. The sun crept into the clear sky. The day promised heat.
"Can you feel it?" Sir Arthur said softly. "The residual power of the forces that worked here?"
He stretched out his hands as if to touch an invisible wall before him. And, indeed, I felt something, though whether it was energy spilled by unimaginable beings, or the earth's quiet potential on a summer's day, I could not tell. While Sir Arthur and I waited for Holmes to finish his search, a roughshod man of middle years approached.
"Good morning, Robert,"
Conan Doyle said.
"Morning, Sir Arthur,"
Robert replied.
"Watson, this is one of my tenants, Robert Holder."
Robert's work clothes were shabby and sweat-stained. I thought he might have taken more care with his appearance when he came to speak to his landlord. To Robert, Sir Arthur said,
"Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson have come to help us with our mystery."
"Mr. Holmes?" Robert exclaimed. He glanced out into the field where Holmes continued to pace and stoop and murmur.
"And you're Dr. Watson?"
Robert's voice rose with the shock of finding himself in the presence of celebrity.
"Why, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir," he said to me. "My whole family. We read your recountings in the evenings. The children learned their letters, sitting in my lap to listen to your tales."
Thank you," I said, somewhat nonplussed. Though he was well spoken for a farmer, I would not have marked him as a great reader, and, more, I consider the perils encountered by Holmes to be far too vivid for impressionable young children. However, it was not my place to correct Robert's treatment of his offspring, particularly in front of his landlord.
"Have you found the villains?" Robert asked. "The villains who have crushed my best wheat field?"
Holmes strode across the field and rejoined us, a frown furrowing his brow. He appeared not even to notice the presence of Sir Arthur's tenant.
"Useless," Holmes said. "Perfectly useless. Here the artist stood to sketch the scene."
He flung his hand toward a spot where white dust covered the scuffed ground.
"And there, a photographer with his camera and flash powder. Fully 6 reporters, and as many policemen trampled whatever evidence might have been left."
He did not pause to explain how he could tell the difference between the footprints of reporters and those of policemen.
"And no doubt, when the sightseers arrive by the next train—"
"I can easily warn them off,"
Sir Arthur said.
"To what purpose? The evidence is destroyed. No, I could conjecture, but conjecture is only half the task. Proof, now, that's a different story."
He glared out into the field as if he had deliberately invited careless visitors to blur the story written there.
"If only," Holmes said softly, "the scene were fresh."
He turned abruptly toward Robert. He had taken the measure of the man without appearing to observe him.
"You saw the lights?" Holmes said. "Describe them to me."
"Are you Mr. Holmes?" I blushed to admit even to myself that the rough farmer had a better respect for common manners than did my friend.
"Of course I am. The lights."
"The night was calm. A bit of fog, but no rain, no storms. I heard a strange noise, like a musical instrument, but playing no melody I ever heard, and eerie. It put the chills up my back, made the baby cry. I went outdoors."
"You were not frightened?"
"I was. Who would not be frightened? The folk have fled London, but they still live in the countryside, in our hearts."
"You are a scholar and a folklorist,"
Holmes said without expression. "I know the stories my family tells, old stories. The folk—"
"The fairy folk,"
Sir Arthur said.
"I've seen photographs. They do exist."
"The folk," Robert said, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Sir Arthur.
"The ones who lived in this land before us."
"The lights, man,"
Holmes said impatiently.
"At first I saw only a glow against the fog. Then a ring of lights, not like candles, flickering, but steady like the gas lights of the city, all different colours. Very beautiful."
"Foxfire,"
Holmes said.
"No, sir. Foxfire, you see it in the marsh, not in the field. It's a soft light, not a bright one. These lights, they were bright. The circle spun, and I thought—"
He hesitated.
"Go on, man."
"You'll think I'm mad."
"If I do, I shall keep it to myself."
Robert hesitated.
"I thought I saw a huge solid object floating in the sky like a boat in the water."
"A flying steamship?" I said.
"An aeroplane," said Sir Arthur, "though I would have thought we'd hear of a pilot in the area." "More like a coracle," Robert said, "round and solid."
"Did you hear its motor?"
Holmes asked.
"A droning, perhaps, or a sound like the autocar."
"Only the music," said Robert. "I've never known an apparition to make a sound like a motor car," Sir Arthur said.
"What happened then?"
said Holmes.
"Where did it go? What did it do?"
It rose, and I saw above it the stars, and Mars bright and red in the midst of them. Robert hesitated, considered, continued. Then the lights brightened even more, and it vanished in a burst of flame. I felt the fire, smelled the brimstone. At first I thought I was blinded. And then, Holmes said, my sight returned, and the fog closed around me. What have you left out? Holmes asked sternly. What happened afterwards? Robert hesitated, reluctance and distress in every line of his expression. The truth, man, Holmes said. Not afterwards. Before. Before the coracle disappeared, I thought I saw a flash of light. Another flash. From the coracle? From the sky. Like a signal. White light. White, not red, from Mars. He drew in a deep breath. Then the coracle replied and vanished. I managed to repress my exclamation of surprise and wonder. Holmes arched one eyebrow thoughtfully. Sir Arthur stroked his moustache.
Thank you for your help, Robert, Sir Arthur said, as if Robert had said nothing out of the ordinary. And your good observation.
Sir Arthur, Robert said, may I have your permission to salvage what I can from the field? The grain can't be threshed, but I could at least cut the stalks for hay.
By no means,
Sir Arthur roared in alarm. Robert stepped back, surprised and frightened.
No, no,
Sir Arthur said, calming himself with visible effort. Sir! I was astonished by the tone of protest in which Robert addressed the landowner.
It's imperative that no one enter the field,
Sir Arthur said.
The pattern mustn't be disturbed till we understand its meaning.
Very well, Sir Arthur, Robert said reluctantly.
And set little Robbie and his brothers to keeping the sightseers out of the patterns. They may walk around the edge, but under no circumstances may they proceed inside.
But, Sir Arthur, this field every year has paid your rent. This field keeps the roof over my family's head. Sir Arthur, the crop prices have been low going on 2 years. I did not blame him for his distress, and he was fortunate that Sir Arthur is a humane and decent gentleman.
You'll not worry about the rent,
Sir Arthur said.
I relieve you of the obligation for this year.
On Robert's open face, gratitude and obligation warred. I cannot accept that offer, Sir Arthur, he said. Generous though it is, and grateful though I am to you for making it. You and I, we have an agreement. I cannot take charity. Sir Arthur frowned that his tenant would not accept such a simple solution to the difficulty.
We'll discuss this another time, Sir Arthur said. For the moment, keep the sightseers out of the field.
His tone brooked no disagreement. Robert touched the bill of his ragged cap in acquiescence. We returned to Sir Arthur's mansion, where his gracious wife Jean, Lady Conan Doyle, presided over a fine, if long-delayed breakfast. After our excursion, I was famished, but Holmes merely picked at his food. This meant the mystery aroused him. As long as it kept his interest, he would hold himself free of the embrace of cocaine. For the rest of the day we accompanied Sir Arthur to other fields where theorems had mysteriously appeared over the past few weeks. They were all, according to Holmes, sadly trampled. We spoke to tenants who had also seen lights in the sky, but the apparitions frightened the observers. Each gave a different description, none as coherent as Robert's. I could not imagine what they had actually seen. My mind kept returning to Robert's description. Cogent though it had been, something about it nagged at my memory. I put my unease down to the mystery of the phenomenon. And to my wonder, Holmes's scepticism notwithstanding, it would be quite marvellous if we were visited by beings from another world, whether physical or spiritual. Naturally, one would prefer friendly beings like those Sir Arthur described over the invading forces of Mr. Wells's scientific romances. Holmes dutifully explored each damaged field and listened to the descriptions of flashing lights in the sky. But as he was presented with nothing but old and damaged evidence, his inspections became more and more desultory as the afternoon wore on, his attention more and more distracted and impatient. He also grew more and more irritated at Sir Arthur's ruminations on spiritualism, and nothing I could do or say could divert the conversation. Like any true believer, Sir Arthur was relentless in his proselytizing. Toward the end of the afternoon, as I began to hope for tea, we rested beneath an ancient oak near a patterned field.
"Look," Sir Arthur said, "at how the grain has been flattened without breaking. The stalks in the pattern are as green as the undisturbed growth. Don't you think it odd?"
"Quite odd," I agreed.
"Not odd at all," Holmes said. He leapt from the carriage, snatched a handful of the crop from the edge of the field, and returned with a clump of unbroken stems still sprouting from their original earth. He held the roots in one hand and smashed the other against the stems, bending them at a right angle to their original position. Clods of dirt flew from his hand in reaction to the force of his blow. But the stems did not break.
"Triticum estivum, at this stage of growth, is exceedingly tough," Holmes said. "Exceedingly difficult to break."
Holmes pulled out one stem by its roots and handed it to me, then another for Sir Arthur. I tried to break my stem, and indeed it took considerable force even to put a kink in the fibrous growth. Sir Arthur bent his stem, folding it repeatedly back and forth.
"The field theorems would be more impressive," Holmes said, "if the crops were broken."
"But, Mr. Holmes," said Sir Arthur, "the forces we are dealing with are mighty. A stem I cannot break would be like a fragile dry twig to them. Do you not think it amazing that they can temper themselves to gentleness?"
Holmes stared at him in disbelief.
"Sir Arthur, first you are impressed with a feat that appears to be difficult. Then, when the action proves simple, you claim yourself impressed because it is simple. Your logic eludes me."
In Holmes's powerful hands, several stalks ripped apart. We returned to Undershaw. We drank Earl Grey from delicate porcelain cups, surrounded by heavy, disagreeable silence. Lady Conan Doyle and I tried in vain to lighten the conversation. When Sir Arthur announced a séance to be held that very evening, Holmes's mood did not improve. A loud knock on the door, followed by shouting, broke the tension. Sir Arthur rose to attend to the commotion.
"One of your tenants to see you, Sir Arthur,"
the butler said. Robert had followed the butler from the front door. To my astonishment, he crossed the threshold of the sitting-room. Then he remembered his place and snatched his battered cap from his head.
"There's been another field done," he exclaimed. "Little Robbie just discovered it, coming home to get his brothers some bread and cheese."
Holmes leapt to his feet, his grey mood vanishing in an instant. Sir Arthur called for his autocar, and we hurried off to see the new phenomenon. The automobile, newly repaired, motored smoothly until we turned down the final road to the new field theorem. Suddenly it died. Robert stepped down from the running board to crank it, but none of his efforts revived it. Sir Arthur revealed a knowledge of colourful oaths in several languages.
"Bushman,"
Holmes muttered after a particularly exotic phrase. I reflected that Sir Arthur must have acquired this unusual facility during his service in the Boer War. We walked the last half-mile to the field. The afternoon's heat lingered even in the shade of the hedgerows. Birds chirped and rustled the branches. "Well, Robert," I said, "you'll have the chance to observe Mr. Holmes in action, and you can hear your story in your own words instead of mine. Holmes, Robert is a great enthusiast for your adventures."
"I am flattered," Holmes said, "though, of course, the credit goes entirely to you, Watson, and to your craft."
We had no more opportunity to chat, for we reached the newly patterned field. Robert's children, including little Robbie, who was considerably taller and larger than his father, had arrived before us, despite our use of the motor car. They stood in order of descending height on the bottom rail of the fence, exclaiming over the pattern crushed into the field. Sir Arthur made as if to plunge into the very centre of the new theorem, but Holmes clasped him by the shoulder.
"Stay back," Holmes cried. "Robert, to the lane. Keep away the spectators. Very well, Mr. Holmes."
Robert and his children tramped off down the path. I marvelled at the efficiency of the bush telegraph to give everyone such quick notice of the new field theorem. Holmes plunged past Sir Arthur. But instead of forging into the field, he climbed the fence and balanced atop the highest rail to gaze across the waving grain. He traced with his eyes the valleys and gulches etched into the surface. Only after some minutes and a complete circumnavigation of the field did he venture into the field theorem itself. Sir Arthur observed Holmes's method.
"You see, John," Sir Arthur said, "even your Mr. Holmes acknowledges the power, the danger present here."
"Sir Arthur," I said in the mildest tone possible, "why should danger result if the communication is from those who loved you in another life?"
"Why," he said, momentarily awkward, "John, you'll understand after the séance tonight. The other side is different."
Robert ran down the path, panting. "I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, Sir Arthur," he said. "We kept them away as long as we could. Constable Brown ordered us to stand aside."
"More devotion to duty than to sense," Sir Arthur muttered.
He sighed.
"I'm sure you did your best," said he to Robert.
A group of curious people, led by Constable Brown and minimally constrained by Robert's children, approached between the hedgerows. Holmes was right. Someone, somehow, had alerted the public. Sightseers who had come to see the other field theorem now found themselves doubly fortunate. The constable entered the field just as Holmes left it. The sightseers crowded up to the fence to view the new theorem. Holmes rejoined Sir Arthur and myself.
"I have seen what I needed," Holmes said. "It is of no matter to me if the tourists trample the fields."
"But we must survey the theorem," Sir Arthur said. "We still do not know its meaning."
He ordered Robert to do his best to prevent the sightseers from marring the designs.
"If we depart now," Holmes said, "before the constable realizes he is baffled by the phenomenon, we will be spared interrogation."
Dinners being far preferable to interrogation, we took Holmes's advice. I noticed, to my amusement, that Robert's children had lined the spectators up. Some visitors even offered the boys tips, or perhaps entry fees. At least the family would not count its day an utter loss. A photographer lowered his heavy camera from his shoulder. He set it upon its tripod and disappeared beneath the black shadow cloth to focus the lens. He exposed a plate, setting off a great explosion of flash powder. Smoke billowed up, bitter and sulphurous. The journalists began to question Constable Brown, who puffed himself up with importance and replied to their questions. We hurried away before the journalists should recognize Sir Arthur or Holmes and further delay us.
"If the motor starts," Sir Arthur said, "we will be in time for the séance."
For a moment I wondered if Holmes would turn volte-face, return to the field, and submit to questioning by Constable Brown and the journalists, in preference to submitting to the séance. To our surprise, the motor car started without hesitation. As Sir Arthur drove down the lane, Holmes puzzled over something in his hands. "What is that, Holmes?"
"Just a bit of wood, a stake,"
Holmes said, putting it in his pocket.
"I found it in the field."
As he was not inclined to discuss it further, we both fell silent. I wondered if we had to contend, besides the field theorems, the ghostly lights, and the séance, with wooden stakes and vampires.
"Tell me, Sir Arthur,"
Holmes said over the rhythmic cough of the motor,
"are any of your spirits known to live on Mars?"
"Mars?" Sir Arthur exclaimed. "Mars? I don't believe I've ever heard one mention it. But I don't believe I ever heard one asked."
He turned to Holmes, his eyes bright with anticipation.
"We shall ask this very evening. Why, that would explain Professor Schiaparelli's Canale, would it not?"
"Perhaps,"
Holmes said,
"though I fail to understand what use channels would be to dead people."
Darkness gathered as we motored down the rough lane. Sir Arthur turned on the headlamps of the autocar, and the beams pierced the dimness, casting eerie shadows and picking out the twisted branches of trees. The wind in our face was cool and pleasant, if tinged somewhat by the scent of petrol. The engine of the autocar died, and with it the light from the headlamps. Sir Arthur uttered another of his exotic curses.
"I suppose it will be of no use," he said, "but would one of you gentlemen kindly try the crank?"
Holmes, knowing of my shoulder, shattered by a Jezile bullet in Afghanistan and never quite right since, leapt from the passenger seat and strode to the front of the automobile. He cranked it several times, to no avail. Without a word he unstrapped the engine cover and opened it.
"It's too dark, Mr. Holmes," Sir Arthur said. "We'll have to walk home from here."
"Perhaps not, Sir Arthur," said I. "Holmes's vision is acute." I climbed down as well, to see if I could be of any assistance. I wished the automobile carried a kerosene lamp, though I suppose I would have had to hold it too far away from the engine and the petrol tank for it to be of much use. "Can you see the difficulty, Holmes?" I asked. His long fingers probed among the machined parts of the engine.
"Difficulty, Watson?" he said. "There is no difficulty here, only enterprising cleverness."
The automobile rocked, and I assumed Sir Arthur was getting down to join us and try to help with the repairs. "Cleverness?" said I. "Surely you can't mean—" "Ah!" A light flickered across his hawkish face, and for a moment I thought he had repaired the engine and the headlamps. Then I thought that Sir Arthur must have an innovative automobile in which the headlamps gained their power from an independent battery rather than from the workings of the motor. But then, I thought, they would surely not have failed at the same moment as the motor. And finally I realized that the headlamps were dark, the engine still, and the lights on Holmes's face emanated from a separate source entirely. I raised my eyes in the direction of the flickering lights. An eerie radiance lit the forest beyond the road. As I watched, it descended slowly beneath the tops of the trees. "Sir Arthur!" I cried. His silhouette moved quickly toward the mysterious lights. Holmes and I ran after him. I felt a shiver, whether of fear or of unearthly chill I could not have said. Suddenly a great flash of light engulfed us, and a great shock of sound. Dazzled, I stumbled and fell, crying, "Sir Arthur!" I thought I heard one of Sir Arthur's exotic oaths, this time in the voice of Sherlock Holmes. I came to myself, my sight flickering with brilliant black and white after-images. When my vision cleared, I found myself staring straight up into the night. Among the constellations, Mars burned red in the darkness. I shivered in sudden dread. I sat up, groaning. Holmes was instantly at my side.
"Stay quiet, Watson," he said. "You'll soon be right. No injuries, I fancy."
"And you, Holmes? And Sir Arthur?"
"My sight has recovered, but Sir Arthur does not answer my hello."
"What happened, Holmes? What was that explosion?"
"It was what Robert called a flying coracle," Holmes said. "But it has vanished, and with it Dr. Conan Doyle."
"We must return to Undershaw. Call out a search party."
"No," Holmes exclaimed. "He has been spirited away, and we have no hope of finding the location unless I can inspect the site of his disappearance, before searchers trample it."
"But Lady Conan Doyle," I said. "She'll be frantic."
"If we return now," Holmes said, "we can only tell her Sir Arthur is lost."
"Kidnapped?" I only wished I knew who or what had done the kidnapping.
"Perhaps, though I doubt he believes so."
"He could be killed."
"He is safe, I warrant," Holmes said.
"How can you be sure?"
"Because," Holmes said, "no one would benefit from his death."
He settled into the seat of the autocar.
"If we wait till dawn, we may retrieve him and return him safely to the bosom of his family, before they have any more concern than a few hours of wondering where we have got to."
"Very well, Holmes," I said doubtfully, "but the responsibility for Sir Arthur's safety lies on your shoulders."
"I accept it,"
Holmes said solemnly. Suddenly he brightened somewhat.
"I fear we shall miss the séance."
I confess that I dozed in the darkest hours of the night, cold and uncomfortable and cramped in the seat of the disabled motor car. My last sight before I slept was the scarlet glow of Mars sinking beneath the tops of the trees. I dreamed of a race of beings so powerful that the canals they built could be seen from another planet. When I woke, shivering, tiny dewdrops covered my tweeds. The silence of night gave way to the bright songs of dawn. The scent of wet grass and sulphur wafted into my nostrils. I tried to remember a particular point of my dream. Holmes shook me. "I'm awake, Holmes," I said. The snatch of memory vanished without a trace. "Have you found Sir Arthur?"
"Not yet," he said. "Hold this while I crank the motor."
He handed me a bit of metal. 2 strips sintered together to form one curved piece. "What about Sir Arthur?" I said. "What about your search?"
"My search is finished,"
Holmes said.
I found overhead a few singed tree leaves. At my feet, a dusty spot on the ground. Marks pressed into the soil forming the corners of a parallelogram. He snorted. Not even a square, far less elegant than the field theorems. Savoury food for speculation.
But no trace of Sir Arthur?
Many traces, but I think we will not find his hiding place.
I glanced up into the sky, but the stars had faded, and no trace of light remained. Holmes fell silent. He would say no more until he was ready. I feared he had failed. Holmes failed. And Sir Arthur lay dead in some kidnapper's lair on or off our world. The autocar started without hesitation. I had never driven a motor car. It is folly to own one in the city, where a hansom is to be had for a hand-wave, a shout, and a few shillings. But I had observed Sir Arthur carefully. Soon we were moving down the road, and I fancy the ruts, rather than my driving, caused what jolts we felt. "And what is this, Holmes?" I asked, giving him his bit of metal. He snatched it and pointed straight ahead. I quickly corrected the autocar's direction, for in my brief moment of inattention it had wandered toward the hedgerow. "A bit of metal, Holmes?" "It is," he said, "a bit of metal." "What does it mean?" I said irritably. "Where did you find it?" "I found it in the motor," he said, and placed it in his pocket. "And may I compliment you on your expert driving? I had no idea you numbered automobile racing among your talents." I took his rather unsubtle hint and slowed the vehicle. Hedgerows grew close on either side. It would not be pleasant to round a turn and come upon a horse and carriage. "I dreamed of Mars, Holmes," I said. "Pah!" he said. "Mars." "Quite a wonderful dream," I continued, undaunted. "We had learned to communicate with the Martians. We could converse with signals of light as quickly and as easily as if we were using a telegraph. But of course that would be impossible." "How impossible?" Holmes asked, always assuming there were Martians with whom to converse. "Light cannot travel so quickly between the worlds," I said. "Light transmission is instantaneous," Holmes said in a dismissive tone. "On the contrary," I said, "as you would know if you paid the least attention to astronomy or physics. The Michelson-Morley experiment proved light has a finite speed, and furthermore, that its speed remains constant. But that is beside the point." "What is the point, pray tell?" Holmes asked. "You were, I believe, telegraphing back and forth with Martians." "The point is that I could not converse instantaneously with Martians." "I do see a certain difficulty in stringing the wires," Holmes said dryly. "Because it would take several minutes. I would have to do the arithmetic, but at least 10, for my hello to reach Mars, and another length of time for their good day to you to return." "Perhaps you should use the post," Holmes said. "And that is what troubled me about Robert's description," I exclaimed. "Something troubled you?" Holmes said. "You have not mentioned it before." I could not think what it was. But of course, he thought he saw a signal from Mars to the coracle at the instant after its disappearance. This is impossible, you see, Holmes, because a message would take so long to reach us. He must have been mistaken in what he saw. Holmes rode beside me in silence for some moments, then let his breath out in a long sigh. "As usual, Watson, you shame me," he said. "You have provided the clue to the whole mystery, and now all is clear." "I do?" I said. "I have? It is?" I turned to him. "But what about Sir Arthur? How can the mystery be solved if we have lost Sir Arthur? Surely we cannot return to Undershore without him." "Stop!" Holmes cried. Fearing Holmes had spied a sheep in the road while my attention was otherwise occupied, I engaged the brake abruptly. The autocar lurched to a halt, and Holmes used the momentum to leap from the seat to the roadway. Sir Arthur sat upon a stone on the verge of the track. "Good morning, Dr. Conan Doyle," Holmes said. "I trust your adventure has left you none the worse for wear?" Sir Arthur gazed up with a beatific expression, his eyes wide and glassy. "I have seen things, Mr. Holmes," he said. "Amazing things." Holmes helped him to the automobile and into the passenger seat. As Sir Arthur settled himself, Holmes plucked a bit of material from Sir Arthur's shoe.
"What have you found, Holmes?" I asked.
"Nothing remarkable," replied Holmes. "A shred of dusty silk, I believe."
He folded the fabric carefully, placed it into his pocket, and vaulted into the autocar. Sir Arthur made no objection to my driving us back to Undershore. It was as if he had visited a different world, and still lived in it in his mind. He refused to speak of it until we returned to his home and his worried wife. A paragon of womanhood, Lady Conan Doyle accepted Sir Arthur's assurances that he was unharmed. She led us to the morning room and settled us all in deep chairs of maroon velvet. Sir Arthur commenced his story.
"It was amazing," Sir Arthur said. "Absolutely amazing. I saw the lights, and it was as if I were mesmerized. I felt drawn to them. I hurried through the woods. I saw the ring of illumination just as Robert described it. Brighter than anything we can manufacture, I'd warrant. Never mind that it floated in the sky. I saw the coracle, a flying vehicle turning slowly above me, and windows, and faces peering down at me." Holmes shifted and frowned, but said nothing. "Then I saw a flash of light." "We saw it too," said I. "We feared you'd been injured." "Far from it," Conan Doyle said. "Uplifted, rather. Enlightened. I swooned with the shock, and when I awoke, I was inside the coracle."
"How did you know where you were?" Holmes demanded. "Could you see out the windows? Were you high above the ground?"
"I was in a round room the size of the coracle, and I could feel the wafting of the winds." It occurred to me that the previous night had been nearly windless, but perhaps the flying coracle had risen higher, and the wind aloft had freshened.
"What of the portholes?"
Holmes asked.
"There were no portholes,"
Sir Arthur said, still speaking in a dreamy voice.
"The walls were smooth black, like satin. The portholes had closed over, without leaving a trace."
"Sir Arthur," Holmes protested.
"Hush, Mr. Holmes, please,"
Lady Conan Doyle said, leaning forward, her face alight with concentration.
"Let my husband finish his story."
"I was not at all frightened, strangely content and immobile," Sir Arthur said. "Then the people came in and spoke to me. They looked like nothing on this earth. They were very pale, and their eyes were huge and bright, shining with otherworldly intelligence. They told me without speaking. They spoke in my mind without moving their lips."
"Ah," Holmes murmured. "So at least they had lips."
"Shh," Lady Conan Doyle said, dispensing with courtesy. "What did they tell you, Sir Arthur?" I asked.
"They wished to examine me, to determine if their people and ours are compatible, to determine if we can live together in peace."
"Live together?" I ejaculated.
"Yes, they did examine me. I cannot describe the process in polite company, except to say that it was quite thorough. Strangely enough, I felt no fear and very little discomfort, even when they used the needles."
"Ah, yes," Holmes murmured. "The needles."
"Who were these people?" I asked, amazed. "Where are they from?"
"They are," Sir Arthur said softly, "from Mars."
I felt dazed, not only because of my exhaustion. Lady Conan Doyle made a sound of wonder, and Holmes growled low in his throat.
"From Mars?"
he said dryly.
"Not from the spirit realm?"
Sir Arthur drew himself up, bristling at the implied insult.
"I'll not have it said I cannot admit I was wrong. The new evidence is overwhelming."
Before Holmes could reply, Sir Arthur's butler appeared in the doorway.
"Sir Arthur," he said. "Tell Robert," Holmes said without explanation, "that we have no need to examine any new field theorems. Tell him he may notify the constabulary, the journalists, and the king if he wishes."
The butler hesitated.
"And tell him," Holmes added, "that he may charge what he likes to guide them."
The butler bowed and disappeared.
"They'll trample the theorem," Sir Arthur objected, rising from his chair. "We won't know."
"But you already know, Sir Arthur," Holmes said. "The creators of the field theorem have spoken to you."
Sir Arthur relaxed.
"That is true," he said.
He smiled.
To think that I've been singled out this way, to introduce them to the world." He leaned forward, spreading his hands in entreaty. "They're nothing like the Martians of Mr. Wells," he said. "Not evil, not invaders. They wish only to be our friends. There's no need for panic."
"We're hardly in danger of panic," Holmes said. "I have done as you asked. I have solved your mystery."
He nodded to me.
"Thanks to my friend Dr. Watson."
"There is no mystery, Mr. Holmes,"
Sir Arthur said. Holmes drew from his pocket the wooden stake, the metal spring, and the scrap of black silk. He placed them on the table before us. Dust drifted from the silk, emitting a burned metallic scent and marring the polished table with a film of white.
"You are correct. There is indeed no mystery."
He picked up the stake, and I noticed that a few green stalks remained wrapped tightly around it.
"I found this in the centre of the new field theorem, the one that so conveniently appeared after I expressed a desire to see one afresh. Unfortunately, its creators were unduly hurried and could not work with their usual care. They left the centre marker, to which they tied a rope, to use as a compass to form their circles."
Holmes moved his long forefinger around the stake, showing how a loop of rope had scuffed the corners of the wood, how the circular motion had pulled crop stalks into a tight coil.
"But that isn't what happened," Sir Arthur said. "The Martians explained all. They were trying to communicate with me, but the theorems are beyond our mental reach. So they risked everything to speak to me directly."
Holmes picked up the spring.
"Metal expands when it heats," he said. "This was cunningly placed, so its expansion disarrayed a connection in your motor. Whenever the temperature rose, the motor would stop. Naturally, you drove rapidly when you went to investigate each new field theorem. Of course your motor car would overheat, and consequently misbehave under those circumstances."
"The Martians disrupted the electrical flux of my motor car. It's an inevitable result of the energy field that supports their coracle. It can fly through space, Mr. Holmes, from Mars to Earth and back again."
Holmes sighed and picked up the bit of black silk.
"This is all that is left of the flying coracle," he said. "The hot air balloon, rather. Candles at its base heated the air, kept the balloon aloft, and produced the lights."
"The lights were too bright for candles, Mr. Holmes," Sir Arthur said.
Holmes continued undaunted.
"Add to the balloon a handful of flash powder."
He shook the bit of black silk. White dust floated from it, and a faint scent of sulphur wafted into the air.
"It ignites. You are dazzled. The silk ignites. The candles, the balloon, the straw framework, all destroyed, leaving nothing but dust, a dust of magnesium oxide."
He stroked his fingertip through the powder.
"It did not burn me,"
Sir Arthur pointed out.
"It was not meant to burn you. It was meant to amaze you. Your abductors are neither malicious nor stupid."
Holmes brushed the dust from his hands.
"We were meant to imagine a craft that could fall from the sky, balance on its legs, and depart again, powered on flame, like a Chinese rocket. But it left the tracks of 4 legs, awkwardly spaced. I found this suspicious. 3 legs, spaced regularly, would lead to more stability."
"Very inventive, Mr. Holmes, but you fail to explain how the Martians transported me to their coracle, how the portholes sealed without a trace, how they spoke to me in my mind."
"Sir Arthur,"
Holmes said,
"are you familiar with the effects of cocaine?"
"In theory, of course," said Sir Arthur. "I'm a medical doctor, after all."
"Personally familiar,"
Holmes said.
"I've never had occasion to use it myself, nor to prescribe it," Sir Arthur said. "So no, I'm not personally familiar with the effects of cocaine."
"I am,"
Holmes said quietly.
"And you show every sign of having recently succumbed to its influence. Your eyes are glassy. Your imagination is heightened."
"Are you saying," Sir Arthur said with disbelief, "that the Martians drugged me with cocaine?"
"There are no Martians,"
Holmes said, raising his voice for the first time.
There are hoaxers who created a clever illusion, dazzled you, drugged you, and took you to a hiding place, a raft, no doubt, that would mimic the motions of a boat floating in the air. They disguised themselves, spoke from behind masks, or behind a curtain, taking advantage of your distracted consciousness. You saw the needle yourself, the second needle that drugged you again, so they could place you where you would be safe, and soon found.
Sir Arthur gazed at Holmes for a long moment, then chuckled softly.
"I understand," he said softly. "I do understand."
"You understand that you have been tricked?"
Holmes asked.
"I understand all. You need say no more. Some day in the future, when you're persuaded of my complete goodwill, we'll have occasion to speak again."
Sir Arthur rose, crossed the room, and opened his desk. He drew out a sheet of paper, returned, and presented the paper to Holmes.
"This is a letter of credit," he said, "in payment for your services. It's sufficient, I hope?"
Holmes barely glanced at the paper.
"More than sufficient," he said. "Most generous, I would say, from a client who believes I have been made a fool of by Martians."
"Not at all, Mr. Holmes. I understand your reasoning. You are very subtle, sir. I admire you."
"Then you accept?"
"I accept your explanation as proof of my hypothesis," Sir Arthur said, "and I admire you beyond words." He smiled. "And now, we are all very tired. I must rest, and then to work, to introduce the world to the wonders approaching us. I've taken the liberty of hiring a private train to return you to London, a token of my esteem."
Speechless, Holmes rose.
"Your luggage is in the autocar. James will drive you to the station. The autocar will not misbehave, because our visitors have gone home for the moment. But they will return."
Sir Arthur and Lady Conan Doyle accompanied us to the drive, so graciously that I hardly felt we were being shown the door. I climbed into the motor car, but Sir Arthur held Holmes back for a moment, speaking to him in a low voice, shaking his hand. Holmes joined me, nonplussed, and James drove us away. The motor car ran flawlessly. As we passed a field that yesterday had been a smooth swath of grain, but today was marked by a field theorem more complex than any before, we saw Robert and little Robbie directing spectators around the crushed patterns in the field. They both had taken more care with their appearance than the previous day, and wore clothes without holes or patches. His expression hidden in the shade of his new cap, Robert turned to watch us pass. "Holmes," I said. Holmes gently silenced me with a gesture. He raised one hand in farewell to the farmer. Robert saluted him. A small smile played around Holmes's lips. As soon as we were alone in the private train car, Holmes flung himself into a luxurious leather armchair and began to laugh. He laughed so hard and so long that I feared he was a candidate for Bedlam. "Holmes!" I cried. "Get hold of yourself, man!" I poured him a glass of brandy. Napoleon, I noticed in passing. His laughter faded slowly to an occasional chuckle, and he wiped tears from his eyes. "That's better," I said. "What is so infernally funny?" "Human beings," Holmes said. "Human beings, Watson, are an endless source of amusement." I do not like leaving Sir Arthur with a misapprehension of events. Perhaps we should return, seek out the raft on which he was held captive. "It has, no doubt, been sunk in the deepest part of the lake. We would never find it, unless we could engage the services of Mr. Verne's Captain Nemo." "I'm astonished that you've read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea," I said. "I have not. But you did, and you described it to me quite fully." He sipped the brandy and glanced at the glowing amber liquid in appreciation. The last good year." I poured cognac for myself, warmed the balloon glass between my hands, and savoured the sweet, intoxicating bite of its vapours. It was far too early in the day for spirits, but this one time I excused myself. "When we return to Baker Street," said Holmes, "I might perhaps borrow your copy of War of the Worlds, if you would be so kind as to lend it to me." "I will," I said, "if you promise not to rip out its pages for your files." But he inscribed it to me personally. "I will guard its integrity with my life." I snorted. The train jerked, wheels squealing against the tracks, and gathered speed. "What about Sir Arthur?" I asked, refusing to be put off again. "He believes he's been visited by Martians."
"Watson, old friend, Sir Arthur is a willing participant in the hoax."
"You mean he engineered it himself? Then why engage your services?"
"An innocent, unconscious participant. He wants to believe. He's exchanged Occam's razor for Occam's kaleidoscope, complicating simple facts into explanations of impossible complexity. But he believes they are true, just as he believes spirits visit him and Houdini possesses mediumistic powers. And I—" He started to chuckle again. "I don't understand the purpose of this hoax," I said, hoping to distract him before he erupted into another bout of hysteria. "Nor who perpetrated it." "It is a difficult question. I despaired of solving it. I wondered if Sir Arthur wished to pit his intellect against mine, if the journalists and photographers conspired to create a story, if Constable Brown wished to draw more resources to his district, and found he enjoyed the limelight."
"Which of them was it, Holmes? Wait, it was the photographer. Only he has access to flash powder."
"And an intimate knowledge of Surrey fields? No, the flash powder is easily purchased, or purloined. It was no one you mention."
"Then who?"
"Who benefits?"
I considered. If Sir Arthur wrote of the events, he might make a tidy sum from a book and lecture tour. But Holmes had already stated that Sir Arthur was innocent. Still, what benefited Sir Arthur would benefit his whole family. "Not Lady Conan Doyle?" I exclaimed, aghast.
"Certainly not,"
Holmes said. "The butler? The driver? He would know how to sabotage the car."
"Robert Holder, Watson!"
Holmes cried.
"Robert Holder! Perhaps, indeed, certainly, with help from James and the butler and other tenants in the neighbourhood. But Robert was the mastermind for all his rough appearance. A veritable Houdini of the countryside," Holmes considered. "Indeed, he used some of my own techniques, and he almost defeated me."
"He risked all by challenging you."
"I was unforeseen. Surely he intended Sir Arthur to conduct the investigation. When you and I arrived, Robert must have realized he would stand or fall by his boldness. He offered Sir Arthur a compelling reason to dismiss my solution and me. Sir Arthur accepted the offering. How could he resist?"
Holmes gazed out the window of the train for a moment. Unmarred fields rippled past, like miniature green seas.
"If not for Robert's misapprehension about the velocity of light,"
Holmes said,
"a misapprehension that I shared, I would have known what happened, and I would have known how, but I never would have been certain who."
"You sound curiously sympathetic, Holmes," I said with disapproval.
"Indeed I am, Watson. Robert is clearly an honourable man."
"Honourable?"
"He refused Sir Arthur's offer to relieve him of the year's rent. He has no wish to steal."
"Only to lie?"
"Like Houdini, like any entertainer, any storyteller. Shakespeare lied. You have lied yourself, my friend, in your descriptions of our adventures."
"I have disguised individuals," I said, taking offence. "I have, yes, perhaps, dissembled occasionally." I hesitated, and then I nodded. "Very well, I have lied."
"Life is hard for people who work the land. You and I are prosperous now, but remember what it was like when we were younger, scraping along from season to season with never a new shirt or a pair of boots that did not let in the rain. Imagine seeing no better prospects for the rest of your life."
I suddenly remembered father and sons, and their new clothes.
Who can blame them for creating a diversion, a mystery to attract sightseers, people of leisure with money to spare, people,
Holmes added,
with a blind eye to turn to the evidence lying plain before them.
"What of your commitment to the truth, Holmes?" I asked with some asperity.
"I know the truth," he said. "You know it. Sir Arthur knows it, but rejects it. I have kept the solution to other mysteries confidential. It is part of my duty. How is this different?"
I suddenly understood. Holmes's sympathy was not so much directed toward the hoaxers as away from the curiosity-seekers who were willing, indeed eager, to be fooled. "Very well, Holmes," I said. "I am content, if you are." We rode in silence for some miles, lulled by the rocking of the train, enjoying Sir Arthur's excellent cognac and the peaceful English countryside. I wondered what the world would be like if beings from another planet did visit us. "Holmes," I said.
"Yes, Watson?"
"Why was Sir Arthur so willing to pay you, when he did not believe your solution? What did he say to you just as we left?"
"He said, 'I understand why you are such an extraordinary person. Like Houdini, you have good reason to hide your abilities, your true nature. I understand why Sherlock Holmes cannot be the one to reveal the truth about our visitors. I will do it, and you may trust me to keep your secret.'"
"Your secret?"
"Yes, Watson."
Holmes smiled.
"Sir Arthur Conan Doyle believes I am a Martian."
The Adventure of the Death Fetch by Darrell Schweitzer.
Darrell Schweitzer is the author of the novels The Shattered Goddess and The Mask of the Sorcerer, as well as numerous short stories which have been collected in Transients, Nightscapes, Refugees from an Imaginary Country, and Necromancies and Netherworlds. Recent books include The Fantastic Horizon, Ghosts of Past and Future, and Living with the Dead. Well known as an editor and critic, he co-edited the magazine Weird Tales for several years, and is currently editing anthologies for DAW, such as The Secret History of Vampires and Cthulhu's Reign, and an urban fantasy werewolf anthology for pocketbooks. We all have days when the world seems too much to bear, and all we want to do is lock ourselves in our room and not come out. It's an illusion, this idea that a foot of wood and plaster can seal us off from the troubles that beset us. But it's a comforting illusion, and it resonates. Authors have spun some wonderful dramatic scenarios out of this notion of a safe room within a hostile universe. H.P. Lovecraft's The Music of Eric Zahn is about a violinist who plays unearthly tunes to keep hostile entities from invading his apartment. China Miéville's Details is about a woman who has plastered over all the visible lines and angles in her apartment, because those angles are traversed by the other-dimensional terrors that assail her. The movie Pulse features characters who must seal up their room with red duct tape to protect themselves from malevolent spirits. There's something instantly intriguing about a person who refuses to come out, and also about the idea that evil could be kept at bay by something simple, such as music or duct tape. Our next tale brings us a chilling new variation on this theme.
In retrospect, the most amazing thing is that Watson confided the story to me at all. I was nobody, a 19-year-old college student from America visiting English relatives during Christmas break. I just happened to be in the house when the old doctor came to call. He had been a friend of my grandfather long before I was born, and was still on the closest terms with my several aunts. And, of course, he was the Dr. John Watson, who could have commanded the immediate and rapt attention of any audience he chose. So, why did he tell me, and only me? Why not, at least, my aunts? I think it was precisely because I was no one of any consequence or particular credibility, and would soon be returning to school far away. He was like the servant of King Midas in the fairy tale, who can no longer bear the secret that the king has ass's ears. He has to get it off his chest, as we Americans say. The point is not being believed or recording the truth, but release from the sheer act of telling. The luckless courtier, fearing for his life, finally has to dig a hole in the swamp, stick his head in it, and whisper the secret. Not that it did him much good, for the wind in the rattling reeds endlessly repeated what he had said. There being no swamp conveniently at hand for Dr. Watson, I would have to do. The old gentleman must have been nearly 80 at the time. I remember him as stout, but not quite obese, nearly bald, with a generous white mustache. He often sat smoking by the remains of our fire long after the rest of the household had gone to bed. I imagined that he was reminiscing over a lifetime of wonderful adventures. Well, maybe. I was up late, too, that particular night, on my way into the kitchen for some tea after struggling with a wretched attempt at a novel. I chanced through the parlour. Dr. Watson stirred slightly where he sat. "Oh, Doctor, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still there." He waved me to the empty chair opposite him. I sat without a further word, completely in awe of the great man. I swallowed hard and stared at the floor for perhaps 5 minutes, jerking my head up once, startled, when the burnt log in the fireplace settled, throwing off sparks. I could hear occasional automobiles passing by in the street outside. Dr. Watson's pipe had gone out, and he set it aside. He folded his age-spotted hands in his lap, cleared his throat, and leaned forward. He had my absolute attention. I knew that he was about to tell a story. My heart almost stopped. "I am sure you know there were some cases of Sherlock Holmes which never worked out, and thus went unrecorded." I lost what little composure I had and blurted, Yes, Doctor. You mention them from time to time, like the one about the man in the umbrella." He raised a hand to silence me. "Not like that, boy. Some I never found the time to write up, and I inserted those allusions as reminders to myself. But others were deliberately suppressed, and never committed to paper at all, because Holmes expressly forbade it. One in particular." At least I didn't say anything as stupid as, "Then why are you telling me?" No. I had the good sense to sit absolutely motionless and silent, and just listen. "It was about this same season," Watson began, "in the year 1900, a few days after Christmas, if I recall correctly. I cannot be certain of such facts without my notebooks, and in any case, the incident of which I speak was never entered into them. But I am certain it was a bright and brisk winter day with new-fallen snow on the sidewalks, but no sense of festivity in the air. Instead, the city seemed to have reached a profound calm, a time to rest and tidy up and go on with one's regular business. Holmes remarked how somehow, in defiance of all logic, it appeared that the calendar revealed patterns of criminality. Possibly the superstitions are true, I mused, and lunatics really are driven by the moon. There may be scattered facts buried in the morass of superstition, Watson, said he, if only science has the patience to ferret them out. We had now come, conversing as we walked, to the corner of Baker Street and Marylebone Road, having been abroad on some business or other, damn that I don't have my notes with me, when this train of thought was suddenly interrupted by an attractive, well-dressed young woman who rushed up and grasped Holmes by the arm. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes? You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, are you not?" Holmes gently eased her hand off him. "I am indeed, miss." "Oh, thank God! My father said that no one else could possibly save him." To my amazement and considerable irritation, Holmes began walking briskly, leaving the poor girl to trail after us like a common beggar. I'd often had words with him in private about these lapses of the expected courtesy, but now I could only follow along somewhat flustered. Meanwhile, the young lady, whose age I would have guessed at a few years short of 20, breathlessly related a completely disjointed tale about a mysterious curse, approaching danger, and quite a bit else I couldn't make head or tail out of. At the doorstep of 221B, Holmes turned on her sharply. "And now, miss, I'm afraid I did not catch your name." "Thurston. My name is Abigail Thurston." "Any relation to Sir Humphrey Thurston, the noted explorer of Southeast Asia?" "He is my father, as I've already told you." "I am not sure you've told me much of anything yet." Holmes turned to go inside. Miss Thurston's features revealed a completely understandable admixture of disappointment, grief, and, quite possibly, and I couldn't have blamed her, rage. "Holmes," I said, "please." "And now, Miss Abigail Thurston, as I have no other business this morning, I shall be glad to admit you." As she, then I, followed him up the stairs, he continued, You must pardon my abrupt manner, but it has its uses."
When I had shown her to a chair and rung Mrs. Hudson for some tea, Holmes explained further.
"My primary purpose has been to startle you into sense, Miss Thurston. A story told all in a jumble is like a brook plunging over a precipice, very pretty, but alas, babbling. Now that the initial rush of excitement is past, perhaps now you can tell me, calmly and succinctly, why you have come to see me. I enjoin you to leave out none of the facts, however trivial they may seem to you. Describe the events exactly, in the order that they occurred, filling in such background as may be necessary to illuminate the entire tale."
She breathed deeply, then began in measured tones.
"I am indeed the daughter of the explorer, Sir Humphrey Thurston. You are perhaps familiar with his discoveries of lost cities in the jungles of Indochina. His books are intended for a limited, scholarly audience, but there have been numerous articles about him in the popular magazines. Suffice it to say that I am familiar with your father, and his admirable contributions to science. Do go on." "My mother died when I was quite small, Mr. Holmes, and my father spent so much time abroad that he was almost a stranger to me. I was raised by relatives under the supervision of a series of governesses. All this, while father seemed more a guardian angel than a parent, someone always looking out for my welfare, concerned and benevolent, but invisible. Oh, there were letters and gifts in the post, but he remained outside my actual life. Each time he came we had to become acquainted all over again. Such is the difference in a child's life between 6 and 8 and 12. I had changed profoundly, while he was always the same, brave, mysterious, inevitably sunburnt from long years in the jungles and deserts, home for a short time to rest, write his reports, and perhaps give a few lectures before setting forth again in the quest of knowledge. So things have continued. This past month he has returned again after an absence of 3 years to discover his little girl become a woman, and again a stranger. He has promised to remain this time until I am married and secure in a home of my own."
This is the end of disc number 4. Please continue listening on disc number 5. This is disc number 5.
This past month he has returned again after an absence of 3 years to discover his little girl become a woman, and again a stranger. He has promised to remain this time until I am married and secure in a home of my own." "Then it should be a happy occasion for you," said Holmes, smiling to reassure her, the corners of his mouth twitching to betray impatience. The smile vanished. "But I perceive it is not. Please get to the point, then. Why have you come rushing to Baker Street on a winter's day, when you would surely be much more comfortable in a warm house in the company of your much-travelled sire?" She paused, looking alarmed once more, glancing to me first as if for reassurance. I could only smile and nod, wordlessly bidding her to continue. "The first few days of his visit were indeed happy, Mr. Holmes, but very suddenly a shadow came over him. For a week and more he seemed distracted and brooding. Then 5 days ago he withdrew into his study, refusing to venture out for any reason. He is afraid. Deathly afraid." "Of what, pray tell?" "I cannot discern the central fear exactly, only its broader effects. Certainly he has become morbidly afraid of his own reflection. He will not allow a mirror to be brought anywhere near him. He even shaves with his eyes closed by touch alone, rather than risk seeing himself."
"This is extraordinary," I said.
"But surely," said Holmes, "this sort of mania is more in Dr. Watson's line than mine. Work for a medical man of a specialized sort, not a detective."
"Oh, no, sir. My father is completely sane. I am certain of that. But I am equally certain that he is not telling me everything, perhaps in an attempt to spare me some horror, for it must be a horror that makes so bold an adventurer cringe behind a locked door with a loaded elephant gun across his knees." I leaned forward and spoke to her in my most soothing medical manner. "I am sure, Miss Thurston,
that your father has a very good reason for acting as he does, and that, indeed, his chief object is to protect you."
"Yes," said Holmes, "I am certain it is."
"His very words were, 'Summon Sherlock Holmes, girl, or I shall not live out the week.' So here I am. Please come and see him, Mr. Holmes, at once."
Holmes shot to his feet.
"Watson, how foolish of us to have even removed our hats and coats. Come."
He took our guest by the hand and helped her up.
"As I said, Miss Thurston, I have no other business this morning."
It was but a short cab ride to the Thurston residence in the most fashionable part of West London. We rode in silence, crowded together, the girl in the middle, Holmes deep in thought. Unconsciously, almost, Miss Thurston took my hand for reassurance. I held her firmly, but gently. It was admittedly an intriguing problem. What, if not a sudden mania, could cause so brave a man as Sir Humphrey Thurston to be paralysed with fear at the sight of his own reflection? As we neared the house, the girl suddenly struggled to stand up in the still-moving cab. "Father!" She pointed. I had only a glimpse of a tall, muscular man on the further street corner, and noted the tan coat and top hat, white gloves and silver-tipped stick. He turned at the sound of Miss Thurston's cry, revealing a grey-bearded face, dark eyes, and a broad, high forehead, then moved speedily away in long strides, not quite running. Abruptly he vanished down a side street. Holmes pounded on the ceiling of the cab for the driver to stop, and we three scrambled out, I attending to Miss Thurston and the driver, while Holmes set off at a furious run, only to return moments later breathing hard, having lost all trace of Sir Humphrey. "I don't know what explanation I can offer," said Miss Thurston. "Perhaps my father's difficulty, mania, or whatever it is, has passed, and I have wasted your time." Holmes nodded to me. "Mental disease is not my specialty," I said, "but from what medical papers I've read and from the talk of my colleagues, I do not think it likely that so powerful a delusion would go away so quickly. It makes no sense."
"Indeed it does not," said Holmes. "One moment the man behaves as if he is faced with mortal danger. The next he is out for a stroll as if nothing had happened, but he flees the approach of his beloved daughter and vanishes with, I must confess, remarkable speed and agility." "What do we do now, Mr. Holmes?" "If you would admit us to his chamber, perhaps he left some clue."
Yes, I should have thought of that. Pray forgive me."
"Do not trouble yourself, Miss Thurston. Only lead the way."
She unlocked the door herself. Although it was a fine, large house, there were no servants in evidence. I helped her off with her coat and hung it for her in a closet off to one side. As we ascended the front stairs, she hastily explained that another of her father's inexplicable behaviours was to give leave to the entire staff until, she supposed, the crisis had passed.
"Oh, I do fear that it is a mania, Mr. Holmes."
I was beginning to fear as much myself, but scarcely a moment to consider the possibility, when a voice thundered from above.
"Abigail, is that you?"
Miss Thurston looked to Holmes, then to me, with an expression of utmost bewilderment and fright. I think she all but fainted at that moment. I made ready to catch her lest she tumble back down the stairs. Again came the voice, from somewhere off to the left of the top of the stairs.
"Abigail, if that's you, speak up, girl. If it's Hawkins, you damned blackguard, I have my gun ready, and I am fully prepared to shoot."
Holmes shouted in reply,
"Sir Humphrey, it is Sherlock Holmes and his colleague Dr. Watson. We have been admitted by your daughter, who is here with us."
"Abigail?"
"Yes, Father, it is I. I've brought them as you asked."
Heavy footsteps crossed the floor upstairs. A door opened with a click of the lock being undone.
"Thank God, then."
Holmes, Miss Thurston, and I were admitted into Sir Humphrey's study. I was astounded to confront the same man we had seen on the street. The broad shoulders, bearded face, high forehead, dark eyes, and athletic gait were unmistakable. But now he wasn't dressed for the outdoors. He wore a dressing gown and slippers. An elephant gun lay across the chair where he had obviously been sitting moments before. On the table by his right hand were a bottle and glass of brandy, a notebook, a pen, and an uncapped ink jar.
"Thank God you are here, Mr. Holmes," he said. "Doubtless my daughter has told you of my distress and seeming madness. If anyone on earth may convince me that I am not mad, it is you, Mr. Holmes. I can trust no one else to uncover the fiendish devices by which I have been made to see the impossible."
We all sat. Thurston offered Holmes and me glasses of brandy. Holmes waved his aside. I accepted out of politeness, but after a single sip placed it on the table beside me. Sir Humphrey seemed about ready to speak when Holmes interrupted.
"First, a question. Have you been, for any reason, outside of the house this morning?"
Thurston looked startled.
"Certainly not. I have not been out of this room for 5 days."
He paused, as if uncertain of how to proceed. It was Holmes's turn to be astonished, but only I, who knew him well, could detect the subtle change in his manner and expression. To the others he must have seemed, as before, calm and attentive, purely analytical. The silence went on for a minute or two. Now that I had a chance to examine our surroundings, the room proved to be exactly what I expected. A cluttered assembly of mementos and books, a large bronze Buddha seated on a teak wood stand, strangely demonic Asian masks hanging on the walls amid framed citations and photographs. In a place of honour behind his writing desk hung a portrait of a beautiful woman whose features resembled those of Abigail Thurston but were somewhat older. This I took to be her mother.
"Do go on, Sir Humphrey," said Holmes, "and tell us what has taken place during these 5 days in which you have never once left this room."
"You'll probably think I am out of my mind, Mr. Holmes. Indeed, I think so myself, whenever I am unable to convince myself that I am beguiled by some devilish trickery. For the life of me, I cannot figure out how it is done."
"How what is done, Sir Humphrey?"
"Mr. Holmes, do you know what I mean when I say I have seen my death fetch?"
Abigail Thurston let out a cry, then covered her mouth with her hand. Holmes seemed unperturbed.
"In the superstitions of many races, a man who is about to die may encounter his spirit likeness. The German term is doppelganger, meaning double walker. Certainly such an apparition is held to be a portent of the direst sort, and to be touched by this figure means instantaneous death. You haven't been touched by it then, have you, Sir Humphrey?"
Thurston's face reddened.
"If you mean to mock me, Mr. Holmes, then my faith in you is misplaced."
"I do not mock, nor do I deal in phantoms. My practice stands firmly flat-footed upon the ground. No ghosts need apply. Therefore I must agree with your conclusion, even before I have examined the evidence, that you are the victim of trickery of some kind. But first, describe to me what you think you have seen."
"Myself, Mr. Holmes? My daughter has surely mentioned my sudden aversion to mirrors."
"Don't we all see ourselves in mirrors?"
"I saw myself twice."
"Twice?"
5 mornings ago. I stood before the mirror shaving, when a second image appeared in the glass, as if an exact duplicate of myself were looking over my shoulder. I whirled about, razor in hand, and confronted myself as surely as if I gazed into a second mirror. Only the face of this other was contorted with the most venomous hatred, Mr. Holmes, the most absolute malevolence I have ever beheld. The lips were about to form an utterance which I somehow know would mean my immediate death. So I slashed frantically with my razor. I felt the blade pass through only the air, but the figure vanished, like a burst soap bubble.
"And it did not harm you in any way," said Holmes, "any more than a soap bubble, or some projected illusion of light and shadow?"
"Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. This was no magic lantern show. It was a fully 3-dimensional image. Each time I saw it, it was as real to my eyes as you and Dr. Watson appear now."
"You saw it, then, more than once?"
3 times, Mr. Holmes, until I had the sense to remove all mirrors and reflective surfaces from the room. That is how it gets in. I am certain of that."
"And I am certain, Sir Humphrey, that you are certain of far more than you have told me. Unless you give me all of the facts, I cannot help you, however much your daughter may entreat me. Who, for instance, is the blackguard Hawkins you took us for on the stairs?"
Thurston refilled his glass and took a long draught of brandy, then settled back.
"Yes, you are right, of course, Mr. Holmes. I shall have to tell you and Dr. Watson everything."
He turned to his daughter.
"But you, my dear, perhaps should not hear what we have to say."
"Father, I think I am old enough."
"It is not a pretty story." "My early years were wild," Sir Humphrey began. I was no paragon of scientific respectability at 21, but little more than a common criminal. I have never before admitted that I was dismissed from the Indian Army under extremely disreputable circumstances, and only escaped court-martial because a sympathetic officer allowed me time to flee, change my name, and disappear. The offence involved the pillage of a native temple, and the officer's sympathy had been purchased with some of the loot. And so, under another name, I wandered the East. I had no means by which to return to England, nor had I any desire to present myself to friends and family as a failure and a disgrace. Once in a very great while I dispatched a letter filled with fanciful, if artfully vague tales of confidential adventures in government service. In the course of my travels I picked up several languages and a profound education in the ways of the world's wickedness. I fell in with the roughest possible company, and was myself, more often than not, on the wrong side of the law. In the gold fields of Australia there was a certain dispute, and a man died of it, and once more I had to vanish. In Shanghai I worked as an agent for a wealthy mandarin whose true activities, when they became known to the Chinese authorities, caused his head to be pickled in brine. But the blackest depths were in Rangoon, for there I met Wendell Hawkins. He was a vile rogue, Mr. Holmes, even among such company as I found him. Murderer, thief, pirate, and more, I am sure. He was a huge, powerful man with an enormous dark beard who used to jokingly boast, though I think he half believed it, that he was the reincarnation of Edward Teach, the notorious buccaneer commonly known as Blackbeard. Reckless as I was, my normal instinct would have been to avoid such a man as I would a live cobra, but he had something which fascinated me, an idol, 6 inches in height, of a hideous bat-winged dog, carven of the finest milky green jade, stylized in a manner which resembled the Chinese, but wasn't. Its eyes were purest sapphires. Mr. Holmes, I was more than just a thieving lout in those days. Already the direction of my life's work was clear to me, though I had yet to learn its manner, for if ever I suffered from a true mania, it was the craving to penetrate the deepest secrets of the mysterious Orient. Oh, I wanted riches, yes, but more than that I hoped to come back to England famous, like some Burton or Livingstone or Speke, having brought the light of European science to the darkest and most forbidden corners of the globe. I knew what this idol was even before Wendell Hawkins told me. It was an artifact of the Chan-Zhou people who inhabit the plateau of Lung in Central Asia, in that unmapped and unexplored region northwest of Tibet, where theoretically the Chinese and Russian empires adjoin, but in fact no civilized person has ever set foot, for all the ravings of Madame Blavatsky contain much nonsense about the place. The very name, Chan-Zhou, is often mistranslated as corpse-eaters, and so occultists whisper fearfully of the hideous rites of the corpse-eating cult of Lung. In truth, necrophagia is the least of Lung's horrors. The Chan-Zhou are vomiters of souls. But I am far ahead of myself. Hawkins had the idol, and he had a map, which had been acquired, he darkly hinted, at the cost of several lives, written in an obscure Burmese dialect. He needed me to translate. That was why he had come to me. Otherwise he would share his treasure hunt with as few as possible, for that was what it was to be. We would journey to Lung, armed to the teeth, slaughter any natives who stood in our way, and return to civilization rich men. I tried to console my conscience with the belief that I, at least, would be travelling as much for knowledge as for wealth, and that through my efforts this find could be of scientific value. Hawkins and 10 others had pooled funds to buy a steam launch which we christened, to suit our leader's fancy, the Queen Anne's Revenge. Once we had secured sufficient ammunition and supplies, we slipped up the Irrawaddy by night and journeyed deep into the interior, beyond the reach of any colonial authorities, ultimately anchoring at Putao, near the Chinese border, and continuing overland. I don't have to tell you that the trip was a disaster. Supplies went bad or disappeared. We all had fevers. What native guides we could hire or seize at gunpoint misled us, then got away. I alone could read the damned map, but it was cryptic, even if you could make out the script. Much of the time I merely guessed and tried to find our way by the stars. Many times I was certain that none of us would get back alive. The first to die was the crazy American, something or other Jones, a lunatic who carried a bullwhip and fancied himself an archaeologist. We found Jones in his tent, bloated to half again normal size,
his face eaten away by foot-long jungle leeches. One by one the others perished, from accidents, from disease that might have been poisoning. Gutsman, the South African, caught a dart in the neck one night. Van Eysen, the Dutchman, tried to make off with most of our remaining food and clean water. Hawkins shot him in the back, then killed the Malay when he protested, and the Lascar on general principles. Another Englishman, Gunn, got his throat cut merely so that there would be one mouth less to feed. Since I alone could read the map, or pretended to, I was certain Hawkins needed me alive. In the end there were only the two of us, ragged and emaciated wretches, staggering on in a timeless delirium of pain and dread. It was nothing less than a living death. At last we emerged from the jungle and climbed onto the wind-swept tableland of Central Asia. Still the journey seemed endless. I had no idea of where we were going any more, for all I made a show of consulting the map over and over so that Hawkins would not kill me. Each night I dreamed of the black and forbidding plateau of Lung, which was revealed to me in a series of visions, its ruins and artificial caverns of shocking antiquity, perhaps older even than mankind itself, as were the immemorial blasphemies of Chanzhou. What Hawkins dreamed I cannot say. His speech had ceased to be coherent, except on the point of threatening me should I waver from our purpose. I knew he was insane then, and that I would die with him, likewise insane, unless I could somehow escape his company. I was past thinking clearly. How fortunate, then, that my plan was simplicity itself, almost the bare truth rather than some contrived stratagem. I fell to the ground and refused to rise, no matter how much Hawkins screamed that he would blow my brains out with his pistol. I said I was dying, that his pistol would be a mercy. He would offer me no mercy. I was counting on that. Instead, he forced me to translate the map for him and make notes as best I could. There was nothing to write with but a thorn and my own blood. But I wrote, and when he was satisfied he laughed, folded the map into his pocket, took all our remaining supplies, and left me to my fate on the trackless, endless plain. And so we parted. I hoped I had sent him to hell, deliberately mixing up the directions so he'd end up only the devil knew where. He, of course, assumed I would be vulture's meat before another day or two. But I did not die. Mad with fever and privation, my mind filled with fantastic and horrible hallucinations, I wandered for what might have been days, or even weeks, until by the kindness of Providence alone, I stumbled into the camp of some nomads who, seeing that I was a white man, bore me on camelback into the Chinese province of Xinjiang, and there turned me over to a trader who brought me to a missionary. This proved to be my salvation, both physical and otherwise. I married the missionary's daughter, Abigail's mother, and largely through the influence of her family, I later found a place on a much more respectable Anglo-French expedition to Angkor. That was the true beginning of my scientific career. Still, the mysteries of the East haunted me, but my cravings were directed into proper channels until I achieved the renown I have today. At this point, Sir Humphrey paused. The only sound was the slow ticking of a great clock in some other room. Abigail Thurston's face was white from the shock of what she had heard. She scarcely seemed to breathe. Holmes sat very still, his chin held in his hand, staring into space. I was the one who broke the silence. "Surely, Sir Humphrey, there is more to the story than that. I don't see how your luckless expedition, or whatever fate the rascal Hawkins must have met, has anything to do with the here and now." Thurston's reaction was explosive. "Damn it, man! It has everything to do with my predicament, and what may well be my inevitable fate. But you are right. There is more to tell. After many years of roving the world, giving lectures, publishing books after I was knighted by the Queen, after my past life seemed a bad dream from which I had finally awakened, I thought I was safe. But it was not to be. This past fortnight I began to receive communications from the fiend Hawkins." "Communications?" said Holmes. "How so?" "There, on the desk." Holmes reached over and opened an ornately carven lacquered box, removing a sheaf of papers. He glanced at them briefly and gave them to me. "What do you make of them, Watson?" "I cannot read the writing. The paper is an Oriental rice paper. The penmanship shows the author to be under considerable mental strain, perhaps intoxicated. Notice the frequent scratchings and blottings. Beyond that I can make out nothing. Sir Humphrey spoke.
The language is an archaic, some would say degenerate, form of Burmese, the script a kind of code used by criminals in the Far East. Between these two elements I am perhaps the only living man who can read what is written here. For Wendell Hawkins is not alive, if his words are to be believed. Surely if he is dead, said Holmes, your troubles are at an end. No, Mr. Holmes, they are not, for all of these letters were written after Hawkins's death, long after it. It seems that he reached the plateau of Lung, which I saw only in visions. There the almost subhuman priests of the Chanso murdered him after what might have been years of indescribable tortures, then brought him back into a kind of half-life as an animate corpse at their command, hideously disfigured, the skin flayed from his face, his heart ripped out, the cavity in his chest filled with inextinguishable fire. He is implacable now, driven both by the will of his masters and his own rage for revenge against me, whom he blames for his unending agony. He knows all the secrets of the Chanso priests, and the conjuring of death fetches is easily within his power.
He says all that in these letters? I asked.
That and more, Dr. Watson, and if it is true, I am defenceless. My only hope is that Mr. Holmes and yourself can prove me to be deluded, the victim of a hoax perpetrated by the vile Hawkins, who has no doubt returned, but returned, I still dare to hope, as no more than a mortal villain. If you can do this, I certainly have the means to reward you handsomely for your services.
My services are charged on a fixed scale, said Holmes, but let us not concern ourselves with the monetary details now. I shall indeed collar this Hawkins for you and unmask his devices, which I am sure would make the tricks of our English spirit mediums child's play in comparison. But they are devices nonetheless. For what else can they be?
Mr. Holmes, I will be forever in your debt.
We shall watch and wait until Hawkins is forced to show his hand. But first I think Dr. Watson should escort Miss Abigail to a safer place, my own rooms, which I shall not be needing until this affair is concluded.
When Thurston's daughter made to protest, Holmes turned to her and said,
You have been a heroine, but now that the battle is actually joined, I think it best that you remove yourself from the field. Will you go with Dr. Watson?
Whatever you say, Mr. Holmes.
Splendid. Now I must busy myself examining the house inside and out, to discover any way our enemy might use to gain entrance.
Thurston picked up the elephant gun and lay it across his lap, then began idly polishing the barrel with a cloth.
I've survived 5 days like this. I think I shall be safe here behind the locked door for a little while longer yet. Your plan makes excellent sense, Mr. Holmes.
We left Sir Humphrey alone in the room. As Holmes and I escorted Miss Thurston down the stairs, the detective asked me,
Well, Watson, what do you think?
A unique case, Holmes, one worthy of your talents.
About Sir Humphrey? What about him?
I judge him to be of fundamentally sound mind, but what superstitious fears he may harbour are being played upon by the murderous Hawkins, who sounds himself to be completely mad.
Mad or not, he shall have to manifest himself in a decidedly material form before long, at which point he will be susceptible to capture by mundane means.
One thing doesn't fit, Holmes. Who or what did we see upon our arrival here? Sir Humphrey hadn't been out of the room.
An impostor, possibly a trained actor, in league with Hawkins. I agree that all the pieces of the puzzle are not yet in place, but have patience. You know my methods.
I am so glad that you and Dr. Watson will help, Father, Miss Thurston said softly as we reached the base of the stairs. You are sent from heaven, both of you.
Holmes smiled indulgently.
Not from nearly so far, but we shall do what we can.
Alas, we could do but little. As we stood there at the base of the stairs and I helped Miss Thurston on with her coat, she turned and chanced to look back up the stairs. Suddenly she screamed.
"Good God!"
I exclaimed. Near the top of the stairs was a figure who appeared to be Sir Humphrey, but dressed for the outside in coat and top hat as we had seen him before. He could not have gotten past us.
"You! Stop!"
Holmes was already in pursuit, bounding up the steps 3 at a time. The figure moved so swiftly the eye could hardly follow, and soft-footedly. I heard only Holmes's boots pounding on the wooden stairs. Then there came a cry from within the study. Sir Humphrey shouted something in a foreign language, his tone that of abject terror, his words broken off in a gurgling scream. The elephant gun went off with a thunderous roar. I left Miss Thurston and hurried up after Holmes. By the time I reached the study door, which was blown apart from the inside as if a cannonball had gone through it, Holmes was inside. He rushed out again, his eyes wild, his face bloodless, and he saw Miss Abigail Thurston coming up behind me.
"For the love of God, Watson, don't let her in!"
"Father!" she screamed. "Oh, you must let me pass!" For all she struggled, I held her fast.
"Watson, do not let her through no matter what happens. It is just too horrible."
I think that was the only time I ever saw Sherlock Holmes truly shocked, at a loss for words. I forced Miss Thurston back down the stairs despite her vehement protests, holding on to her until the police arrived, which they did shortly, summoned by the neighbours who'd heard the screams and the shot. Only after she had been conveyed away in a police wagon accompanied by a patrolman was I able to examine the body of Sir Humphrey Thurston, who was indeed murdered, as I had feared. Though still seated in his chair, he had been mutilated hideously, almost beyond recognition. His throat was cut from ear to ear. That was enough to have killed him. But the flesh had been almost entirely torn away from his face, and a strange series of symbols, like the ones I had seen in the letters, had been carved in the bare bone of his forehead. The crown of his skull had been smashed in by some blunt instrument, and, it revolted me to discover, most of his brain was gone. The final detail was the worst, for it had been deliberately designed to mock us. The still smoking elephant gun lay across his lap, and, carefully placed so that it would be reflected in the mirrored surface of the polished gun barrel, was a small jade idol with emerald eyes, a stylized figure of a bat-winged dog. "Yes, Holmes," I said, "it is entirely too horrible." Dr. Watson stopped telling the story, and I, the 19-year-old American college student, could only gape at him open-mouthed, like some imbecile, trying not to reach the attractively obvious conclusion that the good doctor's mind had gone soft after so many years. It was a terrible thing just to entertain such a notion. I almost wept. I would have remained there forever, frozen where I sat, wordless, had not Dr. Watson gone on. It was a case which I could not record, which Holmes ordered me to suppress on pain of the dissolution of our friendship. It just didn't work out.
"Oh, what do you mean, didn't work out?"
"I mean exactly that. The affair concluded too quickly and ended in abject failure. We accomplished nothing. He would have no more of the matter, the specifics, as he acidly phrased it, being left to the official imagination, which, sure enough, concluded the murder to be the work of a madman or madmen, perhaps directed by a sinister oriental cult, a new Thuggee. But even the police could not account for the powerful stench of decay which lingered in the explorer's study even long after the body had been removed, as if something long dead had invaded, done its worst, and departed as inexplicably as it had come. Enormous pressure was brought to bear to prevent any accurate reportage in the newspapers, to prevent panic. I think those instructions came from the very highest level. Sir Humphrey's obituary, ironically, listed the cause of his demise as an Asiatic fever. I signed the death certificate to that effect. My own conclusions were profoundly disturbing. The mystery could not be resolved. What we, even Miss Thurston, had witnessed were not merely unlikely, but impossible.
"I reject the impossible," said Holmes vehemently. "As a matter of policy, such things cannot be."
"You and I and the girl saw, Holmes. They are."
"No, Watson, no. The irrational has no place in detective work. We must confine ourselves to the tangible and physical, carefully building upon meticulous reason, or else the whole edifice of my life's work crumbles into dust. Against the supernatural I am helpless, my methods of no use. My methods have been useful in the past, don't you think? And so they shall be in the future. But we must remain within certain bounds, and so preserve them." Again I, the college boy, was left speechless.
Holmes made me swear an oath, and I swore it, never to write up this case, and I never wrote it. Had he, in a sense at least, broken his oath by telling me? I dared not ask. Was there some urgency now of which he had lately become aware? I wanted to tell someone, was all he said. I thought I should. King Midas, ass's ears. Who will believe the wind in the reeds? I merely know that a week after I returned to school in America, I received a telegram saying that Dr. Watson had died peacefully of heart failure, sitting in that very chair by the fire. A week later, a parcel arrived with a note from one of my aunts, expressing some bewilderment that he had wanted me to have the contents. It was the idol of the bat-winged dog.
The Shocking Affair of the Dutch Steamship Friesland by Mary Robinette Kowal.
Mary Robinette Kowal is the author of several short stories, including Evil Robot Monkey, which is a current finalist for the Hugo Award. Her short fiction has appeared in Asimov's Strange Horizons, Cosmos, and Escape Pod, and in the anthologies 20 Epics, the Solaris Book of New Science Fiction, Volume 2, and Gardner Dozois' The Year's Best Science Fiction. Her first novel, Shades of Milk and Honey, is forthcoming from Tor Books. Kowal was also the 2008 winner of the John W. Campbell Award for Best New Writer, and when not writing, she works as a professional puppeteer. Men are notoriously reluctant to get married, and when you look at the history of weddings, who can blame them? After all, weddings are pretty dangerous places. The marriage of Claudius and Gertrude in Hamlet ends in what can only be termed tragedy. Good night, sweet prince. In fact, good night just about everybody. In Monty Python and the Holy Grail, a misinformed Sir Lancelot rampages through a wedding party, slaying many, including the best man. And these are small potatoes compared to truly disastrous affairs, such as the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572, in which a controversial Catholic-Protestant marriage touched off a wave of violence that eventually claimed as many as 30,000 lives. Is it any wonder that men stay away? It's simple prudence, really. In Conan Doyle's story, The Adventures of the Norwood Builder, Watson mentions in passing the shocking affair of the Dutch steamship Friesland, which so nearly cost us both our lives. Our next story imagines what this evocatively titled case might have entailed. It involves a naive young woman, a royal couple, a glassblower, and the darker side of Italian politics. And, oh yes, a wedding.
I was born Rosa Carlotta Silvana Grisanti, but in the mid-80s I legally changed my name to Eve. As you have guessed in your letter, after the shocking affair of the Dutch steamship Friesland, my dear friends Dr. Watson and Mr. Sherlock Holmes suggested that my safest course of action would be to distance myself from my family. But I get ahead of my story. I have not Dr. Watson's gift for explaining Mr. Holmes's methods, and I fear your wish that I relay the particulars of this strange case may be met with inadequate measures. On the 12th of October, 1887, I was being taken by the steamship Friesland from our home on the Venetian Isle of Murano to Africa, there to meet my betrothed, Hans Boerwinkel, a man several years my senior, with whom my father had very recently made arrangements. Living as we do now, in the 1920s, it is difficult to remember what a sheltered life we girls led 40 years ago, but at the time it seemed natural that my brother, Orazio Rinaldo Paride Grisanti, escorted me as chaperone. With us also was my lady's maid, Anita. In addition to my trousseau, we had several boxes packed with the finest Murano crystal as part of my dowry. My father had blown glass without cessation after my betrothal was announced. I remember Zia Julia asking, "What is the hurry?" At the time I was only anxious to be an adult, which was all that marriage meant to me. I can still recall my excitement at dinner, the first evening, as glittering ladies and gentlemen in full evening dress caught me in a dazzle of delight. Orazio and I were seated at a table with 2 British gentlemen and a couple from Hungary. At the captain's table sat Signore Agostino de Pretis, the Premier of Italy, with his new bride, Signora Michela de Pretis. As I anticipated my own wedding and honeymoon, I envied the young woman and the way all eyes sought her. But I should not dwell on my youthful fancies. The 2 British gentlemen, as you might have surmised, introduced themselves as Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Mr. Holmes delighted me by having an excellent command of Italian and asked us endless questions about glass blowing. While we bantered, Signore and Signora Comazzolo, a rival glassblower family who also sailed on the Friesland, sent a bottle of expensive champagne to the bridal couple. My brother's eyes narrowed. Then, laying his hand upon my arm, he said in Italian, "Would you send them a gift as well, though it means parting with a small item from your dowry?" "Papa will send me more." I smiled at him. "I shall write a note myself." Orazio gestured to Anita and gave her hurried instructions. In moments she returned with a small box containing a matched pair of opalescent champagne flutes, ornamented by delicate tracings of crystal. I quickly penned the note that you have in your possession. A foolish note from a foolish girl, but how was I to know what was to follow? Before the ink was dry, my brother snatched the note and fairly sprinted across the dining room. Bowing at the captain's table, he presented the box of flutes to Premier de Pretis and his bride. She laughed prettily and kissed him on both cheeks to thank him. I do not boast when I say the artistry of these flutes was without peer. My father was a brilliant glass-blower. No other studio knew the secret of his opalescent glass, and of its shifting colors that bent light into translucent rainbows. Nothing would do then but for the bridal couple to open the champagne and toast the assembly with these confections of glass. The champagne's bubbles danced as merrily as if they were celebrating with us. Premier de Pretis said, "Ladies and gentlemen, with this lovely Murano glass, I propose to toast to my fellow countrymen and to my beautiful wife. Long life and health to us all." They drank their champagne and kissed each other with love in their eyes while we looked on, applauding wildly. Signore Comazzolo, perhaps jealous that our flutes had upstaged his champagne, called out, "How is the champagne, Premier?" Premier de Pretis bowed to him before burying his nose in his glass to inhale the bouquet of the champagne. An elegant nose, with nuances of honey, gingerbread, parsley, and slight hints of garlic. He sipped the champagne again, savoring it. Minerality, pears, and a bright acidity. Delightful. We applauded again, perhaps even more wildly than before. I sat breathless with delight, darting glances at the bridal couple over each course. The first course was oysters, and my brother ordered a bottle of champagne so that we could celebrate in the same style as our Premier and Signora de Pretis. During the second course, Signora de Pretis excused herself, and I looked up as she stood. Her face was pale, and she held her hand to her abdomen as if her stomach hurt. Premier de Pretis escorted her from the dining room, his own face tight. "What is the matter, do you think?" I asked Orazio. He shrugged. "Perhaps the oysters." During the rest of my meal, I imagined stomach pains, until, feeling nauseous, I excused myself during the fourth course. The next day, neither de Pretis came to dinner. The third day, my lady's maid Anita announced that 2 men waited in my parlor. "Where is my brother?" I asked. She shook her head, smiling apologetically. "I do not know, Signorina." I hesitated to step into the parlor unchaperoned, so I motioned Anita to accompany me. You must imagine my relief to find my dinner companions, Dr. Watson and Mr. Holmes, awaiting me. Here, I must pause to give you a word picture of Mr. Holmes. He towered above me. Indeed, even among most men, his lean figure loomed like a hawk. His dark, shaggy brows pulled down in an expression of fixed concentration from the moment I stepped into the parlor, and his eyes gleamed with a fire of excitement. "How are you, Signorina Grisanti?" he asked in flawless Italian. Dr. Watson hung back and watched our conversation with the eager interest of a newspaper reporter, in the scene, but not part of it. "I am well, thank you, Signore Holmes." I wondered for a moment if I might ask him for news of Premier and Signora de Pretis. "The de Pretises are dead," Mr. Holmes said bluntly. I gasped, both at the news and how easily he read my thoughts. "The oysters?" "Their nuptial toast was poisoned." Mr. Holmes gave me a long, searching look. "Do you know where your brother is?" "No." My attention was barely upon him, so horrified was I by the thought of that happy couple murdered, assassinated. "Well then, we shall chat with you while we wait for him, if you do not mind." I shook my head. He folded himself into one of the cabin's chairs. Dr. Watson sat in a chair to the side, holding so still that in my memory he is almost invisible. Mr. Holmes leaned forward to put his elbows on his knees. "Tell me about your approaching nuptials." I blushed and stammered, but proceeded to tell him about my recent betrothal to Mr. Bovinkle and his business arrangements with Papa. About how I was moving to Africa, but Papa could not accompany me because he was busy with the upcoming elections, helping with the campaign for the left. I told him about my dress. In other words, I acted every inch the vain, silly girl that I was. In the midst of my recitation, Mr. Holmes hesitated and then asked, "May we look at your dowry?" "Of course." I beckoned Anita, and she helped the gentleman unpack the crates of crystal. I hovered, anxious and useless, as they laid the sparkling glass and crystal about the cabin with infinite care. Mr. Holmes stopped to admire an opalescent vase, which my father had made to serve as a centerpiece for our table. He glanced at the matched rows of clear stemware and back at the vase.
"Did you have only the flutes and the vase in this style of glass?"
"Yes." I stepped forward to admire the piece. "No other glassmaker knows how to produce the opalescence, and even my father rarely makes it."
"Has he produced opalescent stemware, such as the champagne flutes, before?"
I tilted my head in thought. "Not that I know of, but I am not often in the shop." Mr. Holmes lifted the vase to his nose, and to my bewilderment sniffed it.
No help there. Help me put everything back, would you, Dr. Watson?"
I was thankful that Dr. Watson looked as baffled as I felt, but he said nothing, and simply helped Mr. Holmes repack everything except the vase. Mr. Holmes turned to me and said,
"I am sorry for the inconvenience, Signorina Grisanti. Do let me know when your brother returns."
He bowed over my hand, and he and Dr. Watson took their leave. I stared at the door after them, and then picked up the vase and sniffed it. I smelled nothing. Some hours later, Orazio sauntered into the room.
"Well, little Rosa, how do you like your first ocean voyage?"
"I am frightened. Dr. Watson and Signore Holmes said—"
He crossed the room in one stride and grabbed my wrists. "What did you tell them?"
"Nothing."
I twisted in his painful grasp.
"I had nothing to say. I do not understand what is happening. Orazio, they said the champagne was poisoned."
He dropped my wrists and stepped back, smiling. "Did they now?"
"How can you smile when the De Pretises have been murdered?"
He laughed. "Why, my dear sister, do you think we are on this boat?" The successive shocks I received that night had hardened my nerves, or perhaps I had already begun to accept the truth. With a click, the pieces came together in my head, along with something I had not told Mr. Holmes. I knew how my father made the glass. I could not let Orazio guess at my thoughts, and I forced myself to answer him as the foolish girl he thought me to be.
"I'm supposed to get married."
He turned, smiling, relief written on his face. "Yes, my beautiful Rosa, that is true." He kissed me on the forehead. "I am exhausted, and it is long past time that you retired for the evening." I twisted my fingers together, faint with the awareness of what my brother had done. Had his only target been Premier De Pretis, perhaps I would not have felt as horrified. But the memory of Signore De Pretis kissing my brother on his cheeks, thanking him for bringing her death, sickened me. The realization that I could, perhaps, have prevented it tore at my soul.
"All the excitement has me overwrought. Do you think it would be all right if I walked on deck to cool my head?"
Orazio squeezed my hands. "I am too tired to escort you."
"Anita will serve."
I smiled coquettishly, masking the anguish over what I must do.
"Or did you want to dazzle the young ladies yourself?"
Laughing, my brother kissed my cheeks. "Go on, Rosa, but do not walk too late." I called Anita, and we went to the upper decks. You have asked about Mr. Holmes, so I will not trouble you with the thoughts of my long promenade.
Know that the night air cooled my fevered temples and gave me the resolution I needed. Anita walked with me through the decks until we arrived at Mr. Holmes's stateroom. I blushed, thinking of how it looked for an unmarried young woman to seek a man at this hour. And then, in the next instant, I shook my head at my foolishness. What mattered my reputation on such a night as this? Still, the sounds of an unearthly violin haunting the night nearly undid me. But I gathered my resolve and knocked on the door. It opened to a cloud of blue smoke swirling about like in the chimney of my father's furnace. "Miss Grisanti!" Dr. Watson seemed so shocked at my appearance that he forgot to speak Italian, and his next sentence fell on uncomprehending ears. Mr. Holmes tucked his violin under his arm and said in excellent Italian, "Be courteous, Dr. Watson. Signorina Grisanti doesn't have a word of English. Won't you come in?" I shook my head. "I have come simply to tell you that my brother has returned. He knew the glass was poisoned, and it was the glass, Signore Holmes, not the champagne." Mr. Holmes leaned forward on his toes. My breath caught at his eagerness, but I somehow found the air to continue speaking. "The opalescence is caused by arsenic powder blown with the glass." "In the glass, not on the surface." He spun happily and pointed his bow at Dr. Watson. "That explains why my tests failed to detect it." I felt close to fainting. "But you surely suspected, else you would not have come to look at my dowry." His bushy eyebrows arched, and I blushed under his scrutiny. "Your observation is astute," he said. "Premier and Signora de Pretty's symptoms began at dinner, shortly after their champagne toast. The note of garlic, which Premier de Pretty's noticed in the champagne, led me to suspect arsenic. The champagne, combined with arsenic, would have produced arsine gas, which was consistent with the de Pretty's symptoms. But there was no arsenic residue in the bottle, so I turned my attention to the flutes. Your mention of your father's involvement with politics provided a motive, but I could not deduce the method." Dr. Watson stepped forward, asking, "You must know what this means for your father and your brother?" "I do." I looked down and wrapped my arms about myself, feeling the hard bones of my corset and wishing they could protect me. "My father has chafed against the government since Italy annexed Venezia in 1871, and my rapid engagement to Mr. Bovinkle must be a sham to give us reason to be here. I am certain that Orazio would have presented these flutes at another time, but took the opportunity to discredit the Comazzolo family. I know what is at stake, and—" My voice faltered, but I drew my head up higher. "I will not be a pawn. Their treachery is dishonorable." From my readings of Dr. Watson's papers, I suspected this is one of the few times Mr. Holmes was ever taken aback. Not at my answers, but that a young girl could have changed so in the hours since he had interviewed me. "Signorina Grisanti, you are a noble woman. I thank you." "I will walk on deck a while longer." I turned to go, conscious that I had betrayed my brother and my father. But had they not betrayed my youthful ideals more? Had they not traded my hope for death? Over my shoulder I asked, "Will you be able to complete your business Before I return?" "Yes." The smoke swirling in the room created the illusion of mist sweeping over his eyes. I walked on deck for hours before returning to my empty cabin. The too-tidy room betrayed signs of a struggle, which some kind soul had neatened. A folded piece of paper waited for me on the table by my lacework. I enclose it now to complete your record of this remarkable man. My dear Signorina Grisanti, I applaud the fine intellect that brought you so swiftly to understand the intricacies of the situation. I regret that I have received a telegram indicating your betrothed, Mr. Boerwinkle, is also in league against the current Italian government. With this first step, it seems certain they intended to shift the ruling party of Italia to the left. Your father and brother have been taken into custody for the assassination and will be duly tried. With these facts, it seems apparent you cannot return home, nor can you continue your voyage. Dr. Watson and I are departing the ship tomorrow and wish to offer you safe conduct. I await your reply. Sherlock Holmes. I wept. I wept for the truth of his words, for the loss of my home, and for the loss of my innocence. I wept till Anita came to me and held me in her arms, singing to me and comforting me for the lost child that I was. We departed the ship the next day. On Mr. Holmes's urging, I changed my name to Eve V., and I never saw my family again. Until I received your letter, I had seen the name Grisanti only once, in a newspaper report of the arrest and execution of my brother, Orazio Rinaldo Paride Grisanti. I would not read a paper for years after, lest I see a notice of my father's trial, and know I had killed him. Now you have my account to add to the ones Dr. Watson left of Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and so I will close by signing my old name, for the whole affair belongs to a girl much different from me. Sincerely yours, Rosa Carlotta Silvana Grisanti.